guys? My name's Soju. Yeah, I play TFT.
Oh, what's up, everyone? My name is Robin Songs. I am 30 years young. I play TFT professionally for Team Liquid. Dude, Soju should be honored that I'm calling him my rival.
And he's the one who said that he would request me to be his rival, so I don't know what he's talking about. I mean, I outplaced him in the most recent tournament. Also, last set for mid set, I think he played 100 games on the patch, and I think he got outplaced by half of the Valorant players. The man's just all talk.
This guy, like, you know, in the small tournaments, you know, he does pretty well. But then every time at regionals, he always gets day one. So like I always go to the finals without him. So Soju, this year I want to see you at the finals with me, okay? One of my competitive highlights is you know, going 1-1-1-5-1 at set 5 regionals.
That tournament was just a more dog diff. Atros is telling me that Robin was saying that he's just better player than me all around. Is that true?
I think I'm just a better player in every aspect. Positioning, scouting, APM, comp knowledge, itemization.
If you just pull up the TFT power rankings, he put me over him. So I don't really understand what this guy's talking about. All jokes aside, I think Robin's actually a better, like a more well-rounded player.
Yeah, I mean, obviously everything I said was like friendly banter. I think me and Soju, we don't like really like our like rivalry. I think started back when I was like a really small streamer or something, and then I forgot, it was like set 3 or set 4. We were playing in a tournament, and then he got outplaced by me, and he said, I effing lost to Robin. And then I put that as my sub sound for the longest time.
I don't think Robin's a bad player. He's really good at playing with less money, but not just because his econ is bad. Like his board strength is always good. So his stage 2, stage 3 is always good. But I think relative to me, he's like, yeah, he's not very good. I feel like he's pretty old when it comes to like Zephyr, Shroud, all the micro stuff. And his macro has been kind of weak.
He has a really, really strong mental. One of the strongest mentals in the community, because his chat is like crazy and he's able to like ignore the tilting things. He never gets tilted. I think that's one of his strengths.
Oh my.
He also is a very, very good late game, fast 9, getting to late game player. Like the Soju special, we all know it, fast 9. What would I type in all chat to get in his mind? I would probably type, yo, Soju, don't make it too obvious, bro. Basically, it means like, yo, like we're live right now. Don't make it too obvious that you're win trading me, okay? It always gets him. He always chokes out of that.
I would type, better luck next time, little bro. I'm probably going to top 8 Jade Cup, and I'm probably going to win mid set and make it to Worlds, and I don't have to play any tournament 7.5. And Robin is probably going to get day 1 again. This guy's a clown.
I'm looking forward to showing him at Jade Cup that I am better at him in every aspect.
What is up, everybody, and welcome to day number 3 of the Jade Cup. My name is Gangly. I'm going to be your host for the weekend. And lucky for you, I'm not alone. I'm joined by this little Brady bunch of casters we got here. Admirable, Boop, Crowan, Mort Dog, and we hit the ground running with that video. And I just want to take a second to talk about what this tournament really is. I mean, like the Jade Cup, we've got this open bracket. We also have the old guard. We got the new guard, but we also have these Jade players coming out with almost no experience, really coming from solo queue and earning a spot here. And Nathan, I want to ask you this. What does that mean when you have a tournament, when you have such a wide range of notoriety and even skill level to a certain degree?
You just name it, and Jade Cup has it here this weekend. You know, we're coming into day 3 and day number 4 of this. This is a large field that gets thinned down pretty quickly over the course of these couple tournament days, and the field is just stacked. Like, we used to have trouble sorting out like the top 10 players on a list like that. It feels like you're having trouble sorting out like the top 25 in a spot like this now. Like, holy smokes. It just feels like anywhere you look, there's going to be some new story to tell and something new to find here, and we're on a new patch for this weekend.
We got to see a little bit of some of the stories we may see this weekend in that little video, Mort Dog, and I want to focus in on Robin for a second. Robin is historically a player that no matter what set it is, no matter what patch it is, he always seems to find himself among the top. He's the only player in North America to have made top 8 in every single final day of the regional finals. He is probably the most set resistant player that we've ever seen in North America. What makes a player like Robin so malleable that no matter what comes his way, he always finds himself back on top?
Yeah, no matter what the set is, TFT has these fundamental skills, right? Economy, building up your army, playing strongest board in the early game, things like that, being able to play around the augments you get, stuff like that. And Robin has shown through various amounts of practice that he's willing to try out different comps and be aware of all these situations so that when he goes into a tournament, he knows how to turn that into a top 4, top 3, maximize every point he can. And regardless of what's going on in the meta or what set we're on, he knows those skills transfer in his practice for so long, and he's just shown he's really good at that, like he said.
Definitely, and even expanding on that, I think it kind of brings up more of the conversation of the tournament versus, like, you know, the ladder warrior, quote unquote. But Robin always takes ladder as very much a practice tool, right? He plays a few specific comps. He doesn't have a wide range, but he plays those few very, very well. He always does really good prep, and so he's comfortable with the lines that he takes in tournament, executes it so well every single time. I think you definitely should be looking out for Robin songs this weekend, of course.
On the flip side there, we saw Soju, and I think Soju has his own sort of reputation. People kind of meme on Soju for having these final day performances where he just doesn't quite show up. And so Boop, I want to talk about the fact that despite the fact that Soju may not always have the best final day performances, he is maybe one of the best at getting to the final day. He always cuts through the competition and lands in that top percentile.
What Soju is really, really good at is identifying exactly where Soju is amongst the rest of the tournament and controlling exactly what they need to do in order to make the finals, right? I've gotten the opportunity to cast Soju a couple times during last chance qualifiers, and the thing about his play is that once the pressure gets higher, he tends to play better. It's actually when the pressure is a little off where I think some things can actually fall by the wayside a little bit. So if we can get that focus in throughout the entire tournament, rather than, you know, quote unquote, when it matters, I think that Soju is actually in a really great position today and tomorrow. Been playing really, really well. Honestly, a very good opportunity for Soju to make it to the top 4.
Admiral, I want to hear your thoughts on this as well. When you see a player like Soju who's always there, but he's also now going to be competing against this larger field, how does that, I don't know, maybe the identity of being a ladder warrior or being among the best, even when he's in form, compared to these newcomers, this new blood that's coming out of the woodwork?
Well, it's interesting to kind of look at the way that pressure is applied to players and how it actually affects them. And I think that Boop has brought up a good point here. You know, with Soju streaming daily to thousands of people, he's the biggest TFT streamer. This idea of pressure doesn't really come from the same angle. It really comes from the idea of your reputation and what's expected from you, not so much of the fact that you're highlighted and that you're now in the spotlight in this tournament field. You know, I've been competing in tournaments basically my whole life, and I remember the first time I stepped onto one of these big stages, it was such a big different feeling, despite the fact that there's tons of players there with me at this one. This is exactly what Jade Cup's bringing this weekend. We have big names with big reputations. We have new players who are coming into here. We have strong players who have strong reputations among the high level of players, but they've yet to be able to demonstrate that in a tournament, whether that have been opportunity or just the fact that the tournaments haven't played out their way. And so that pressure angle can apply a much different way for a lot of different players. We're going to see how that pans out this weekend.
Yeah, all right. We're going to have more time to talk about stories and players, but first I do want to talk a little bit about the format, the schedule of this event. Last weekend, we had 128 players face off over the course of 2 days. At the end of the weekend, 32 players made their way to this weekend, where they will be competing against 24 of the highest ranked players from the solo queue ladder and 8 players who qualified directly from their performances in the Astral Cup. Now, today we'll be playing 6 games with the lobbies reseeded after every 2 games. And at the end of the day, the top 32 will advance into day 4. Now, something we introduced in set 7, which is pretty interesting, is the bonus points that we award. So depending on where you place in the day, if you place in the top 4, the top 8, or the top 12, you will be awarded bonus points, which will carry over into the next day of competition, giving you a head start on that final day where you'll be competing for, well, really all of the stakes. So players are competing for qualifier points, they're playing for glory, but they're also playing for their share of the prize pool. Let's take a look at the prize pool we have for the event. $7,500, first place $2,000, working their way all the way down to $300 for 8th place. And I talked about it before, players are also competing for qualifier points. Depending on how you place, every single placement matters. You will earn points to help you qualify for either the mid-set finale and eventually the regional finals. But the top 4 of this tournament will receive a direct invitation into the Dragonlance mid-set finale, which have huge implications on where your final set 7 career is really going to go. You can earn a direct spot into the World Championships or get more points to qualify for the regional finals. Now, I mentioned it before, we had one weekend of play last week. Let's take a look at the compositions that we saw. It's important to note, obviously, that we are playing on a B patch, so we may expect some things to change, but I think it's important to still look over our shoulder and see what people found success with. The main thing, Mort, was that we saw a lot of people playing this Aurelion Soul Flex. which obviously you're not just rolling down for Aurelion Soul on level 6 and level 7. This probably does speak a little bit more to the late game emphasis that we saw. So more, when you see this data and you see the comps that were working last week, what does that mean to you?
Yeah, I think when you look at these comps, we see that, the previous meta in 12-14 was all about hitting those legendary dragons. Shyvana and Asol both with that really high win percentage, and Asol in particular kind of being double as popular because of how much easier it was to play. With both of those getting reduced, they become a lot higher risk on the B patch side of things. And so I think we're going to see people sort of shift down to those 4-cost carries that are a little bit more reliable. Things like the Corki, and then Deja and Xiaoyu have also been very popular since the B patch happened. So I think we're going to see a shift into that. And I think we'll still see some Aurelion Soul and Shyvana especially. It's just going to be a lot harder and happen only when you're capped out.
Nathan, it sounds like 5 costs, 10 costs down, 4 costs, 8 costs up. What's your read on the B patch so far?
Yeah, I think that is an excellent way to look at it. Shyvana is still feeling like it's extremely powerful coming into the B patch. One of the things that I really look at is this Corki number and the win percentage in the top 4 actually being quite low, I think, despite the fact that they're so popular. On the B patch, I feel like mages actually got reduced by quite a significant amount, and I feel like that was one of the strongest counters to Corki. And so with the mages taking a bit of a step back, I do expect Corki to step up to the plate pretty big in this weekend. However, that does mean it's going to be contested a lot more. And Crowan, I know that being contested a lot yourself, this is typically where I've seen you flex a ton when picking out a composition.
Yeah, definitely. I think, this Corki composition is really consistent right now. Personally, a little bit of struggles on ladder. It's fine. It happens. I do think that I agree with your point. 4 cost, 8 cost carries. We're going to be seeing that win percentage and top 4 percentage go a lot up. But I think we still will see every single comp on this list again this weekend. And they're all going to be strong depending on what points you can get them at.
Now that we've looked back, it's time to look ahead. Let's take a look at the lobbies that we're going to see playing out today. I'm going to break down these lobbies A through D right now, and I want to draw your attention to Lobby C. Dish Soap, Kurimex, Solus, these are 3 players that I think a lot of people have eyes on. Dish Soap in particular, I know has a lot of expectations. Many people are saying that Dish Soap is one of the favorites to win this event, but it's also important to note Dish Soap is yet to really find that breakout performance to put him into the titans, the greats of TFT, so to speak. And more, I want to throw this to you. When you see these players who are just dominating solo queue and yet struggle to find that breakout performance to mirror that success in tournament, I mean, how do you really talk about the relationship between solo queue and tournament?
Yeah, the thing with solo queue is, oftentimes you're playing against slightly lower skilled opponents. In addition, you're playing like 50, 100, 200 games, and a single 8th place isn't really going to ruin your day. So you can deal with a bad beat and just sort of like give up on the game, if you will. But in a tournament, when you've only got 6 games, every game matters, every point matters, and you have to be willing to play out of your comfort zone if you're going to have a more consistent tournament performance. And a lot of those ladder players, when they get something outside of their comfort zone, they're willing to just take that 8th place and try again next game. You don't have that option here in tournaments. And so I think some of these players that do really, really well on ladder and not so much in tournaments are kind of revealing that they're not comfortable going outside that comfort zone.
Speaking of consistency, Crowan, I want to draw your eyes to Lobby A, where Bertosaurus lives right now. Bert, way back in set 4, once upon a time, Bert was this player where it felt like every tournament he entered, he's just placing top 4. And then he goes to regionals. He is, middle of the pack performance, not living up to the expectations people had. Then he kind of takes a step back from competitive. We don't really see him in all of set 6, but now he's back. I mean, he's ranked number 1 on the Don't Talk If You Don't Know power rankings. It feels like people are really looking at him right now. So my question to you is, how afraid of Bert do we need to be in this tournament?
I think Bert's in a really, really interesting spot right now. Coming off of a 5th in the Astro Cup, just missed out in that top 4 to qualify for mid-set. Is in a good spot for qualifier points, but as you said, Gangly, is ranked number 1 in those NA power rankings. I don't think my perception of Bert is that he doesn't think that he's quite in that spot where everyone ranks him. Like, sure, he probably sees himself like amongst the top, but being that number 1 is a lot of pressure. I do think Bert has had a lot of success in tournaments in the past, like you said, and recently on the ladder. And I think that's a lot of what we have to go for, right? Your previous performances, right, in Astro Cup and coming into this event, sure, it's a different meta, but I think we should still expect to see Bert do relatively well. I don't know if he's quite going to be at that rank 1 though, just because he's not as confident that he's going to be at that rank 1.
there's definitely a lot of pressure that comes from being in that rank 1. I think that's something people have felt all across TFT. But now as we're looking at the next set of lobbies, I want to point your attention to Lobby H, where we actually saw our previous Power Rankings #1 player, Sox, also the winner of the Astral Cup, up against Asa, and the rest of the lobby also very stacked there. But Boop, I want to talk about this dynamic of Asa and Sox. This really is like a Bonnie and Clyde, Daniel LaRusso, Mr. Miyagi dynamic duo pair who just kind of study together, right? They're constantly practicing the game. But I'd like to hear your thoughts on the value that comes in actually studying the game and training together rather than just on your own.
You know, like I've said previously, I'm very unfamiliar with the concept of friendships and group studying. So I'm going to have to do this through kind of just, you know, just thinking on it, right? But in all seriousness, Asa and Sox are both already qualified. And there's a reason why the majority of this tournament says Asa is going to win, because he looks at the game in a very different kind of way. You know, the best players are able to make decisions in the moment, but also see the fork in the road coming up. But Asa's also able to see what the fork of the fork is going to be, if that makes sense. So Asa is in a really good spot. And when you have a friend who knows your weaknesses and knows your strengths, you're going to be able to work on those together and just bring everyone up. Remember, a rising tides lifts all ships. And I do believe that is the case when it comes to playing together in these, you know, prep situations.
Yeah, I think Ace and Sox have both really been recognized as strong tournament threats. And I want to bounce off of that by looking at Lobby E, which I think some could say is full of the real tournament heavy hitters, Nathan. I mean, you got Pokygum, Robin, Spicy Appies, and depending on where you really saw their peaks, set 5 or set 6, these are really some of the names that when you went into a tournament, everyone's eyes were on them to say, well, one thing's for sure, this person's going to perform.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at Spicy Abby's, really the breakout is in set 6 in that one, where he really had, I think, some pretty strong proof of being one of the top players in NA and continuing that into set 7. The Robin and Pokygom in set number 5, I mean, these two players were so dominant. I remember being on set for set 5 in that regionals performance where Pokygom is just struggling and he's in the top 4 and he has to have this top 3 and he just has a 1-star Vel'Koz on his board for like what felt like 63 rounds in a row. He just couldn't find the 2-star Vel'Koz, and that was the reason it wasn't quite there. Robin having that dominant performance there. But when you start to compare and contrast that lobby, you have new players with like Cleared Cottontail who are now stepping up to the plate for their big tournament breakout performances. It's completely stacked across the board, and I just can't wait to see it because, again, almost anywhere you slice this, you're going to have these crazy contrasts in the lobbies where you have stacked tournament players and then new players who have held this high esteem in that top ladder play. Can they break out against the players who have proven themselves in the past?
I love that contrast of this new guard and the old guard, the reputation versus even the skill. Because the reality is, when you're on a new patch, the reputation of a player really doesn't always say that much about who has the best read on a patch. And sometimes it really just takes the tournament itself to find out who that player is. Now, this is time for us to say goodbye to the Brady Bunch. Goodbye, Crowan. Goodbye, Mort Dog. We're going to head off without you guys. We'll see you in a little bit. Right now, it's just me, Nathan, Boop, just for a little bit. And I want to talk to you, all of you at home, about our partners over at Ball Street, Fantasy TFT, where it's going to be your central hub for all things TFT. They got all the rankings, the podcasts, and of course, the best TFT drama. Go over to fantasytft.com or download the Fantasy TFT app on your smartphone. You can also win yourself a Little Legend egg. We'll get to that in a little bit. I'm not going to give you guys all the details. Just go to fantasytft.com and figure it out for yourself for right now. But we're going to be taking a look at Lobby E in a little bit, Nathan. But we have a little bit of time to talk, so I want to dive into this idea of the heavy hitters all sitting in one lobby. Obviously, not all the heavy hitters of the entire tournament, but when you have Spicy Appies, Robin, and of course Pokygom in this first lobby, I think that there's a certain point where if one of these players can earn a win or a really strong performance on the first day, Boop, they can kind of set the precedent and say, people's eyes are on me and they're expecting me to do well. And you know what? I'm going to deliver against all the other heavy hitters all at once.
So that is true for, I think, half of the people in the world, right? I think there are two ways to react to pressure. Number one is you can, live in it and, rise above the pressure. Some people do shut down. And someone that is ranked number one, and don't talk if you don't know, in my opinion, should believe that they're number one. And that's one of the things about Bertosaurus that I've actually been a little concerned about in previous tournaments, is Bert doesn't believe he's the best player in the tournament when he might be. And I think that if we are able to get that mental under control and, show up and say, everyone's competing against me, and that's a good thing. I like that. Let's live in here. I think Bert, that's kind of like the next level up for Bert. For someone like Clear, did really well in Astral, played Varus pretty much the entire time. So, are we going to see something different now that some of these Astral comps are not as popular?
It's fascinating that you bring up Clear there. And Nathan, I want to throw this over to you, because as much as we're saying there's a lot to do about living in the pressure, dealing with that when people's eyes are on you, when you are one of the newcomers to the scene, who also is just one of the strongest players, you don't have that same amount of pressure or expectation on you. And I think Clear is one of those players.
Yeah, it's definitely a different kind of pressure. Again, it's the stepping into the limelight really for that first time, where now suddenly all the eyes are on you. Clear really did paint this image that they were going to one-trick the Varus, and that was the reason they were able to get through with this. They mastered that really well. But now when you're seeing this clash of philosophies take place, and you're having these players who want to master the best strategies versus the players who want to be very flexible versus the players who want to just draw the understanding that they have and try to just eke out every single point that they can, this is really where things start to test their limit. And when you kind of go back and look at Clear's profile, the games they've been playing, and how they've reacted since that Varus hit took place, I feel like they have been demonstrating quite a bit here when it comes to being able to adjust to that strongest one. It does feel like Clear, however, is really trying to force through whatever that strongest comp is going to be.
I love that phrase, clash of philosophies. That's something I want to hold on to, because really when you are looking at these lobbies, you have Robin Songs, this narrow but masterful player, Pocky, who's probably strongest when he can play wide, and then like you're saying, Clear, a player who really just wants to play what he thinks is strongest and gives him the best EV. Whatever that is, we're going to see it all play out. But for right now, I'm going to leave it to you two as we see game number 1 of the Jade Cup.
Future leaders of the world. This is game number 1 of the Jade Cup. I am Bupasaurus here with Admirable, and this is... Thank you. This is the round after the carousel. You got me. I had such a good intro going, man. But we're going with the Nidalee with the Crick Glove here.
Hey, you know what? I think that you have a good intro no matter what. So don't second guess yourself. Take the advice you just gave to Bertosaurus and have a little bit more confidence.
You sound like my mom.
Yeah, well, I'm not gonna make a further point on that one. I'm just
then we all just be sad.
Whenever you need to.
Yeah, all right, but back to the game. We have the start with the Bruiser here, Sir Thomas in the front lane. So when you're kind of opening up here, Admirable, right? We've talked about the clash philosophies, and early game is part of those philosophy differences. What are maybe some of these clashes that we might be seeing?
In the early game, I do feel like players tend to play it the similar way, where they're like looking for, can I get a win streak board? When you start up with an opening like this one, Robin getting a lot of one-cost units here for the opening here. I do feel like this is one of the more powerful ones you can have, because it lets you look into all the different possibilities to have these win streaks. But I do feel like Bertosaurus 3-star Hecarim is a little bit inaccurate there, so go ahead and ignore that one. What I'm looking at here from this opening is just how players are always looking for how they can get the strongest they can, and then find the spot where they're supposed to divert away from that and focus on the economy aspect. So when I see Robin's opening board here, and I see Spellsword's Enchantment being the Mirage aspect here, having a 2-star Leona on the bench with a Guardian, having a 2-star Tom Kenshin play with a Bruiser next to it, and then these opening items, I feel like there's a lot of directions that Robin can go with this one, and that the focus is definitely going to be what's the strongest I can be right now.
All right, speaking of choices, we get our first augment. It's going to be Weak Spot, which is one of like just the best generalized augments in the entire game. You're gonna get value out of it no matter what, so it's always good. If you're having a little bit of a tough choice, maybe an augment might be a better choice, but if you're really worrying and you're kind of trying to play a little bit more flexibly, something like Weak Spot will definitely be more helpful in the early game. We're up to 3 Bruisers now, getting some tankiness in there. We also have this Aatrox. This might be moving into a Corki situation. As we know, Corki is probably going to be pretty good. The CDC did say Corki-itis is spreading everywhere on the Convergence, so let's see if we're going to see it today. But, ooh, we do have an item slam here on the Karma already.
Yeah, you're definitely going to slam some sort of item here. I do feel like that with the options available, it's like Hand of Justice, Shiv, and Last Whisper. So from Robin's perspective, if they slam Last Whisper here, you're really hard committing to that Corki early on, and Robin, I think, is definitely a bit more flexible than that. If you slam the Hand of Justice, I don't think the playability is quite as strong here. Shiv just feels like a pretty natural item for what Robin's going to be trying to do, which is typically hunt for that win streak. Robin very much a player of that style that's going to try to pressure the rest of the lobby and then make the most of it when you can. And so when I just look at this here, it feels like Robin is pretty spot on. That was a confident slam, a strong opening here, a great start for Robin early.
Yeah, and I also want to bring attention to the 2 Tiny Titan starts that we have in the lobby currently. We've actually seen Tiny Titans almost perfectly get someone into a top 4 by 30 HP, for example. So they have a little bit more room to lose as well as to win streak in the early game and then sack a little bit later on. So Tiny Titans is something that can actually find value a little bit later with HP as your economy. We do tier 2 our Skarner now as we're moving over to Clear, who also has the Shiv and the Thief's Gloves on the Karma. Doesn't get anyone with the Shroud, so everyone's going to get their full mana. But so far, it really seems like tankiness, HP, that front line is what everyone's going for right now.
I feel like I'm already seeing like little tiny angles of min-maxing here as well, where Clear slamming that tier onto the Skarner like right at the start of the fight. Just getting that little shield a tiny bit extra early can maybe be the difference in killing a single unit or not. This is how much I think players are going to be really valuing this weekend and really trying to fight for the most of it here. Clear doing everything that they're going to be able to do to try to save those shreds of HP. We can have a big difference at the end. And I do want to go back and talk about the Tiny Titans aspect here as well, where Pokegom naturally levels up to 4 here. Cottontail sitting at 120 health after that one. The Tiny Titans gives you such a different angle in how you play your early game economy. And really, it's this stage 2 that's painting the picture of how you're going to act throughout the rest of the game. And so when you have that extra life total to play with, it really encourages you to focus on the economy in a more mid-late aspect where your spike is concerned. And that opens up, I feel like, the rest of the lobby to really incentivize that strength of play and try to get those win streaks going. So some pretty big clashes and some pretty big risks that players are going to be forced to take as a result of something like that.
We're going to move the Karma up into the front line because of that Thief's Gloves and the Sunfire Cape. You know, that's just one of those things that the roll wasn't that great. Karma ends up being one of the tankier units. Let's just put her in the front line. We're probably going to lose anyway. And I'm going to piggyback off of what you said, Nathan, which is these single unit losses here are a really big deal. How many times have you gotten 5th by 2 HP, right? Or 3 HP? That is a single unit loss in stage 2. And so TFT is not about winning or losing every single round. Yeah, if you're win streaking or lose streaking, you fall into that category, but losing by 1 unit, losing by 2 units is even more important for people on the bottom side of the screen going for riskier later game kind of compositions.
Wow, pretty stacked augments here just on the silver alone. You know, honestly, it's pretty rare to look at something like this and feel like that Clear might have gotten actually the weakest augment out of the what's across the board here. Like, these guys is a really strong one early on to just, you know, kind of get gifted to your board. But when you look across, I mean, my gosh, nothing here is weak except a couple of spots.
And even then, it's not even like that weak, right? And so
it's weak for your opponent.
Exactly, but even Band of Themes can be a game-winning type of item, as we now have the Hand of Justice on the Ezreal. So we're running with the Guardians again. The Guardian frontline still pretty common. We're over at Lover now, and we have a pretty, common opening right now. This is definitely something that you will commonly see at this stage in TFT games.
Yeah, just a strong 2-star unit carrying some items, a Guardian frontline, and then just, whatever really makes sense to throw into the mix there. I do feel like that Mirage is a little bit more heavily on players' radar. When you have that extra ability power being stacked up, it really opens up Deja, I think, to a completely different angle. Ezreal, I think, a pretty strong item holder for just an idea like this as well. And if you can continue to piece together a win streak here, which the sport definitely can, it's just you're up against stuff like Weak Spot, which is going to hurt that Aatrox ability. It's going to shred through the Guardians a little bit faster, and you didn't have the damage to get through with this. And look at the hits that you're delivering with a board like what Robin has. That is 2 back-to-back 5-unit wins that Robin has had. That's a lot of damage delivery across the rest of the lobby, and that invariably kind of hurries things up when you get to a point like that. It really pushes other players to have to take that step in improving their board a little bit earlier than perhaps they're used to.
It might be, a little bit of a mirage in the HP totals right now, as Robin's the only one who hasn't lost so far, right? So just because of Tiny Titans might be a little confusing if you're just tuning in, but Robin has not lost, but has also been winning by 5 units, like you said. So 74 HP at 2.6 is very low for someone like Clear. And again, this is where taking 1 or 2 units is going to be good enough for Clear, so we're not sitting at like 20 HP before the Dragon Treasure round, as we have a very, very strong Tom Kench in the front line line with this Rabadon. Look how big that shield is. That is one of the things about Thieves Clubs that is always really fun. You get to see some item combinations that work in certain situations, but not all the time. And this Rabadon's going to be pretty helpful, actually, to start out this round.
Yeah, this is why you stay in school, by the way. You see how smart that Tom Kench was? That was the big shield that got provided. Spicy Abby's here with an interesting opening on the Evoker Heart. It does give them the Nomzi on board a little bit early, so, you know, pretty strong little thing that's going on there. But when you look at Robin's board here, it really is not much of a surprise that they opened up with a 5-win streak here. 2-star Tom with the Thieves Gloves, a 2-star Shen, and the Trainer Cannoneer backline with the Revel in play, and a weak spot as your opening silver augment. Like, it's really tough to ask for more than this.
Weak spot is a pretty general augment, but does interact with certain types of synergies better than others, and Cannoneers is definitely one of those synergies. So let's see what kind of items we're going to get. We have already gotten the Shiv. We should at least get 2 components, and we do, and it's a Morello's, which is always going to be handy when it comes to anti-heal. What are you thinking about the item right now? We've gotten through some patches. We got some big units like Itis that are pretty popular. Is the Morello's or Sunfire kind of a requirement right now?
I do feel like that Morello's and Sunfire step down quite a bit in your priority when you have a thing like Weak Spot. Pokkigom, meanwhile, here rolling on 4. This is looking like a set opening here. And
oh,
that's a
there we go.
3-star set with 47 gold and units on the bench on plate here for Pokkigom. This is a massive spike that took place here. And this is kind of what I meant by that Tiny Titans aspect and players really being able to mold their economy differently. Pokkigom with this Tiny Titans dipped down to 94 HP here. So a pretty big amount of loss they took early on, but now they have Shimmer Scale and a 3-star set on 3-1. This is a huge spike across this lobby right now.
And that is not an understatement, because Shimmer Scale is supposed to kind of get us back up the money that we rolled down with, right? But we didn't roll down any money. So this is just gonna be like extra, right? This is called too much of a good thing. And I do want to also mention, Pocky has been a re-rolling player for a very long time. Was probably the best re-roll Trist back in set 4, I believe. So this is something that Pocky is pretty familiar with. Pocky, again, has performed in the past, but has, you know, had an interesting relationship with the game. As we do get to start with the Prismatic. Is it Think Fast? No. You always got to kind of hope, right? To see if we get the action. But it's going to be
kind of already
Radiant
thought
item.
fast.
That's
Honestly,
true.
like,
Oh, you don't need it. That's exactly right, Nathan.
This is massive as well. So now, here's a couple things that I wanted. There's so much to point out here. The big one is just, let's set the context here. This is a prismatic lobby now. Things are about to get powerful, and we already established that things might have been sped up from the amount of damage that Robin was able to deal. So now, put that in perspective with the prismatic as well. It's really about to spike. Pokkigom's timing here happens to just be serendipitously perfect given the context of this. And finding the Radiant Edge of Night here, forgive me for not knowing the name on this one immediately, but really one of the 3 items that you want in this set 3 inventory is going to be something that just evades the stacked damage against you, whether that's going to be a crowd control item like Quicksilver Sash, or whether it's going to be Edge of Night to re-divert the attention that set is invariably going to get. Really, it's all about stacking this unit so that it doesn't die immediately when it gets targeted. And so that Radiant pickup is big here, and now it's going to be Pokkigom winning rounds. It's going to be disrupting those win streaks. It's going to be ensuring that he's able to pick up some wins here. It's not always going to be the case, but it does feel like that this is going to be the case here. Despite the fact that he's outnumbered right now, I feel like that set's going to pull this one out.
Yeah, this is a raid boss right now for round 3-2. I mean, we would really love a set 3, like at 3-3-3-4. We're usually kind of rolling for it still, but we're here, right? We have 43 gold, and now we get to kind of just sit and wait and see how the rest of the lobby reacts, because we're in such a good position. We don't need to react to other people right now. People will react to us as we move over to Spicy Appies, who had that Evoker crest to help out with the Lulu. This Nomzi is definitely the strongest unit on the board right now, and it seems to be doing okay at the moment, but we definitely need to increase some of our power here soon.
I think that Silas might want to have a debate with you on that one. You know, Silas did take a little bit of a hit this patch, but this is a 2-star Silas with a Sunfire and a Stoneplate Guardian, with now the Mage Cap also on board. You know, this was a pretty big prismatic augment and did shape the rest of the game here for Spicy Appies, but they still are on a 3-loss streak in this spot. So it kind of, again, highlighting the power of the lobby right now, which really changes a lot of the dynamic and how you have to play the game sometimes. I'll be very curious to see where this ends up stacking up. Everyone's direction is feeling like it has a critical point that is able to be hit right now, though.
Yep, and you're right. Silas proved me wrong. Cottontail getting a big hit. Lots of really big hits getting traded now, as if you look at the top of the board, it's Pocky and Robin, and then a cliff into third place at 76 HP. That's 2 people pushing the rest of the lobby down. This lobby should go a little bit quicker, even though we had 2 tiny titans because of it. Now that we also have the prismatic, we've got Lover with a spat probably just waiting there. We've got a lot of items that came out from that particular prismatic round. Cottontail, and Robin, the only one's really picking something that's going to change their game board to board, right? So that Celestial 3, amazing just in general, but for things like Nami, for things like Appy's board is going to be very, very nice to have, because there is some inherent healing in the comp that we're seeing Spicy Appy's play right now.
Something I'm looking at is just 3 Radiant Relics being picked up in the prismatic spot. I think demonstrates a lot of, the improvement that we've seen from just, that angle in general, how powerful it can be and what it can actually accomplish here. Let's put the Silas Bros in play at this point right now. And yep, just like you mentioned as well, sitting with that Earth's grab bag and picking up that spatula off Carousel, another power spike across the lobby that's taking place. Like, there's just every angle you look, someone has got an angle where they're able to place in a very high spot in this game. And it really now is, it's just a race to find out who's going to actually hit that first.
Okay, we have got a pretty stacked tech room there because of that Thieves' Gloves, and now we also have the Siphon with Rage Blade, Sunfire Cape Radiant, and the Shiv. So that's definitely not something that you see every day, but this is going to have a little bit more time to ultimate because of that Rage Blade. We also have a Bard on the board as well. So look, another 4-unit win for Clear, who was in last place, and now because the bottom side of the leaderboard has started to stabilize, the HP totals should be getting a little bit more even. Pocky, Gama, and Robin, though, both winning their rounds.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see more about Clear's board here as well. As we're gonna jump on to Within's board. And when I went and looked at Within's profile in terms of what they were actually playing, when I glanced at that, it really felt like there wasn't necessarily one particular direction it felt like they were willing to go, and kept falling into spots instead. I'm really curious to see where they end up taking today, if it's going to be more of a consistent angle or more of a flexible angle as well. As we're going to stay here on Spicy Appy's board for just a moment, this mage angle, really I think the biggest point right now is that Spicy Appy's just needs to 2-star stuff. And so that's going to mean economy and being on 7. You do need to have that Zoe angle open at least. And so this is really about gold and trying to preserve that life total from Spicy Appy's angle.
Every round from here on out, that front line should last a little bit shorter because everyone else is getting stronger, but we don't quite know exactly how much of this top-heavy lobby still is top-heavy, as there is a Tactician's Crown as well, along with Shimmer Scales. Only a Tier 2 set, though, and it's 3-6, so we're a little bit behind on this particular board, but we do have 40 gold to go, so we should win this outset pretty good. We'll start falling off here in a second, probably around stage 4-1, 4-2, as people start itemizing against it. Not a lot of anti-heal either across the board.
I'm just looking at how crazy some of these boards you're looking across. The big one for me was the highlight of Clear's side. Clear's dynamic, I feel like, was pretty spot on with this one. It was tank, get a bunch of gold, spike big on 3-5. That feels like the play style that they just want to demonstrate here. When I look at Cottontail's board, very much of this, I feel like from Cottontail's perspective is in their play style, they tend to have a weak mid game with a very aggressive early game style, and that's hoping to build to a strong late game perspective. When Cottontail's having the weak opening combined with a weak mid, that does create a big worry for me in the way that they're going to play the game. So this particular spot right here, this 4-1 stage, this is a major inflection point for Cottontail. If they cannot piece together something strong here, I think that they're in a bottom placing.
This is about that time where you can start deciding exactly that, right, Admirable? So we're going to pick up these core keys. We're going to start doing a little bit of pivots. Deja is coming through. We have some pretty good items for it. Mort earlier mentioned that Deja is going to be a unit that we probably see more of as the 5-cost legendaries or 10-cost legendaries go down for those 4 costs, as there is another Deja. I wonder if we're going to sell anything for it. We got some pretty good units on this board, though. But we also have the Soy Boy, Xiaoyu, on the other side as well, with a Fist of Fairness as their Radiant Relic.
Yeah. I love all the different hand justice names that are taking place here. Kivix with a pretty strong looking framework on their board right now, being able to have the 2-star Lulu in play, also a little bit punishing for this Deja on the opening, but I think this Deja is going to be able to really pull through here a ton because this Celestial Blessing doesn't get that final cast off. Instead gets spiked, and Cottontail taking another big hit with a pretty strong setup there, you know, able to finalize that little bit of extra Mirage and play towards the end. A pair of Dejas, not a ton of time to get it rolling, but if they get that rolling, it's going to be a big deal. Robin back into a win streak, Pokygom into a win streak now. Another Radiant augment shows up. Boop, we have a stacked opening game for the Jade Cup.
2 prismatic augments, a Deja too. Sometimes you just hit, Nathan. That's all you gotta do. You just hit. And we get to move in a couple heavier units. Look how tanky this comp has become all of a sudden. Every single unit on this board, other than Yasuo and Deja, are tanks right now. That's going to be the flying fists of Ornn in the front line. And we have a spatula to make another Mirage. So we have 6 Mirage on the board. And this particular Mirage, which is the AP one, is so good with Deja as well, along with the Archangels. If this Deja is allowed to ramp up, it's going to be a tough out.
I'm very curious to see how this pans out. This was an 8-loss streak that ended up building into this board now. If Cottontail loses this round, I'm just flabbergasted at that point. But again, the lobby is stacked. That's a best friends on the other side. Oh my gosh, I am so nervous for just every player at this point. This Deja feels like having a little bit of trouble getting past his front line, but the goal is to have that sweep, really take everything out. But I think this Corki's going to pull through on this one. Cottontail picks up another loss, 9 losses in a row after the Deja 2, the 6 Mirage, the Celestial Blessing, and the Exiles here. Like, how much stronger can that board really get outside of the 2 stars?
Oh man, there's just not a lot of secondary damage. Some comps have like a secondary unit that's going to be able to kind of butter up the opposite team, so someone like Deja can take him down, and that was a little bit missing. Not a little bit, it was missing. No Rage Blade on the Deja is going to be tough as well, but that was a 6 Mirage comp with, you know, okay Deja items getting the L on that round. As we move over to Kivix, who's running Jade, a lot of tier 1 units, but a lot of good units, right? We got the Yasuo with the Hodge, we got the Soy Boy, Xiao Yu with the Fist of Fairness, and Nico in the front line can never be underestimated as a tank.
Yeah, Nico is just, I mean, this has been established, I think, as one of the strongest tanks in the game. This minor repositioning here is going to tend to be a big deal for Kivix, so keep an eye on that. It's usually going to be related to what they're scouting out and where they think that this Xiao Yu needs to walk afterwards. But there's a lot of damage stacked onto this Xiao Yu. If this board can get 2-starred and buy just enough time for that Xiao Yu, I think that this is a pretty strong top 4 angle here. It really all boils down to just how unaffected this Xiao Yu is going to be by board damage and CC and things like that. Once you get the ability rolling, it's a big difference. Robin here stacking up gold and finally taking some losses at this point now. Robin's board does not look super strong to me, and they're at 83 in this spot. I think it demonstrates so much of their early and mid-game play that it's just a perfect angle of how to look at it from that spot. Kivix getting a big win and wanting that one as well. Now it's time to stand up and find a way to get to level 8 and strengthen your board for a top 4.
I'm seeing a binary airdrop for within there, and that's always something in the late game that can give you that extra power that other people just don't have access to. And that's something about prismatic augments that all of them are strong, but there are certain augments that will continue giving, and binary airdrop, especially when picked last, is definitely one of those augments. We're moving back over to Kivix. We've got some Siphons on the board, and now a Volibear. So Volibear, definitely a unit that a lot of people talking about right now. We have level 8, but we do have the Tactician's Crown as well. So we have 9 units and the Siphon too. We've got the Bloodthirster, good items for the Siphon. We're feeling pretty good.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how much this binary can really stack up here. You know, with the Shimmer Scale, you do get that extra item to put on the board and kind of move around for a spot like that. You do have to get these on before the round starts. That's how you get the binary drop. And not too bad. You know, I'll take these. That's a Warmogs on the Volibear, extra health, and that's a damage item onto the Siphon. I'll take that one as well. Cottontail sitting at the bottom at 21 HP, and this board is just getting crushed from Cottontail's angle right now. This Deja, can it handle a spot like this?
Nope.
Gosh, is that big hit from Siphon after the charge is such a major deal, but it gets cleared out because of the pathing.
Oh my god. Someone needs to lose a little bit of weight there in the corner. It looks like a little bit too big of a body for that Volibear. Honestly, kind of through, in my opinion. That should have been a win, I think, for this comp, but the Deja ulting at just the right time. The crits were there, and we're going to end up winning out that round. Cottontail hanging on. Spicy Appy's 1 HP away, but look at the top 4 versus the bottom 4 here. Lots of separation. This might end up being kind of like a rock, paper, scissors situation by stage 6, but we got to get there first. Looking at this particular board, Within, I have known is getting, I've gotten to cast Within a good amount of times. I see Within get 4th and 5th a lot, and it looks like we're actually kind of shaping up to potentially finish in that spot once again. But this Volibear, now with the Shroud, along with the Siphon, who's going to give a little bit more utility with that Sunfire, should have a little bit of an easier time with this particular comp.
Yeah, that was a pretty big Shroud, too. It ended up hitting the Bard in the spot. You have that little bit of extra health on the Siphon, which really almost any third item you put on the Siphon is going to be something that feels a bit welcome here. That is not the charge angle that Siphon is looking for in this spot. But you know what? Anything that Within can pick up that's going to be a win, that's a big thumbs up from their angle. And like you mentioned before, the top 4 versus the bottom 4 right now, it feels like a canyon between the top and bottom spots at the moment. Pokegom's still on that big win streak with that 3-1 hit on set 3 with 40 plus gold left in the inventory, and now we're moving on to the Treasure Dragon, which this is a big round. This is one of the biggest points of agency I feel like it was introduced into the game, and you see the difference it makes in the way that players are planning out their strategies and the way that they're finalizing them as well. With this board right now, Liquid Robin's able to pick up a Rage Blade, and it has an Infinity Edge ready for this position right now, and just everything makes sense when you look at it from this spot. It's just so much of this is stacked for the board. Get rid of that Guardian aspect. Let's pick up the Siphon Whispers and start to shred down these boards.
Okay, very interesting. We actually had a Sona 3 angle there for a hot second, but we did the right thing. I think that's always good to point out. Even though you can get the Sona 3, I think a lot of the players in some of the lower elos might actually take the Sonas to try to push that Sona 3, but instead we're going to use that gold, and without selling those Sonas, for example, we don't get Corki 2, and that's called being greedy versus playing well, as we now have very tanky items on the Siphon. Look at the front line here. This should be given a good amount of time for this Corki.
Cybernetic angle as well, so you have a reason to use this belt as well. Let's just put that on the Soda in the corner and say best of luck. And the mid positioning here on the Corki. So much of the Corki I learned from watching so many of these games is that the position you actually put Corki in is so relative to who you expect to fight. It's while there's only 3 real positions to go from, they're all very tiny, subtle differences that end up making a world of difference at the end.
The Corki in the back line, giving himself a little bit extra time too with that Hex Tech, and it's been working out pretty well. But the Corki versus Corki going to go to the Rage Blade. Look at this, 61 stacks by the end of the round. That's going to be tough to beat any day of the week, especially if you don't have access to the same attack speed.
Oh boy. And that's an Aurelion Soul that we're seeing here now. Spicy Appy's at 13 on the precipice of elimination here. 7 Silases sitting, 8 Silases on the bench right now. That's going to be a champion duplicator. That is a big frontline difference. Really, this composition is about buying enough time for that Aurelion Soul right now. This did take a bit of a hit on the B patch. However, I feel like with this Silas 3 and the Exiles standing up here, you have a lot of time to buy for that Aurelion Soul. Despite the fact that Spicy Appies is sitting at 13, I feel like they have a realistic angle here.
Unfortunately, they're going up against one of the few comps that can actually reach the Aurelion Soul. The Archangel staff should have a good amount of time to actually get stacked, but you got to get through the shield first of the Silas, and the ult does it, but we're going to need at least one more of those to break through this front line. Outside of that, we should be pretty good to go. This ult from Aurelion Soul not breaking through the shielding even for the Deja, and this is going to be a Deja win. Too late for Appy. Going to finish out this first lobby in 8th place, and while that front line was okay with the Silas before, I think it was the Cybros a little earlier, we mentioned stage 4, that front line is going to start falling off a little bit, and it just could not grab back on.
It's just such a big front line as well, and again, like you mentioned, the counter damage as well. If you can't access that Deja in the back line, there's so much time to build up that Archangel's and then really deliver that critical blow. And that's exactly what happened against this one. The Exiles to give you the frontline time, the Celestial to make sure that you're gaining back that HP and to have that sustained pressure, and that Tiny Titans early on, that is what's keeping Cottontail alive right now. Without that Tiny Titans, they are technically out of this lobby.
Attack crown for Lover as well. 87 HP down to 57. Clear, who was hanging on to the bottom of the totem pole at the early game, and that's just the type of play style that Clear has, talking about those philosophies, right? Playing best on board, understanding that you're not going to win these rounds, and knowing when to actually strike in order to do just that. 50 stacks on that Rage Blade gone through one ult of this Deja. Mort specifically said Deja is going to be one of the units we need to look out for, and he was right. I wonder why. It's like he works on the game or something?
Something like that.
Yeah, I think he's a reliable source, a primary source, if you will.
Goodness gracious. The top to bottom perspective here still is so much. Robin down to 43 at this point. Pocky's sitting at 87. The win streak did get broken on that angle. But then go to the top side, or top part of this now. 10 HP for Kivix, 12 for Within, 14 for Cottontail, 14 for Lover, and then 43, 57, 87 as you move upwards here. It's just... the amount of distance that can be created when you hit that most powerful spike is something else. And hitting is going to be a part of a tournament. You do need to have some variables go your way. But when the best players get stacked with that opportunity, that's the lookout spot, because there's really tough ways to try and defeat them when they fall under that category of the good fortune as well.
And was enough, this is also really interesting, was enough damage done by the top 3 players throughout the lobby to eliminate some of these potentially stronger comps than they currently have because of attrition, right? At this point, Pokygom is guaranteed a top 4 based on attrition at this point. But who from the bottom side is going to be able to eke out that top 4 placement, because they're only separated by 4 HP total. Clear and Pokygom, we're going to get a number 1 and number 2 matchup here. This should be a pretty interesting fight, as Pokygom's going to be front to back, while Deja is going to be able to do all of that AoE damage. Ooh, but we also have the Shyvana, who does absolutely nothing, taking the first name of part of her name, Shy, a little too seriously.
Just so much of this, I think, is demonstrated by the understanding of this angle as well. With the Spellblade being stacked up here, you'll notice that Clear focused almost entirely on attack speed. This is an RFC, a Rageblade, and a Shiv on your major carry right now, and look at the amount of damage that was delivered, because each one of your attacks is going to stack up AP. Why not take advantage of that with the attack speed angle on that one? Clear on the win streak now. Pokygom taking the big hit with the Shyvana in play. Shyvana had fairly strong items, mind you. Within now on that precipice of defeat right now. Kivix going out in 7th place. This is very much a struggle for that 5th and 4th place from the bottom side of this lobby right now, and this is not one of the matchups you wanted to see if you're in Within spot.
Oh no, not at all. The type of access that the Deja has to this backline leaves Xiaoyu all basically on their own. But is Xiaoyu going to be able to get to the Deja? So far, the Deja not looking at him, so now it's now or never. How much is this next ult going to do to the Xiaoyu? Is it going to be enough to one-shot him? We'll see here in just a second. And yes, that is going to be it.
So
Plus, the auto kill at the end. Elimination Station comes for Within 6th place. We have a top 5, and look at the battle for the top 4. 2 people tied at 14. Cottontail, like you said, likes to come roaring back into the late game and does just that.
Edge of Night here, pretty good one to find when you have a Yasuo 2 sitting down.
It's actually standing up.
Fair enough. 8 Rage Wing on the board for Pokygom right now, looking for level 9. Look at how much XP they already have into level 8. This is about to be a 9 Rage Wing board, and I feel like if this just does not tell the story of how Pokygom plays, that just really nothing will. You know, this is a player who very much has flex in their specialization. They love the reroll compositions. They said themselves it honestly seems like a little bit of trolling at times. But with this one, it's just, this is not trolling at all. This board is stacked. We're working on a Xayah 3 at the moment.
We are just
so much is showing up here. Pair of Shivs as well.
We are 2 away. We're actually going to roll past the Shyvana.
Wow.
To keep going for the Xayah. We might as well pick this one up, right?
I mean, I'm going to pick it up, but, you know, this is...
We have 58
I'm just going
HP.
to let Pokygom do their thing, because it's beautiful.
Pocky is beautiful. But we do have, you know, a lot of HP to work with, so we could actually sack here if we wanted to. I don't think we need to. This set has stayed around for so long, still alive. The Edge of Night so good on that unit, but any comp that is front to back is going to struggle against this Deja, right? Because the Deja has that backline access from where they are. You know, if your carry is a melee unit in the front line, it's going to take a while, and you might actually just get targeted by the Deja instead. So the Corki might have a better opportunity, but these kind of frontline sets are going to struggle against Deja most of the time, especially Deja 2.
Robin up to 9, going to go with 3 trainers in this aspect. Pretty stacked on this board. Backline looking good, having the Zeeks to highlight some of this damage here. You have a sustain on your Corki. It's pretty high thanks to Celestial Blessing. You have the anti-heal with the weak spot. It's very natural. Really, I think what this boils down to is just Robin's positioning and how strong is his team versus the opposite one at this point. I feel like Robin has really been kind of hanging on in this endgame portion where they're just kind of min-maxing everything out. But when you're able to hit 9 at 24 here with this strong of a board, you don't necessarily expect to lose from this spot. And this Siphon disrupting a lot of what the stage is doing, but it hits so hard in the back line.
It's not over. Oh, there's the Corki. Okay, so that was exactly what we were talking about earlier, right? Front to back, not really going to work that much, but Corki can go front to back really, really quickly, can break through that front line, plus get a little bit of extra help from that buff as well. So that is going to be something I think we see a lot of, is Deja versus Corki, Corki versus other types of dragons, and it's going to be dragons versus Corki a lot during this tournament as we try to find one more Yasuo, pretty popular unit. We are level 9 though. Clear level 9, Robin level 9, I believe.
Finding the opportunities to go to 9 here is, this is really one of the toughest things to do, and it feels like in these tournaments, players are constantly on the hunt to find where this position is. 5 Cavaliers in play, so a pretty strong natural front line. You're pretty stacked on your Deja, naturally via the Mirage buff. Is this enough to get it done? Because now the corner-to-corner angle here is that Cottontail has the ability to critically strike on this corner.
All right, so we've got like death by 1,000 paper cuts versus the a bomb coming through when it comes to the Deja for Cottontail. Attack speed is going to be a little bit better to get the Deja going because of that spell sword, but one more ult from this Deja might be enough. This might be it.
Oh boy.
Oh, the Deja falls. We do get an elimination, and this is probably one of the hardest fought 4th places I have seen in recent memory, as Lover is going to sneak in there with 4. Had a very, very good mid game to get there.
Yeah, this was just, again, what a stacked opening lobby that we have to set the opening here for day 3 of the Jade Cup. Lover making through at 4 HP. Pokkygom still sitting at 40. Clear at 32. The win streak on their side broken. And Robin at 24. This is still, I think, anyone's call. And this is like a really, really strong board that Lover has here. Having the best friends in play is such a big difference for really any composition. Oh my gosh!
You don't have to do anything. You can just wait till next round. Or win. Just win. You get it for free. All right, so that's going to be a Xayah 3. That puts everything else kind of on a little bit more of a wobbly state, right? The Dejas definitely seem to have been the comps that have been using their time the best. Corki is going to be here too, but now it's going to be against the Xayah 3. We can lose by every single unit here and still make it to the next round, setting stage 7 up pretty well. But how much HP are we going to enter stage 7 with before we hit that Xayah 3? That is the question. Corki's so safe in the back line, and you're already seeing the difference between, again, kind of front to back versus backline access. And you cannot underestimate that CC that Zoe gives you, especially if you're able to get that mage buff to go along with it. If you're in the air, you can't do anything, and Corki's just going to get stronger and stronger and stronger. And here is that Xayah 3. I wonder if we're going to move any items off of anybody to get Xayah a little bit stronger, if we're just going to stick with the Xayah 3.
I think that honestly, it's a good question. I just feel flabbergasted by this. Like, to hit 2 different 3-star units on a 9 Rage Wing board at level 9, when you hit the set early, it just feels so bizarre. Like, and again, it's just like the Pokkygom angle in general. It's like somehow he's always finding something unusual that's happening in these spots. Clear versus Robin. This is such a critical fight. A shroud onto that back line could be the difference in the world here. Taking forever for this Corki to cast thanks to that CC. It's giving this Deja a lot of time. Is this enough to pierce through?
We are in the backline with the Yasuo and that Frozen Heart, and the Corki is gone. No access to Deja. Frozen Heart absolutely brutalizing Robin there in the corner, and that's going to be a huge deal for Clear, especially since it was a double loss elsewhere. So Clear, who was in last place for I think all of Stage 2 and half of Stage 3, playing the mid-game, early game pretty slow and then ramping up throughout the rest. Like you said, that philosophy of style, Clear, obvious here when it comes to this particular lobby, right? Sack the early game and then start stabilizing in the mid-game and strike in the late game where we are right now. 8 and 5 for Pocky and Robin. Clear, 32. And Clear didn't even get Tiny Titans.
I also want to point out that Clear wants Frozen Heart to be removed. This is, again, I'm just the messenger in this angle. Is this Clear that wants the Frozen Heart changed or removed from the game? It has nothing to do with me. I personally love Frozen Heart. Anything that says you lose rather than I win is really kind of my angle and enjoyment here. Clear doesn't have a ton to roll for in this spot. It's really just about improving what you already have available in play right now. So like the reroll angle on the Hecarim here, I think is a lot about like, is my Thieves' Gloves really bad? Can I shape it any better? Because there's just really not too much you can do in a spot like this. We're going to end up going with the Bard on this spot to improve this as much as you can.
Ooh,
it's a scary board to look at on the other side, but it is a ghost.
The Xayah is actually in a moderately good spot right now, not getting taken down by that Frozen Heart just yet. Oh, about quarter damage there. The Hex Tech is going to give her a lot of health, but that is a big loss there. I pretty much think that Xayah, even though it was a ghost, only attacked like 4 or 5 times. And it's going to be Shyvana, I believe, versus the Deja. So 2 comps that came in with different kinds of profiles, right? The Deja was something that we saw but wasn't as popular. Mort mentioned that these 8-cost dragons are going to be a little bit more popular. We're seeing that right now. But we also have the Shyvana, which Crowan said was probably going to be sticking around here, and it's got AP items. Very, very good unit to hold that Morelos, but that Archangels means that second ultimate is going to absolutely rip apart that HP. But who will fall first, right? Is it going to be the Deja, or is it going to be the Shyvana? We will see. That's what I'm looking at here.
Just Pocky, thank you so much. It is such a pleasure being able to watch him form these boards and see how they pan
Choose
out.
the items.
This is the fight for the first place, though, and the Xayah gets collapsed on early with that Frozen Heart. This Deja going unchecked, and I don't think this Shyvana is enough to hold it around. Indeed, it is not. Clear opening up with a big win on the day for Day 3 of Jade Cup, and a massive win, no less. What a lobby to take the first place in.
If this is going to be the first lobby, Gangly, I mean, what is going to happen next? Like, we're just going to get the next set or something when it comes to the next lobby. Mort, please. But yeah, Gangly, crazy stuff.
We highlighted 4 different players at the beginning of that game right before we started. Robin, Songs, Pokygom, Clear, and Spicy Appies. And they either hit or they didn't, right? Spicy Appies didn't quite have that game, but the 3 were all in the top. And I think it's important to note, Nathan, you talked about earlier on in the game how prismatic lobbies, specifically a double prismatic lobby, speeds up the tempo. And you know what speeds it up even more? When Pokygom hits set 3 with 47 gold, and then proceeds to just fast 9 out of it. Can you kind of talk about what are the things that happen because the tempo was sped up so much more than a normal game?
It really just it puts the pressures on the players who are not having that kind of natural progression in their game plan there. Spicy Appies, I think, opened up with not necessarily the strongest augment in the world to pick. Had the Namzi to go there, but really got shoved into the mage angle pretty early, and it just really did not pan out. He was getting collapsed on that back line. His front line wasn't holding up just to the rest of the lobby. And when you have to spend all that gold so much faster, these compositions that need a little bit more time tend to get collapsed on. It's exactly what we saw from Spicy Appy's angle there. Pretty unlucky. But this is just the opening game to paint on it. Really, the other thing it does is it paints these wacky-looking endgames like we saw in this one, where we have a Xayah 3 with a set 3 that's on 9 with 9 Rage Wing, and doesn't win. Like, how do you get to a point like that? And it's not strong enough to win. It's highlighting the Clear's understanding, I think, of the Mirage angle in that spot, exactly what to do with it, where those Deja items looked very powerful at the end of the day, and that was just a dominant endgame performance from Clear's angle.
And I want to highlight Clear's game plan going into this. Now, Boop, before the tournament, Clear said himself, he said, if the Soju special is going 9 with 10 HP and immediately dying. The clear special is going 7 and dying before your third augment. He is willing to take that risk and sack that early game so that he can slingshot back. And I think this first game was pretty good evidence of that. He was willing to sack the early game and then make the comeback.
Yeah, I mean, and kind of identifying that the Mirage, the spell sword, was exactly what he needed to do to accomplish that, right? And so understanding that, hey, you know what? Everyone's got kind of a better early game than me right now, and I might get eliminated, but being able to say that, like, even though it might be a joke, it's still pretty good for you in order to actually commit to something like that, right? Because it's hard in a tournament setting to say, I'm going to sack 40 HP and on purpose. Right, and that's pretty much what happened. And so when we go forward, when it comes to clear, I wonder how consistent we can keep doing that, because there are times where you sack your early game and just never come back, right? How many times is clear gonna either get bailed out or play himself out of this situation? This is a great start, and clear is one of those make it or break it players that we've talked about for today. If they're able to make it through to the final and potentially even play into, you know, mid set, then we'll be talking about clear a lot more often than we are now.
Nathan, earlier on in the cast, you talked about this clash of philosophy. I want to bring something up that we saw in that last game, which is almost like a clash of identities within the same composition. We saw Cottontail, another player that really was trying to slingshot their way back, also opt into Mirage, right? And you had Clear playing this heavy front line of Cavaliers with attack speed in the back line, and then Cottontail instead saying, I just want to punch you really hard, going Static Shiv, Archangel's Jeweled Gauntlet. So let's talk a little bit about the contrast of how a composition can be played in a similar line, but the effect it has on the board is actually so different.
Yeah, and a lot of this is just the foundation of teamfight tactics, which is make do. And a lot of times when you're trying to make out these items, you're trying to keep two different angles open, so that way you're not just prohibiting yourself from taking different angles should they show up and should they be more powerful. The items were fine, I think, and acceptable for Deja in an angle like that. I even think that they worked out pretty well, all things considered. The difference of it, I think, is really just the overall strength of the rest of the lobby in this one, really highlighting the difference between this flex open item style of angle and the hard commitment and being paid off as well. It's such a big difference that can end up happening there. I feel like that Cottontail did an okay job with building out their items. I think they understood the spot that they were at, and they even got rewarded pretty early in this very stacked lobby that took place. It just didn't stack up quite as strong in the mirror match angle of it. The front line living a little bit longer, and the Deja on the opposite end with more attack speed getting more casts. It demonstrated again the power of that Mirage angle where you're getting that extra AP for each attack. You're getting rewarded not only with more casts, you're getting rewarded with more HP, and invariably it took over what that extra AP just from the items was stacking on Cottontail's side.
Yeah, people talk about this triforce of economy in TFT, right? Of your board strength, your gold, and then your health. And Cottontail, like you're saying, he had the board strength. He was incredibly strong. He was on a win streak for quite a while. The fact is, he had to tank very, very hard in stage 2 and 3 in order to get to a point where he could slingshot back. And Clear was able to do it while maintaining that 60 HP or so, I want to say, in stage 3. So I think there's something to be said about the way you manage your economy, not only your gold, but also your HP and your board strength. Now, let's take a look at how the rest of the games played out as we look at the scoreboards from game number 1. In Lobby A, we have Luquin and Bertosaurus in the top 2. Lobby B, Marcel P and Malala. Lobby C, Rainplosion and Fingerlicker. And Lobby D, Darth Nub and Zhao Dan Dan. All right, now I want to talk to you, Boop, because I know you've had the top two in Lobby B, Marcel P and Malala, on your radar. So does this surprise you at all?
No, it doesn't. Marcel had the record for highest points at Fight Night for like a couple weeks, so I know that they're good. And Malala has always made it to the final day. Astral, all the way back to last set, Malala has made it to the final day. It just kind of chokes during the final. This is not where to worry about Malala. I am not surprised. Soju getting third there is just kind of saying that this is a pretty massive lobby as well from Lobby B. And just one quick thing, Rainplosion also had a very similar opening than someone like, I think the most familiar name is Taco Bell Wi-Fi from Astral Cup. And Rainplosion, she was able to knock out 3 lobby wins on their day 3 to make it past, I believe, their day 3 into day 4, or maybe it was a little bit earlier. But Rainplosion, newer player, has won, I believe, almost 40% of the lobbies they've participated in competitive so far. However, outside of the 40%, it's usually a 7th or 8th. So talk about a 1st or 8th player, though.
Nathan, something that we've changed in set 7 is that we've moved away from the 1 through 10 scoring system into 1 through 8. And I think with that, it does kind of make it a bit tougher to slingshot your place in the standings, right? So these players that are placing 8th, T-Kamat, Ventobox, Solus, Mordenix, these players are going to have a bit of a tougher time. How do you feel a player like that needs to actually just like reset or, consider approaching the next game?
It's just the same way that you have. I mean, you got here from, a certain perspective, right? How do you keep moving forward on that one? Does your aspect need to change? Did it need to change because of your game 1 performance, or did it need to change because of the meta difference or the patch difference or what have you? You got here because of a certain rate. In my opinion, I don't think I changed that at all until it's critical to start changing it right now. These first opening games, these are painting the texture for what the lobbies are going to look like. So to have the strong opening or to have the weak opening, it's going to feel good or it's going to feel bad, but I don't think much needs to change just yet. This is still just game 1, and after the first 3 games, you could just see the complete inverse and have things equalized.
I love that. Yeah, we've talked a lot earlier about how pressure and expectations, do have an effect on people. And I think confidence, the thing you're saying is you got to just stick to the plan. Trust yourself. You made it here for a reason. Definitely will play out. Looking at the rest of the lobbies, we saw Lobby E already, but Lobby F, Soli TFT, and Nico, Lobby G, Emily Wang, and Morris. Lobby H, Stellar Minhee, and Spencer TFT. Now, I got to say, just on personal bias a little bit, it is refreshing. It's always refreshing for me to see a player like Spencer back on top, not placing first, but top 2 is really nice. Spencer's one of these players where it feels like there's not that many flashy players in TFT, Boop, but he is actually one of those players who's just fun to watch.
I don't know if flashy is ever going to be kind of like the description, but the most like engaging type of players are the Spencers, right? Are the new Babbles, in my opinion. And I also want to give props to Emily, who is pretty well known as a first or top 4 player winning the lobby. I think that new Complexity sponsorship probably is helping out there. And Stellar Minhee, who made it, I believe, to the last day of Astral, very similar type of day to Rainplosion. Stellar Minhee taking the win there. Ramblin, who lost a lot of those AP comps, getting 6, and Robin, who was in that earlier video, and we just casted in that 3rd place spot. So a lot of things can happen. P-God, the future set 7 champion, might need a little bit more time here in Lobby F, but there are some threats here. A Nico I'm seeing there as well that can totally make it into that last day if we play consistently, because that's the thing about Emily and a Nico, is they'll top 4 and then they'll get 8th once or twice and they'll miss it by 1 or 2 points, right? So we just got to cross the finish line rather than stopping right at it.
Emily Wang is one of those players that I think is really in this set starting to get the recognition that she probably deserved a long time ago. And Nathan, I think a nice little reference point for a player like Emily is that she's one of these players that is more game plan focused. And last game we saw Robin, another player who's probably maybe the archetype of the game plan focused player. When it comes to a tournament setting, it actually, I think it's fair to say that there's a certain level of comfort that comes from just having a game plan and being able to fall back on that when you just don't know what to do.
Yeah, I think that just having your generalized game plan mapped out is always a good idea. Like, even if your plan was kind of bad, I think a bad plan is better than no plan in general. Just me personally, I'm going to go with the game plan sort of strategy. But really, the first place here from Emily, I think, is starting to highlight her understanding of set 7 and kind of the breakout that she has been performing here in set 7. Like, this has been a massive improvement in Emily's performance here, where you're looking at top 10 on ladders, you're looking at big tournament performances so far. Like, is set 7 the actual competitive breakout set for Emily Wang here now? Because I think that she's proven herself as a strong player for a long time. Now she's starting to show that she's one of the top players.
Sure, we'll have to see, but we can't get too excited, right? One game is never that much of a sample size in TFT, but we'll have to see how the rest of the day pans out. For all of you watching at home, though, make sure to go to Fantasy TFT. Join us at fantasytft.com. Join us online at home. Play along. You can make your bets, buy your stocks of who's going to place first, who's going to place 8th. If you do it well, you might walk away with a rare little legend. And make sure you watch a little how-to video, and you may see a familiar face there. Now, don't go anywhere, because we'll be back with a little bit more TFT action just after this break. All right, and welcome back to the Jade Cup, day number 3. If you're joining us for right now, we just caught some action in Lobby E, but I know Crowan and Mortdog, you both are kind of scouting around, getting a taste of some of the other lobbies. I want to open the floor first before we talk about the next game we'll be seeing. To hear from you two, Mortdog, tell me a little bit about the highlights you saw in game number 1 on the day.
Yeah, I think we kind of expected to see a lot of, Shioyu and the Jade comp, a lot of the Quirky comp, and we're seeing that. I think Deja has been kind of the surprise of just how dominant it was in game 1 across all the different lobbies. We knew Deja was good, but maybe not that good, I think is catching a lot of players off guard. But the one that really surprised me, and I think a lot of people have been sleeping on until maybe yesterday, was Varus. Spencer came out with a very strong Varus comp right off the bat, kind of dominated the lobby until the very end, ended up getting second, and I think that's a new angle a lot of people haven't been considering. A lot of the 3 costs are getting pulled out of the pool. You're seeing like the Volibears, the Anivias, things like that, and so that's opening up the Varus back again, and still seeing him, despite the big AD nerf he got this patch, still do well, I think is catching a lot of people off guard.
Rowan, tell me a little bit. I know you saw maybe a little bit of Lobby C, I think, right? Which is
Yeah.
the lobby we're going to be watching up next anyway. What did you see?
Yeah, it was interesting. I think talking about these 3 costs like Varus, there's also one in Lobby C with an Olaf player, Skillscorn, Finger ran that one, got Olaf 3, and it was really, really close. It went to stage 7, back and forth, ended up being Rainplosion taking the victory there. But I think in this meta, people really going to be kind of crutching on these Shioyus, Dages, and Corgis. What else can fit in there, right? I think that dynamic will shift throughout the weekend. I'll bring up every single time the way that a tournament dynamic kind of shifts and the meta shifts is so fascinating, because you'll start to see, like Mora was saying, yeah, people will see that Varus game do well and be like, where are more opportunities where I can run this, or I can run Olaf, or even Volibear. I think is another really great 3-cost carry right now. Even in Lobby C, Karamex played a Swain reroll, got Swain 3, ended up top 4ing with it. He did say afterwards, like, yeah, I might not play Swain again because it's too risky, but, you know, was able to get the top 4, so at least that.
I think there's something to be said, especially contrasting what we saw last week, where there's so much of this late game, right? The Aurelion Soul, people want these 10-cost dragons, and that's kind of how you cap out your board. Fast forward one weekend, now we're seeing Pocky play a 1-cost reroll with the set reroll, like you guys are both mentioning. We're seeing some of these 3-cost rerolls as well. So I wonder, Mort, is it fair to say that maybe, even though we're seeing the high end being the dragons everyone talks about, and obviously the Dragonland, that there are other lines that may be underexplored, and maybe it's rerolls or whatever it may be, that if you have the correct conditions, you can explore those lines and find success?
Yeah, I think that's part of it. I think the other aspect here is the fact that tournament lobbies are typically more aggressive. You see a lot more pressure early on than you might see in a solo queue game. And so those solo queue games where you can kind of easily get to 8, you know, I think Soju is one of the best players at this, right? In a softer lobby, can fast 8, tons of gold, hit that Deja no problem. But in these lobbies where the aggression is really high, sometimes you have to do those level 7 roll downs, and sometimes the only way to do that is these 3-cost carries. And so I think we might just see a slightly different meta than we would on live anyway, just from that alone.
Looking to Lobby C, where we're going to be seeing these players at the bottom of the screen right now. I always have to have my eyes on Solus. I think everyone knows Solus had an incredible set 6, really coming out of the woodwork as someone who didn't have a great series of tournament performances prior to set 6, and kind of reinvented himself in set 6. So definitely have my eye, especially believe he placed 8th in game number 1. So he'll be looking to pick up the slack on that one. But Crowan, when you see this player list, who do you have your eye on?
I think really Dish Soap. Dish Soap had an interesting game number 1. I think there was an item slam that was not intended there, and kind of Dish Soap got a little bit into their head on it, but I think there's still a lot more games to go, right? It's still recoverable. So I think the question is, can Dish Soap recover? They're a fantastic player, so they have the means to be able to. Solus as well, I think fits into that category. We'll have to see.
Absolutely. All right. Well, the game is ready. I will leave you two alone to do your thing, but enjoy game number 2 of the Jade Cup.
Thank you very much, Gangly. On into game number 2 of Lobby C, Mort Dog. What about you? I'll ask you the same question. Any players specifically catching your eye here?
I think Kuramex has to be someone you call out. Played really, really well the first 2 days of the tournament. Saw a lot of lobbies where he was dominating. I think ended up, in the top 8, doing really well. So that's somebody else I'm kind of looking at. Also, some of these players that I think have been sort of the slightly lower tier, but still very good. Someone like Stomp a Little, that have been around for a while, but maybe looking for their big break to kind of rise up into the higher echelon.
That is very true. Honestly, any tournament could be one of those players who, like, yeah, they've been around for a while, they've had okay performances, but what is going to be their breakout, right? Are they going to have one? It could be this tournament right here. Stomp a Little had a nice Deja Yasuo game last game, netted a third with that. But I'm really going to see, again, the question, I always go back to it, how is the tournament meta going to evolve? There was 2 Corki players in this Lobby C last game that went bottom 4. Solus is one of them, and Tempest Life was the other. And Rainplosion did end up winning Lobby, though, with, it was like a 6 Jade Corki Shioyu composition. It was super capped. They had level up and went level 10, so a little bit of a different, difference in the power levels there. But these compositions, obviously, still very good. And see Dawnbreaker's Domination. This is also another very good Deja Mirage variant, right, Mort?
It can be. This one's a little trickier, though, because you're not getting a lot of the extra burst on your Deja. Your Deja will stay alive a lot longer, but one of the reasons Deja does really well into Corki, like we saw last game on the main stream with Spell Sword, is you can get some really big damage and then one-shot those backlines. With Dawnbringer, that's a lot harder to do. What's interesting with this variation is, instead, if you can get something like the Nunu 3, The Nunu 3 actually becomes the main carry of the Mirage comp, and the Deja's more of the backup that's helping shred here. Augment choices wise, slams the Luden super quick, which I suppose makes sense for those choices. The other ones kind of lock you in a little bit, but doesn't really have great items or great bench here. This feels like I'm going to have to lose a lot in the early game and maybe kind of pull this up in stage 3.
Yeah, I think a lot of what players have to think about in situations like these, like what items do I have, what can I slam, and what direction does that take me, right? And it's going to be either a Morello's or an Archangel's, both kind of AP-based items. Dishop ends up going with the Archangels instead. That can flex into maybe I'm not going to say a bit more than the Morello's, but into more specific units. I think we can see that on these late game dragons, be it Deja, Aurelion Sol, Ao Shin even. I think there's something to say about Ao Shin comps, like really cap legendary boards that we haven't really seen all that much of. But Dishop right now is just going to try to make Econ, have the Ludens maybe to kill 1 or 2 more units in the early game, and really play that Econ focused style. But like you were saying earlier, Mort, these tournament lobbies can get really aggressive. So how much HP is Dishop going to lose? That's already a 4-0 lost to Kuramek. So how low can you go but still come back?
Yeah, the nice thing is stage 2, even if you lose like 40 health, as long as you can econ up and have kind of a game plan of something to get into that stage 3, you can usually turn it around. I think we saw Clear do that last game, for example. It really does come down to that stage 3 roll down, though, and so, maybe being able to grab something like an Anivia as well and to give you some of that extra power here. But switching over to Rainplosion here, and this is one of those situations I always really hate to be in. We have a pair of Twitch, pair of Ashe, pair of Senna, so many pairs, pair of Set, and you just haven't hit anything 2-star, and it feels so bad.
Yeah, this is unfortunately not a game where 4 pair is a good hand. It really does feel pretty terrible, honestly. But Rainplosion does make the decision to level up to 4. Has a lot of decent synergies in here, but there's not really that much power, especially with no item slams. There's a Jade emblem giving that 3 Jade buff, of course. So you can play around that. There's a little bit of healing. That's being reduced going up against Solus with that Sunfire Slam. Might end up being enough, however. Twitch with the Armor Shred and Ashe getting to kind of free hit, and the frontline Guardians are tanky enough here. Should go the way of Implosion. Actually, a little closer than I anticipated.
Yeah, the Dawnbringer heal helping quite a bit here, but the explosion's going to hit. I think this is going to be really close. I think it'll be okay, though.
Okay,
yep,
yeah.
Sure enough. And yeah, the fact that, the Solus's army was all 1-star, not really helping there. The Jade healing giving just enough. And some people often, especially early game, underestimate the explosion that Jade Idol does when it dies.
Yeah.
And so both things being melee there, that explosion getting in some extra damage here. But yeah, again, still so many pairs, and it feels so bad here.
Yeah, I did drop the set, so I wasn't relying on that pair anymore, just 3 now, but probably gonna have to ditch one of them, unless Rainplosion wins, can sell the Leona, but there's a Leona pair in the shop that would make a great Guardian as a frontline. Being able to, put that Mirage in with the Dawnbringer would be nice, but actually, Rain making a last-second decision to swap the Jade holder, and with that, the Jade only buffs up the Leona, that Jade statue.
Yeah, I kind of get where they're coming from here, because the pair of Leonas is more valuable than the Braum, the single Braum. Because if they can get a 2-star Leona, that'll be pretty big. But yeah, that slight misposition and rushing it a little late could have been the difference between another kill here. Now on the other side, we do see a 2-star Leona, a 2-star Taric, so it was pretty unlikely it had too big of a detrimental income here, or detrimental impact here. But
True.
Overall, that definitely was a slight misplay. Nothing too crazy though.
Nah, nothing too crazy. Definitely recover from it. It feels a little bad when you make a play like that. And it's like, ooh, that's not ideal. It's a very obvious not ideal thing, but I do agree. It probably didn't make that much of a difference. Seeing how many players are level 5 in tournament when we get to the carousel is also really indicative, again, of that aggression. We see 2 players being level 5 already, really just pushing the tempo of the lobby, forcing other players to respond a lot earlier than they typically would have. You brought up Soju, really a great player that works well when the lobby's not pressuring, able to go fast 8, fast 9, but opportunities to do that in tournament are going to be on average a lot less. Unless you got a really good opener here like Tempest Life, who just finds an Idis on stage 2. That was a 2-3 Idis, right? They probably went 5 at 2-2 on the Idis because they already had it. That's crazy opener.
Yeah, that's really good, and especially when you see here, you got the Determined Investor. Getting that this early means you're very likely to get your Diamond Hands very early. You're going to get that Champion Duplicator, which gives you sort of a guaranteed, 4 cost or a Dragon. That's going to be really, really nice. We had a chance to look at the augments, by the way, and really everyone had pretty generic augments, except Solus having that Mirage Heart. So definitely going to be leaning into that Mirage, as we saw with the Dawnbringer. And then we saw Rainplosion with the Jade. Everyone else was still pretty flexible here. A lot of stuff like Cybernetic, or Weak Spot, or Band of Thieves. Yeah. So still a lot of options here, but I think Solus in particular is the one that's really just advertised where he wants to end up.
Definitely. Already has a Yone 2 as well, and I believe Solus's comfort right now, one of the meta comps that he plays the most, is actually the Deja composition. So Solus is right in his comfort zone, which is huge when not only when it comes to just being in a tournament setting, but also coming back from an unfortunate 8th place last game with a comp that I think Solus wasn't as comfortable on with that Corky-itis. Is really going to be a good turn of events here, I think, for him in this game. Tempest did lose out the last round, of course, to Solus, so not able to carry the 100 HP win streak into Krugs. In fact, nobody is. This soap is the lowest at 70 HP, but again, like you mentioned, not too bad. And it's a fine spot for everybody here.
This is pretty uncommon that like everybody has lost a game and dropped a game. Usually there's at least one person that's managed to kind of like keep that 100 health in stage 2. But we're not seeing that this time with both Tempest Life and Stomp a Little dropping that game. I think it was Liquid Kurmex was also the other one at level 5. And so seeing that drop is actually pretty crazy here. On Tempest side, we have the Determined Investor. Throws it on the Itis, which means he's not going to get a stack here. That Itis is not going to die. Then again, I'm not sure anything could, but it's one of those things where I wonder if you put the Taric 1 in isolation up in the front, rather than the grouping he had. And I think that might have cost him a stack, which is another turn where you're getting that 2 gold, getting the econ from the 15 gold that you get when it cashes out. So again, just little small misplay there.
Yeah, I was thinking just that, put Taric in front, not attached to the Jade statue. I mean, not guaranteed that he dies, but very likely. So a little, maybe small micro play. And that's kind of what separates the good TFT players and the great TFT players, right? Thinking about every single thing. There's so many elements to always keep in mind when you're playing TFT, right? And you can't always be on top of everything. There's literally no single game of TFT that you can play perfectly. Although, always do just try to get better and better. Dish Soap making that economy better and better. Ends up getting 50 gold here by Krugs. A nice solid spot to be at. Could even level to 5 here if they wanted to sell that Nunu, but is going to hold on to it for now. The direction of Dish Soap isn't quite defined. There's still a lot of different directions that I think Dish Soap can go from here. Slams the Ionic immediately, though.
Yeah, this is interesting, and I think I called it exactly, right? 40 damage in stage 2. That's exactly what was taken here. And so now it's really going to come down to what can he do in this stage 3. And I think what we'll see is right at 3-2, you'll see, the augment picked, and then a big roll down, trying to get something to turn this on. Because a Karma 1 isn't really going to cover it here. Has the 3 Dragonmancer set with some okay items, but the set is still going to drop pretty quickly. It's not that tanky. So really need something a little stronger in the front line here. Usually if you can get like a Nico or a Gnar, you can get that going. And those are good items on a Nico, but not really for this position.
No, unfortunately not. And again, that Karma, especially being a Karma 1, you want to turn that into something like, at least an Anivia, right? If not like a Deja. Before we start thinking about these late game dragon carries, Dish Soap extends this loss streak to 6 now, drops to 50 HP. Is probably going to roll down either on 3-2 or 3-5. We might see a Greed to level 7 and roll down, but there's a lot of merit to 3-2 rolling here.
Yeah.
Think fast even, but I mean,
I feel like tournament nerves with how much you said he was tilted. I feel like that's not happening.
That's true.
I feel like Radiant Relics is, and it's certainly not happening now with how long we've waited. Goes with new recruit.
Oh, okay.
Pretty basic option here.
Interesting. What do you feel about the new recruit versus the Radiant Relics there? Because I think there's a lot of great Radiant Relic options, be it to place on the set right now or the Karma, especially tier 2ing that Karma right now.
It's always hard because I think a lot of players fall into the temptation that Radiant Relics is just a lot more fun. There's a lot of crazy cool options you can hit. It leads to higher potential carries. If we see like a Shio U2 with a Radiant item, that's a bigger potential than we've ever seen before. But with Jade in particular, you find yourself at level 8 kind of needing that one more trait. You can go something like 3 Mystic or even 4 Mystic, or you can go to like 9 Jade and be able to play that. And so that extra spot can matter quite a bit for a Jade comp. So I do think it's an okay choice here. And I think, like you said, I think instead of the 3-2 roll down here, we're going to try to go to 3-5, maybe try to get the early 2-star Xiaoyu, maybe try to get the Corkies before everyone else does here. So a couple different options.
Yeah, I think even just the passive upgrades there, be it having, +1 unit and leveling to 6, and maybe not quite winning the round, but that's okay. Still 7 loss streak, making a lot of gold. But those upgrades, I think, made it sort of dish soap. Even if they were to lose like they just did, it's not going to be by that many units. Moving over before Carousel to stomp a little, first of all, as we see another Mirage player. Oh, with that Warmog's Nunu. That's the Nunu you were talking about earlier, potentially.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, and we'll see it. We'll show it at the carousel, but I do want to call out 3 different people got level up that prismatic.
Oh, wow.
Stomp-A-Lot, Rainplosion, and Tempest Life are all running level up. So we'll have to see. I think what we'll see now is actually the pace slow down a little bit as everyone builds up their economy, and then all of a sudden at like 4-1 or 4-5, it's going to spike really hard, and we're going to see a bunch of people at level 8 with strong boards, possibly even some level 9 players. So this is going to be really interesting.
Yeah, it's going to change the whole lobby kind of pacing. As you were saying, a lot of people are going to be going for, these, late game dragon boards. Like, might be seeing Shyvana 2s, Yasuo 2s. Yasuo is a unit that a lot of players will kind of like almost crutch on right now once you get to that end game. Like, how can you cap out your board? Oh, just throw a Yasuo in there, give them some, decent items that they can really be flexible, but also solid. Stomp a little ticking. Lost to Dish Soap. That's actually Dish Soap's first win.
Yeah.
So if he can level up after this round to 7, find a solid board, Dish Soap can really fully turn around the momentum here. Oh, passes up the Corki with a bow, so not going that direction. Ends up grabbing a rod instead. Really leaning towards a bit of AP here. Maybe really wants to find that Deja.
Yeah, and you can see the augments here. We talked about the 3 level ups here. Kuramex going that Cannoneer, so clearly going the Corki route. Jason Java has that high-end shopping, which means when you get to level 8, you don't have to worry about leveling to 9. You can roll down, like you said, find those important units like the Yasuo, things like that. Yeah. And then we'll have to check in on Fingerlicker, who got that Earth's Grab Bag, and which emblem did they turn that into? Is it going to be a Cavalier? Is it going to be a Mirage? Is it going to be something else? And so here we can see that Dish Soap roll down we were talking about here. Is able to find one Xiaoyu. That's it. So
here we go.
Interesting. Leaning into the Deja despite everything here. Wow.
Yeah.
I guess showing that preference we talked about, right? Is like Deja's clearly becoming kind of the lead favorite of this tournament so far.
100%. Dish Soap is comfortable on Deja. That's comp they've been practicing on ladder leading up to this event, and Dish Soap is really good on ladder, right? That's kind of one of the main talking points. Dish Soap is almost that Setsuko of old, being the quote-unquote ladder warrior. I know Setsuko doesn't like being called that, and I think has proved that, it really isn't, but Dish Soap, I think, is in that spot. When can Dish Soap have that good tournament result, leaning on comfort like this Deja, and be able to roll down on 3-5 level 7 and find it? Probably winning this round because of it as well. Dish Soap in a solid spot, has direction now. I think that's the biggest thing. 3 Cav, 5 Mirage.
Yeah,
not too bad.
The thing I worry about here, and as we talked about, is that this is Dawnbringer. It's not one of the ones that gets the amp, and so with how contested it's been, if you can't hit that Nunu 3, that Deja 2, it's going to fall off. Yeah. And the person he beat was one of our players with level up, that, as I said, is sort of holding that gold, and it's going to spike to level 8 very quickly. So...
Cavalier Emblem was the slam here for Finger, not trying to greed out for a Force of Nature or anything. Cavalier Emblem is one of probably the highest slammed emblems right now. You can have some use out of Mirage or Mage as well, but Cavalier is so value. I think Finger using it as a Yasuo kind of mid-game carry is going to be really effective here.
Yeah, for sure. Cavalier right now just gives so much armor and MR. I think it's become sort of the premier frontline. There's also some pretty cool tricks you can play with it. It leans into Mirage, but I think the biggest one we haven't seen much on stream yet, but it's the Volibear Cavalier with the Legend, and the ability to give your Anivia, your Ornn, and your Volibear hundreds of armor and MR can be really good. And you can actually see has the Volibears on bench, so that might be where we're headed here.
I think it is. Holding those, still doesn't have any Anivias, no Ornns. But we can get there without too much trouble. I think the only unfortunate thing is there's no Sejuanis, and as you keep leveling up, it's gonna be harder to find those Sejuanis. It's nice to have, obviously, a Cavalier and giving that one guild buff. Nice if we think about, an augment that's on every player's mind, right? Stand United. That's going to be great for that. Has a remover as well. Probably not gonna be too big of a deal right now. But when does Finger decide to roll down is the question. And if they hit that volley too, is that going to be enough? How far do they roll down? How deep do they go?
It's always fun when you reach this point and you start looking at the side and you can see Tempest Life hitting level 8.
Yep.
Bishop hit like a Talon 2.
Oh, Shyvana.
And you just see some of the stuff that hits here. Yeah, hits the Shyvana, which is really awkward here because the level 7 Shyvana one is good, but it does fall off pretty quickly here.
Yeah.
So I wonder how we're going to see this attempted here. Is this going to be like a Cavalier Shyvana? Or are we going to keep the items on the Yone for now? But definitely an interesting spot here. I don't know that a Shyvana one's going to be enough by itself. Meanwhile, on the other side, look at this. There's 6 of the Nunus. So
yeah. Still only one Deja, however. Usually Inox Spark wants to get put on the Shyvana basically as fast as possible. A little surprised that the item remover wasn't used there or just selling the Yone outright, but this is going to be a huge loss that Finger was not looking for here, especially with, rolling down. They didn't roll down that much, but they still have 40 gold to work with. It's okay spot. In HP though, not so much. They're near the bottom of the lobby, Tempest Life only being 3 HP lower. And hey, Stand United to talk about it, and you shall see it. But it's going to be a silver tier augment, nothing too crazy, probably just more standard stuff across the board.
Yeah, like I said, the fact that we went tier 1, prismatic tier 1 means a lot of that power is in the prismatic. And because a lot of people chose things like level up, high-end shopping, not going to be as crazy cap outs as we've seen before. I think the person to actually watch out for with augments here is Kurmex, has that Cannoneer emblem.
Yeah.
And so if they can turn that into like a 4 or 5 Cannoneer with the Corki, that can blow up a lot of these front lines pretty quickly. Now the one counter to that is of course Cavalier, which has a lot of armor, which means Kurmex is going to be on needing to look out for something like a Last Whisper, really make sure he can get through those high defenses.
Yeah, I really like how Rainplosion is playing this game. Went level up, went to level 8, is not rolling because they think their Lee Sin 2 is going to be enough. And Shiverville might be right here. This Lee Sin with BT, Titans, and Jewel Gauntlets could be deleting units as we see with that kick right there, but is not over prioritizing on what they want their endgame board to be, right? Even if you do lose right now, it's okay. The board is still strong enough with that level up to be able to go level 9. I think Rainplosion has enough HP for that. And then find your Shioyu to transfer the items over to, Shioyu and Anivia, etc., and land on a really strong composition. I do really like, again, how Rainplosion is playing this. Is barely number 1 in the lobby in HP. This lobby's really close, by the way. It's just like a 21 HP gap for everybody.
Yep. We see Tempest Life also getting a Cannoneer emblem there, so that's going to be another Corki player, pretty sure. And kind of exactly what I called out happened is pretty much what happened, right? We saw like Dish Soap playing that aggressive, trying to keep up, now on a win streak, and everyone who took level up is kind of like on a loss streak right now, slowly losing health. But the spike is either about to happen or has already happened. And right around 4-5, I'm expect to see a lot of level 9 players hitting some of these legendaries, and that might be where someone like Dish Soap falls off, unless he can get that Nunu 3, because even the 2 Nunu 2s with 6 Mirage doing that Dawnbringer heal, that is a lot of health for some of these comps to try to get through.
Definitely. I'm a little concerned. I'm seeing a lot of Corki or like leaning towards Corki for some of these players, at least 3, I believe. And I don't actually think Kurum is that comfortable with Corki. Looking at recent ladder performances, the Corki games on Kurum's match history are a lot of the times the only bot 4s that he has. This is a solid spot to go, but if all the Corki is already taken, where does Kurum go, right? Even being level 8 already, doesn't have a lot of gold. There's no guarantee that you hit, even 1 Corki, let alone a Corki 2, which you're going to need for the composition.
Yeah, but at this point, you have that prismatic. It'd be really hard to pivot off into anything else. So that's kind of one of the bad things about taking that prismatic. Looking around here, we see Rainplosion and Tempest Life both got Stand United. Solus getting that Pandora's items, allowing him to maybe get that best in slot for his characters. And then Finger Licker, I think that's another one we got to call out. Getting the Cavalier Heart, buffing the power of those Cavaliers we know they were leaning into. I think if they were going the Legend version, that's going to make the ability to get even more armor and MR on those Legends. So we'll have to see if that plays out. Right now, they're sitting in last place at 32.
Yeah.
And then the other thing here, we're on this board here, and we see a big Nomsy just hitting Nomsy 3. So getting that Nomsy early and getting that going now. After the change in the B patch, this Nomsy is now stronger than it was pre-B patch. And so this is a pretty hefty Nomsy for the team.
Wow. This is interesting. This is kind of another one of the situations I was talking about. Like, what do you do, right? There's the makings of a Cannoneer board, but finds an Ao Shin is going to roll with it right now. Finds 2 bards, but they actually don't make their way onto the board. Interesting. Jason Java. I mean, this Ao Shin, when it casts, is still going to do a fair amount of damage. Their Tristana 2 at this point is definitely going to fall off, and the front line being an Orin 1. Yeah, put 2 items on him. He doesn't even finish that cast, though. It's going to be a little bit awkward right now. Jason definitely going to lose this round.
Yeah, definitely going to lose this round. At least he's going to do some damage here with the Ao Shen. The big thing, though, is they have that Champion Duplicator, which could do an Ao Shen 2. The gap between Ao Shen 1 and Ao Shen 2 right now is very big. But as you mentioned, there aren't really amazing Ao Shen items here. So, it does have the high-end shopping, so it's like, could very well turn this into an Ao Shen 2. It's just, again, without those items, what do you do?
I mean, the tier already goes. I was gonna say maybe there's a world where it's like Rageblade IE and then find a Jewel Gauntlet on the treasure dragon, but it is a bit awkward. A lot of pairs here. Bard pair, Zoe pair, Yasuo 1.
I think the big thing hurting right now is no Lulu either. You need a Lulu to be able to get the items off that Tristana, because you don't really want this Tristana in here, but you've also built up this Nomsy that's so powerful you need to keep it, and Lulu would give that Mystic, which could be really good, and so we really need a key hit here, whether it be the Lulu, the Ao Shen 2, Zoe 2, trying to keep that 3 mage in here, because Zoe with 3 mage is also a lot of good utility, but without that, this Ao Shen with a tier is not going to be carrying these fights.
These fights aren't losses by that many units. However, it was just a 1 unit loss last round. I guess 2 because of Deja. And yeah, Ao Shin's not going to get another cast here, so it is going to be a fair bit of damage. Players are getting dangerously low, Kurum being one of them. A rough spot, but 24 HP for Stomp a Little and Jason Java Solus right behind. And what is Kurum going to go with here? Does he refresh this? These are some decent frontline items, but you need a bit more than that at this point. Once, I think, at least 1 bow to complete that Rageblade on the Tristana, and again, hopefully find a Corki, but Kurum's running out of time to find it.
Yeah, for sure. At this point, without that, the one thing that might help is you can get that Diamond Hands, which can give you, that Champion Duplicator to help you make that Corki too. But I have to call out, look at the lobby health right now. 50 on the top, 19 at the bottom. This is a very tight lobby. Oh, this is a hard position here, because if you put in this Siphon, you give up all the stacks of Determined Investor you were working towards. And it's not so much that you need the Diamond Hands, but you really wanted that 15 gold and Champion Duplicator that you were building towards. And yeah, hits 0 Corkis, which is not surprising considering how many are out of the pool. But stuck with that Cannoneer emblem, this is not where you want to be, unfortunately.
Not where you want to be, but it's where Kurum has to be. And I do like the Siphon pivot. Obviously, like you said, it feels really bad giving all those stacks, but there's not even any IDIS items, right? The only items you could really work with here for your leftovers are AD items, and Siphon works really well with that. It has to put on a Deathblade, but sure, that's great. Jason Java actually does hit the Ao Shin 2 here. Wow, what a thing that was. And it's going to, cast and delete the whole board here. That's the power, like you were talking about, more of an Ao Shin 1 versus Ao Shin 2 diff.
Ao Shin 2 with really good items. The IE Jeweled Gauntlet Shojin is pretty good here. One of the nice things is, even with only 4 Tempest, you're still getting a pretty hefty chunk of attack speed. That attack speed is proccing the Shojin pretty well. And then Ao Shin 2 just has enough damage built in, even without like any AP. It's just going to blow some stuff up here. Looking over at Solus's board, 7 Mirage. If you can find the Yasuo, that'd be great. But we also know Dish Soap is playing this. We know this comp's pretty contested. Has kind of a not great item here on the Deja with the Titan's Resolve. And so this is where I think we're seeing sort of the weaker version. Even with the Stand United that's giving him that extra AP, there just isn't enough power in this Deja to kill things before they can heal. And so against comps like this Corki, for example, might struggle.
Yeah, it is, big Stand United value, but as you're saying, might not be enough, especially, like you said, with that Titans in mind, not ideal items. Leona is obviously also not the ideal frontliner Lena 2 at this point. Corki's going to shred through that, especially with the last Whisper. It's really going to come down to that Deja versus the Corki. Can Corki shred through everything in time? This next Deja cast.
Oh, that's not where the cast wanted.
It's not where the cast wanted to go, but I think it's okay regardless. Oof. Yes, it is. Kurum drops in 8th, made the commitment to that Cannoneer Prismatic Augment. Oof. All the Corkis basically already gone, and doesn't end up finding any. Drops in 8th.
Yeah, that's one of those things where, again, if you choose that augment, you try to bank into it, and you get stuck there. It feels really bad here. And so now we're looking at a level 9 board. 2 turns off that Diamond Hands, which can be a pretty big upgrade. But this is a board where you have the Corki. Now, the one thing here is that with this Corki, you're still weak to that backline damage, and with so many people playing that Deja, this is one of those times where you wish you had like a Gunblade or a Hand of Justice or something like that.
Yeah.
And so without that, it's going to be pretty tough here. And kind of get a mirror match here, but Tempest is looking quite a bit stronger here with that Cannoneer emblem. Has the Ginsus also, which means as the fight goes longer and longer, this Corki's going to be able to pump out more and more damage. And also already has their Diamond Hands finished. That Yasuo 2 also now on the back line. And so this is going to be looking like a pretty clear victory to knock out another Corki player here.
Stomp Little does go out. Oh. Wow, 3 eliminations happening. Stomp Little in 7th, Solus in 6th, and Finger in 5th. Top 4 already. Talk about an explosive round that was.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy how we were talking about how we were close at the Treasure Dragon. Fast forward 3 rounds and we have a top 4. Dish Soap does make it to top 4 here, but looking to be the next one to go out. And Rainplosion sitting on top with that early Corki that was able to hit here. So, it's unfortunate. We come back to Dish Soap's board here, still on those 6, the 6 Nunus. Never able to get the Nunu 3 here. Has some pretty good items on the Deja, but yeah, again, without that Nunu 3, Deja isn't going to be able to pump out the damage to get through something like that big Itis. So unfortunately, I think Dish Soap might be out here.
I think it's fine though. I think Dish Soap is going to be satisfied well enough with the top 4 here, especially after having a not ideal game number 1. The top 4 is going to start to build momentum up just a little bit. Only having 2 points. But there's still 6 games to go. The Shroud and going up against that Aoshin too. This is just a stronger dragon on the other side of the board here.
Yep. Unfortunately, this isn't going to be enough power, as we said, because it's Dawnbringer. And so that's going to give the Aoshin time to just cast. And that Aoshin is going to delete the entire enemy team. And even if this Nunu can get over there, we're going to get a second cast. And that's going to be the end for Dish Soap.
Jason on a 4-win streak now with that Aoshin. Looking over at Tempest, this is an Itis Corki board. But as you mentioned earlier, features that Yasuo 2 with a Diamond Hands. That's big value to have at this point. Hopefully finding another good Yasuo item on this next coming PvE round as well. We're going to have a couple of rounds till anyone's eliminated. So have a bit of a moment of reprieve. Try to say, what can you tech in? Do you need more Mystics? Do you not? Mystics would be great versus the Aoshin, right? But how many can you fit in?
I feel like Mystic isn't really the play here, because once that Aoshin casts with these items, it's over, right? Like, it's just going to delete everything. 2 or 3 Mystic isn't going to make a big difference here. What you really need is just as much damage as you can to get through that front line quickly. Hopefully get on the Aoshin and kill him while he does that long channel time. Because if you don't, this happens.
Yep. The cast and okay, didn't delete everything. I guess the Corki's still alive. And the Itis is tanking. So there's a chance here. Oh, the Corki falls to just some ambient random damage there. But I mean,
Diamond Hands.
Yasuo Diamond Hands. Is it gonna be enough? Oh, it's so close. The Aoshin's gonna cast, but no, Yasuo takes it out. The Aoshin board can bleed more, dog. It's, I mean, a combination of damage, but also I think the survivability did have a lot to do with that board going Tempest Life's way.
Yeah, for sure, I agree. And the Diamond Hands especially, because during that, it's only a 1-second window, but every second it's there, it's absorbing any of those bolts that Aoshin shoots out here, and that can be a massive difference here. We end up seeing a 3-item dragon here, and this is not the 3-item dragon you really want to see. You're really kind of hoping for that gold, maybe hit some stronger units. It does get the blue buff, but without a Yasuo to really put it on, that's not that great here. Will allow for maybe an early Zoe cast. That's the one thing that's going to be pretty good here. Zoe's going to go from 30 out of 100 to 80 out of 100. So you can get a big early Zoe. But also you've got that last Whisper now. That is not a great item for this situation. It's not really helping you any. I think Last Whisper, commonly one of the least good items to get if you're in an AP comp, unfortunately.
Oh yeah, kind of unfortunately seemingly useless. Sure, it's gonna be a little bit of attack speed, right? You know, you can't understate that value. Maybe it's a little bit faster of a bard cast at the right time. Yeah, looks like it's just gonna be blue buff Zoe. She casts almost immediately. It's going to start off with a Kale ultimate. Kale intervention might end up making a difference here. But honestly, that all coming out a bit too fast is not great sometimes. You want that to come out exactly when like people are casting their abilities so it prevents as much damage as possible.
Yeah, now this is a really hard matchup with the Soraka 2. The Soraka 2 puts out a lot of healing, and so that combined with the Jade can do a lot of work here on keeping things alive. And so Soraka's still alive here. Unfortunately, I think we are going to see a second cast here, and unless the Edge of Night has already procced, this is going to get close.
Let's see.
Okay, it already procced.
No. Already procced. Jason takes the win there and could start to see some eliminations happen here. Jason is just 1 life remaining. Tempest Life, however, on a 4-win streak, being level 10 at this point. That's the power of level up, right? 2 of our level up players are still alive. Rainplosion has not made it to level 10 quite yet, however, has about 40-ish gold to work with right now.
Yeah, it's interesting. It feels a little bit like Paper, Rock, Scissors, but the big differentiating factor here is that Yasuo 2 with Stand United. Look at the Stand United value here. This is 20 extra AD and AP to the entire team. And then you've got that on that Yasuo who has Diamond Hands that even if you do get lucky and manage to take it down, is just going to be able to get right back up, get another shield going. Yeah. And that feels so good. So much CC here. And yeah, it's just going to be really tough. That Yasuo is still alive. I think that's going to be the big thing that might take Tempest into the first place here.
This board is so tanky and also has adequate damage. I think this is really, really solid. Tempest Life, a definite favorite to win here. Rainplosion taking a big loss. Jason also takes a loss to that same board's clone. Can't beat the clone. Unfortunate. Jason Java out in third. That's a 1v1 situation here, Mort. Is there anything that Rainplosion can do? There's even 3 Mystics to deal with the Anivia damage. Maybe getting lucky with a Shioyu, positioning, gets able to walk into the backline, maybe take out a Corki and then finish Yasuo a bit later. Not sure it's going to be possible, though.
Yeah, the Thief Gloves item's not really what you're looking for here on the Yasuo. Still stuck on a Nico 1. The Soraka healing is going to be okay, but unfortunately the Corki's just going to be able to unload and unload and unload. And again, we're seeing the power of that Stand United plus the weak spot built in to get the anti-heal reduction on the Soraka side. I find it very unlikely Rainsplosion wins this.
Yeah, super unlikely, but I guess there is a chance, right? The Shioyu actually does walk into the back line, like I was talking about. Maybe being able to take out the Corki and then go up and clean the rest of the board a bit later. This is going a lot better, Mort Tug. Oh,
what do I know? Really good positioning.
Super good positioning. That was a positioning diff if we've ever seen one before.
For sure. Yeah, you really got to block off that Shioyu from getting back to the Corki. So now we go down to... basically what's going to be the final fight unless Rainplosion loses by like 1 unit. Gets the Zephyr off Carousel. That's one of those, feels bad because it's going to be cheesed right in at the end. And so this is a very close game here between these two very similar boards. Gets the Soraka 2, which is an upgrade. But again, really what this comes down to is can anything get on that Corki? And as we saw last fight, yeah, it can sometimes.
Now Rainplosion, being level 10, has Zephyr to work with. It could happen again, theoretically.
I feel like I caster cursed it last time, so now I just kind of want to stay quiet and be like, all right, who's going to win? I don't know.
Anticipation, the last second swaps. Are any going to happen? Swaps the Corki all the way over and then back again to the right side. Ooh. Yeah, Shioyu is on left side, so has dodged it. This is looking a lot better here for Tempest Life, and this matchup probably going to be an elimination, probably going to be game number 2 coming to an end. The front line still alive, though. A lot of damage coming through. Yasuo knocking up so many things. Anivia back there with Imrello is applying it as well. What's going to happen here? I don't think this Shioyu is going to be able to survive quite long enough. It does go down. Corki cleaning up versus just the Anivia, and yes, it is going to be the fight won, but not the game over. Rainplosion killed enough units to survive yet another round, but Tempest Life gets even stronger now with the Bard too.
This is one of those games you really like. This is such a close game. It's looking real good. These fights are really coming down to a positioning diff. These team comps are very even. We do have the Zephyr on the other side.
Oh, Zephyr
but
wasn't placed, was it?
I'm not sure if he sold something to remove it. I think he might have done it. Zephyr was on his bench. Wasn't. So, all right. So we'll have to see again here. Can he get the Zephyr placement in the right spot? Corki right in the middle should maybe give a Zephyr angle. We'll have to see. Goes with the Zephyr on the front line. I like that play to skip the Itis early. I do like that play. Itis is back down here now, though, so now we're starting to see the damage. Really got to pay attention to the Yasuos and the Shious. Shio procs the Edge of Night. Is able to get through the Itis just about now here. Shio still alive. Soraka doing the healing, but that's it. Oh. And I think that's going to do it. Corki going to be able to beat Anivia here. The Diamond Hands Yasuo still alive.
Yeah.
And at this point, he's going to be able to clean up, never dies, and that's going to be a first place for Tempest Life.
Tempest Life going level 10, so the Rainplosion, but wasn't able to close out the back-to-back victories. Still a first and a second for Rainplosion is pretty solid results there, but super well played again by Tempest Life.
Listen, to second game of the day, we've already seen two different games with prismatic augments in them. And Mortalk, you talked a lot about how the tempo of the lobby changes based on how augments come up. If it's silver, prismatic silver, whatever. But I want to draw your attention to this. The top four had level up, new recruit, and high-end shopping. Everybody who took a combat augment found themselves in the bottom four. Explain that to me. What happened?
Yeah, I think the big thing is, we've talked about this a lot in various points, where it's like, if you can match the pace of the lobby, it puts you in a better position. With 4 people sort of going, okay, I'm going to take my foot off the gas for a bit and build up this economy, that means all of a sudden there's room for those 4 people to succeed. I think if only 1 or 2 had been non-combat, all the combat people might have punished them too hard. But with that many people with their foot off the gas, it gives you enough time to build up that power, reach those late game comps, and then everyone puts their foot on the gas, and that's when you start to see that power spike. And so that many people was really... They kind of helped each other, basically, is what it comes down to.
Yeah, that's fascinating. There's definitely a world where if 7 people take combat augments in a prismatic lobby and 1 person takes level up and they invest, well, then they probably are not going to have the health to be able to cap out their board. Obviously, what we saw there was that they all invest in the future and they all were able to get there. Let's take a look at how the rest of the lobbies played out. Taking a look at lobbies A through D, Luquin looks like T Kamat taking first in lobby A, Chalky in lobby B, Tempest Life in lobby C, like we saw in lobby D, Setsuko. I'm not sure if the scores are correct or if the player lists are correct. I'm pretty sure that the scores are actually correct, though.
Yeah, I think the scores are correct. So
yeah.
Let me bring this up, because I do remember seeing Luquin and Burton 1-2 in lobby A. So I'm going to assume that the scores are correct here. I want to talk about lobby D, Setsuko. Okay, Crowan, we've heard time and time again how Setsuko, there's a lot of pressure on him. There's eyes on him. He is the dominant North American solo queue player who doesn't always have his performances transfer into tournament. Right off the bat, I feel like is it probably fair to say that having a win up front early in a tournament can maybe help give you that boost to carry on through the rest of the day?
Oh, 100%. And I remember Setsuko topping out on Day's previous tournaments and having an interview and saying, yeah, I don't always want to be, known as this, solo queue warrior, this ladder warrior. I want to be known for my tournament performances. And Setsuko is kind of putting his money where his mouth is right now, showing that, yeah, even in tournaments, even in high pressure situations, in strong lobbies, right, still top out. And this is still early on in the day. Setsuko is in a fantastic spot. I am loving this kind of new Setsuko that we are seeing being that tournament dominant player.
Rising from the ashes. Hopefully we do see more of that Setsuko. It is funny. I think that Setsuko, maybe he has this reputation of being the ladder warrior, but everyone's rooting for him and wants to see him perform. Let's take a look at the rest of the lobbies. We have Pokigam and Robin back in the top 2 of lobby E, Saint Vicious and Soul Reaver in lobby F, Ramblin and iCopy Keen in lobby G, and in lobby H, Asa and Broccoli. Okay, there's a lot of people we can talk about here more. I'll give you the floor. What lobby you want to talk about?
The big thing for me, it's not any particular lobby. It's like you see a big reversal of fate here, right? Clear won their first game and then dropped. Saint Vicious went 8th and then won. Emily Wang won and then went 8th. Asa went, it's like 6th, I think, or 8th, and then won. And so it's like we're seeing pretty big swaps here. Like the few people that were able to do consistently well both games are going to have a pretty big lead here. But yeah, some big ones here: Asa, Ramblin, St. Vicious, Pokygum, clearly one of the big winners here. Went second last game with that Xayah 3, ends up in first here, so he's got to be sitting real good. But yeah, overall, it's just seeing some of these big shifts is the thing that's catching my eye.
Yeah, definitely for players like Rainplosion or Pokygom going top 2 in your first 2 games, you're going to feel a certain level of advantage. Pro, and I do want to point to one of the players on this scoreboard, that's Ramblin. I mean, set 6, Ramblin is basically, he's the only player to be top 3 in the power rankings for the entire set. The only person to hold that title. Astral Cup comes around, he isn't really able to live up to that those same expectations. Hopefully, and I think I speak for a lot of people, I think maybe we're starting to see the resurgence of Ramblin going into the Jade Cup.
I really hope so. I think Ramblin has talked about the fact that like they weren't quite as, into, competing recently as they were when they, had their big dominant runs. And I hope that's not the case. I hope it really is a reversal. Ramblin's kind of finding that enjoyment, that passion again, because Ramblin in peak form is such not only a delight to watch, but I think honestly on Ramblin's best day, like I think we can say the best TFT player in North America. Like everyone looks to Ramblin. Ramblin's hanging out in streams. We're like, oh, where's Ramblin? Ramblin, tell me what to do here in this spot. Like everyone looks Ramblin as such a smart TFT player for a good reason, right? It's no doubt that we're going to see Ramblin have success if he's feeling it, if he's really on his game.
All right, well, we're only 2 games in. We're going to go to a quick break before game number 3. But before we do, we're going to introduce you to a little video where you can learn more about our partner Ball Street and Fantasy TFT. Hey, welcome back to the Jade Cup, day number 3. Boop and Admirable, you're back. Welcome back to the two of you. Well, we just saw that last game. I want to actually talk a little bit about Rainplosion, second place finisher from the last game, but also currently tied for first place in total points. I know, Boop, you've been talking about Rainplosion for quite a bit now. She came off her inaugural tournament performance, I believe, right? In Astral Cup, 20th place there, and she's starting the day off pretty well now, too.
Yeah, actually did very well at the beginning of day 3 for Astral, and now she's doing the same thing, and hopefully making it into this final lobby, playing super well, and was actually part of one of the more difficult lobbies for both of these tournaments so far, and was able to come out on top once and in second place another time. So we talk about the new guard, we talk about the old guard, and this is definitely part of that new guard. I think Spicy Appies is now, in the mid-range, age-wise, in terms of TFT life right now, as we get some more people going through, and Rainplosion, I'm ready to say I would predict that Rainplosion might be one of the better TFT players that we have in the future. We just need some experience, I think.
I can only imagine Boop's head what the calculation, if 1 year to dog years is super long, one set in TFT must be even longer. Spicy Appies is now washed up, retired in the nursing home already. But Nathan, I want to talk to you about this next lobby we're going to be seeing in the next game, Lobby G. Two Titans here, Tetsuko and Sox. I mean, these are two players I think everybody always has on the tip of their tongue, followed by Casper, who I think has definitely quite a reputation, and then 5 newer players. I don't know if newer is the right word, but tell me the dynamic of this lobby. I think it does change quite a bit when you have these two favorite or reputable players going into them.
Yeah, when you start to go into this point, one of the big things I always want to look at is just the point totals, because it helps you draw the contrast here of like who's going to be playing what. Does the player need to shift a lot? And Sox really has not kicked off things super strong here, but not like ultra weak. Sitting with 8 points right now. Sox, I think, is going to have a bit of a stronger performance in these next 2 lobbies in order to really draw out that path for the next day. Now, draw the contrast to that. Jump right up to the top. It's Setsuko starting out the day with 12 points. This is a major difference, and this is on the track that people often expect to see from Setsuko, but that we really have not seen follow through on an entire tournament performance yet. So this is a big highlight for me, where it's something now that could be very big for Setsuko. Is this one of those giant breakout things that starts to carve that path to the World Championship for Setsuko in a spot like this? And then you go across the rest of the lobby, and Casper's the next player I'm looking at. 10 points, sitting at 23rd place right now. Casper is actually one of the players that I'm most excited to see, because I feel like Casper has had a lot of development over their TFT game in this set in particular, where it feels like it's strengthened a lot of areas. They've cleaned up a lot of some of the play there, and cutting out a lot of the let's do this random nonsense kind of jargon. When I've seen them in lobbies, on these challenger lobbies in player streams now, I feel like Casper's really cleaned up the play a lot and is showing that in the tournament so far.
Casper is like really feeling himself right now as well. We had a little survey go out, and Casper said he's going to win the tournament, right? And I believe only like 1 or 2 people put themselves as someone who is going to win the tournament. If you're going to talk the talk, it's time to walk the walk as well. And we'll see if Casper's going to be able to do it in this lobby.
Absolutely. And, it's so fascinating to hear this conversation about expectations, Nathan, where even you're talking about when Setsuko sitting at the top, right, in the top 8 right now, 12 points, and you're saying, yeah, that's about where he should be. Where some of these newer players who don't have that quite reputation, they come in with 12 points and everyone's saying, oh my gosh, this player's going crazy. So it's fascinating to see where this all is. I'm going to let you both go as we go into game number 3 of the Jade Cup.
Here we go. After this, we will have halftime, which means we will know a pretty good amount of information in terms of where these players currently and might be standing at the end of this lobby. So we're going to be running along with Setsuko right now. We've talked a lot about Setsuko, 12 points, and every player in TFT respects this player. There's no doubt about it, right? The one thing that we still haven't gotten off of our list is a tournament win. And after Astral, Nathan, I don't know if you remember, there was a lot of sadness coming from Setsuko. We posted on Twitter. We were very, very down on ourselves, especially with the whole ladder warrior narrative that was going on. And what was really cool is a lot of players came in and were like, yo dude, you're the best, like this is gonna happen for you at some point. And this tournament specifically for Setsuko, I think, is where you're gonna put up or shut up at this point in time, and I think that's exactly what's happening. Setsuko pretty much chose that Jade Cup would be the time where the ladder warrior narrative ends and the best player in the world begins.
Yeah, I really feel like that it's such an interesting angle to look at from it, because to me, the notion that if like you're good on ladder but you cannot be good elsewhere, or that you're just not good elsewhere, it doesn't really kick in that much. I still have like that notion somewhere in my head that really sticks to that point, but if you watch Setsuko play, you know how good Setsuko is. Like, you just look at the past performance, it's all there. You look at the ladder performance, it's all there. You watch Setsuko play live, it's all there. Why isn't the tournament one showed up? And I feel like Mortdog really highlighted this strong at the start of the show, where he mentioned that you just don't have time to repair a bad start when it comes to a tournament performance. You need something consistent to go throughout the entire day. That can be a little bit of, related to gameplay things, where taking high risks means exactly what you think it would mean. It means that the outcome that's bad is really bad. It definitely can't be that way, and sometimes it's better to actually take lower EV plays at times. It just depends on where your spot in the tournament is. And for Setsuko, I just really feel like it hasn't kicked off. I feel like right now, sitting at 12 points, it's at one of those spots where, again, good position for it. Can they follow through and really complete this now, as we see another silver augment opening here? Got to start with Electro Charge on Setsuko's side. This is just a very general strong augment that's here. I'm looking at the items here for Setsuko, and really you have only two choices if you want to craft something, but very different directions that they seem to take.
We do get the Dragonmancer in, and we already have an early Volibear. Volibear is something that I'm sure we're going to see a little bit later, maybe from Socks. You never know. And the other thing that I also want to mention is we didn't pick Tiny Titans that time. We saw Tiny Titans pretty much guarantee Robin a top 4 a little bit earlier today in lobby number 1. Let's see if Lucky is going to have the same type of, I guess, luck when it comes to 130 HP here at the top. We have a little bit more leeway for these rounds. Setsuko going to win out that round very, very quickly. And we got some item slams here. Ionic Spark, very good for the Nunu just in a general. So let's see where these, like you said, I love this phrase that you said, the Clash of Philosophies, again, in the early game are going to start. You can see it on the boards here, right? Some boards have no units on the bench. Other boards have completely filled out benches to give them enough outs to make a decision when necessary.
Yes, the early game, honestly, it does so much to shape your game. But it doesn't necessarily shape your game because of the units that you have. It mostly does it because of the momentum that gets generated from a spot like this. And so Casper leveling up to 4 here, getting the 3rd Rage Wing online to fight this opening here. You're also getting a Warrior, maybe a slight tick that can make a difference. But an Axiom Arc sitting in the silver spot. This is not one that we tend to see too often crop up on the 2-1 augment slot.
Mm-hmm. It's actually pretty good with the Aatrox, I would say, as well as the Senna. We're going to put some dodge on set, too. So we're trying to steal a couple units at least. We're going back over to Casper, who, again, picked himself for the champion of this particular tournament. And that Aatrox doing some work right now because of that Axiom Arc. Are we going to get another one there? Oh, we have to travel, though. The Shen ult. Oh, my goodness. That is probably the most thrilling round 2-2 you will ever see as the Shen ult wins the round. Insane.
That's like a big clash there, too, because, we were just talking about Setsuko, and one of the things to highlight about the choice of the Electrocharge there is that Setsuko tends to be a very heavy tempo player early on. They will play for the loss streak when it calls for it, but they are going to try to play for that win streak in almost every single time that I have seen them play the game. And that getting broken right here on 2-2 is a big difference for the overall game plan and how you're going to be able to craft it. It's going to mean that you're going to have to shift and pay a little bit more attention to your economy. It means that if you have a win streak, it's just not going to be as big of a win streak that you would have had normally. Going up against Sox, who leveled to 5 here now from Casper's angle, and I feel like Casper just doesn't have an incentive to really move that much because, A, they want to be hitting like this Heimerdinger too, so sitting down and trying to pick up the ones a little bit early on makes it a little bit more sense. This is going to kill the win streak, however, and you're going to take a little bit of damage from it here as well. So Sox with the weak spot, picking up another big win here. And just kind of look at this sidebar, and really this is a lot of the tracking here. Casper taking the loss, falling down, Protect Scrolls falling down to 78 now. You want to really, on the loss streak angle, stay above 70 before that 2-5 mark if you can. But it just feels like every little detail here has such a big deal in how things work. And now I see that Protect Scroll has AFK, which really explains a lot more. So forgive everything I just said. They have AFK. They're in a very great spot right now, and they're going to have a ton of gold when it comes to Stage 3.
AFK, especially in the hands of a very good player, can transition into a top 4 pretty easily. I mean, economy in the beginning of the game, right, is gold and health are probably the 2 more important things in the early game, right? Using your health health to start developing that economy. And so that's exactly what AFK is. You're sacrificing health for economy, as well as potentially getting some booty here with Sox, with this Mirage, which is the Pirates' greed. So we can be a little bit selfish here on this board if we want to, because we are developing economy every round.
Yar.
Thanks.
Someone has to do it, right? It just
No.
It feels like a mandatory responsibility. Forgive me.
That's true. That's true. Especially since you do kind of look like an R, you know? Arr, a pirate. So
Pirates is my heritage, actually.
Oh, really?
Sox wanting to really continue this win streak, but again, just very little overall board improvements. And I think that was what the Thieves' Gloves slam here is meant to at least try to fight a little bit against. You don't have like a ton to do with items. Thieves' Gloves isn't a bad item. Maybe you can get a win, but if you don't, it still cuts into the loss quite a bit. You know, the HP angle being brought up as a resource, I think that is a very real thing, and I feel like it gets highlighted more and more as players just grow stronger at the game in general. Mm-hmm. The competitive side, when you look at those top 10, it doesn't feel like you're looking at the top 10 anymore. It feels like you're looking at the top 25, and that's just for the NA region. Sox taking a big hit here, so just like that HP always stands out to me as something that is very valuable in the right situation.
Mm-hmm. No one was able to win streak through stage 2, so everyone at least taking 1 L. Protected have AFK. Nightling did not, so we're still at 74 HP. We can probably assume that Protect should be able to win these next couple rounds, at least till stage 3-2, probably further because of that gold. Setsuko with that 86 HP. Looking at the top, iLucky and Lover there, and I also want to talk about Stellar Minhee for a second too, because I think Lover and Minhee are kind of like the wild cards of this particular lobby. Minhee already winning a lobby today, and Lover doing this top 4 shenaniganery that we've done for the rest of today as well. So we talk about how stacked, you know, these lobbies are, and even the best players are going to have a hard time with players like Stellar Minhee when you don't have the same kind of information that you might have on that player than, say, a Setsuko.
Yeah, I think it's a good point to bring up. You know, we're looking at Lover spot here. You know, Lover did not kick off the day super strong, I would say. 6 points, not necessarily what I want to be after the first 2 games, but again, we're only 2 games in, and everything can kind of mirror itself when it goes to those last 3 games. Things can completely flip over and change. Lover right now coming off with a win streak off of stage 2. That is a 4-win streak that's going to be taking place. The only player to have the 4-win streak as well. That's always a nice mark to have, especially with this kind of board where your units give you a pretty solid direction to go, but these items that you pick up on this next spot, this feels like it's ultimately going to be like the decider for what direction that you probably end up taking.
Mm-hmm. We also have meditation on this board too, so items on this start actually super... okay, I'm going to give props to Lover real quick. Because we have meditation, we did not need items, and we didn't have a pretty, a good offensive item to slam in the early game, and it actually looks like we're only going to have just one more item potentially to slam after this, but those are going to stay on the bench because of meditation, and we're going to be able to be a lot more flexible with these items a little bit later on, as especially at tier 1, I don't think you need to itemize these units just yet because of this augment.
Yeah, that is good. That's a very good point. I mean, it's one of the big benefits, I think, of meditation is that you don't necessarily have to slam items. Keep going from there. Protect Scroll. Deja, not necessarily a unit you're going to end the game on, but I am saying that out of the pure assumption of Pirate's Greed being the Mirage trait right now. Kind of the idea on this one, quite literally, is the rich continuing to get richer from the Pirate's Greed angle on this one. Maybe the Deja early on can just help you actually break through some of the line, though, and prevent the amount of damage that you're going to be taking here. But from Protect Scroll's angle right now, this really is looking like a 3-5 breakthrough is the idea.
And this is actually going to be the first Deja comps that we're going to see without an inherent power boost from the Mirage. This is just the Mirage with the Pirate's Greed. So in terms of how heavy hitting this Deja is going to be, it might be a little bit less, but we're going to see it a little bit earlier because of the Pirate's Greed, and that's going to be kind of the balance there. As we also have some Shimmer Scales going, and that's Senna actually stacking pretty good right now. 67 on those Draven Axes, but this Deja, we've also seen these Dejas not need Rage Blades like at all. It's actually been more on the ultimate doing that damage with like the Jeweled Gauntlet so far.
Yeah, which I like the improvement that I will call on Deja. I will call it an improvement personally, where before it was like every single time Deja was about to cast, I was like, oh no! And then they changed that over the balance perspective. Love to see it. And another Silver Augment is going to be replaced here. However, I am seeing some big potentials here on Protect Scroll's side of the board. They are going to go with Second Wind, but when I'm looking at a dragon and a Recombobulator, that is a 10-cost dragon that you can end up with in a spot like that.
But they all just got nerfed, right? So maybe Shyvana would have been awesome. But the other two, I mean, we saw Ao Shin do well last lobby, but those are individual situations. You can't force that type of situation, right? You have to be a good enough player to understand that that's the context that you're in and then drive that route to get to the Ao Shin. I think because the Ao Shin was an Ao Shin 2 at like 4-3 or 4-4 or something like that.
It felt pretty early.
Yes, and now we have the Hextech Gunblade on the Deja, something we haven't seen a ton of, so we're actually going to be providing a little bit more utility, as the only things doing damage on this board are Deja in this tier 1 Yone here.
They're just sailing across here, trying to rob the fellow ships and get that gold payoff. 6 Mirage on the Pirate's Greed angle. It's pretty rare that you see this actually end up hitting play. Like, I feel like Deja is the only reason this could hit play at this point.
But we're at 3-2 at 57 gold, right? And we're not even, and we got AFK too, so we even have extra gold there, Second Wind. So we're going to have really strong units potentially when we get to that next level. We're going to be able to level or roll sooner. I wonder where we're going to go for Scroll, as we have the Jade comp that's been pretty, and always will be popular most likely. Someone's going to be playing Jade in a lobby.
I mean, that's basically me. It's like, is Jade available? Yes. Jade. Jade for breakfast, Jade for lunch, Jade for dinner, Jade. That's like how it feels in this spot. Nightling coming away with here with some pretty strong on the opening augments here as well. Like, you have the makeshift armor with Guardians plus the Cavalier. You have the weak spot to cut in with the healing right now.
Yep.
Lily is not like the greatest damage dealer in the world, but definitely not bad.
No.
I feel like the focus from the set here is really what's going to be hurting this angle from Nightling's spot. Sitting at 48 gold, but a decent board here on 3-3. So again, kind of looking at 3-5 for a potential breakout spot.
All right, the set gets through the itemized Lilia, but the Lilia was able to go through the Taric. So we took down some units here for Nightling, so it's not a complete wash just yet. But we should be getting into the back line here.
He's in.
Yeah.
Nice.
There it is, Nightling going to take the L. 50 gold, though. Level 6, that's going to push us to level 7, potentially at 3-5. I wonder if they're going to be doing it traditionally like that. Lover still has not lost from the early game. I think meditation is a big part of that.
A lot of strong setups here, I think, for the players who are sitting in these lower spots right now. Like Nightling with I think decent combat augments here. Setsuko with the Electrocharge plus the Thrill for the Hunt. Stellar Mini is another one I'm looking at here with Second Wind plus the Celestial Blessing, kind of conflicting with each other a little bit, but the idea I think is that it's tough to get through your front line right away. So how can you take advantage of that? But I have my eyes right now on Protect Scroll, Nightling, and Setsuko. These are players that need to have some breakouts that are really going through here. Stellar Mini's board is just looking pretty fantastic right now, so I don't think that Mini has too much to worry about here. It's really focused on your economy and then figure out how to make the most of a board from this situation. It just feels like it's tough to have a bad loss if you're going to have a loss right now.
Yeah, this is a interesting board, actually, right? We've got our Jades and we've got itemization on Aatrox and Anivia, but in general, we've got a kind of like a smorgasbord here. The Cavs are there, and a lot of these units can actually move in and out of this particular setup, so we're not stuck in any way, shape, or form. That's why this is actually so fascinating, because this allows us to have a strong board, but also be pretty flexible. Speaking of a strong board, Lover, who has not lost since I think round 1, or round 2 so far, is trying to keep that streak alive. We're going to cash out on these Draven Axes here very, very soon, but it's Aatrox and the Anivia. We're getting into the back line. Aatrox taking a little bit of a stroll. I don't know if that's going to be the best direction, but we have that Bloodthirster, and the CC does go through. I think the Aatrox is going to take this, as it does. Wow. Aatrox and Set kind of showing up today so far.
And that was Mini on a level 6 versus a level 7 board of someone who's been on a win streak as well. So Lover taking like a pretty unusual hit there, I would say, given Mini's perspective on that one. Like that's a big win. You know, the Aatrox kind of playing like the baby Shio-Yu role there almost. When you look at that, and Setsuko really starting to have a strong shape up of what their board is going to look like here. A Volibear with a Glove, a Bloodthirster, a Rage Blade, Legends in play with Electrocharge and Thrill of the Hunt.
Thrill the Hunt
What are
is
you
actually
thinking here?
Thrill the Hunt is very good for Volibear. Also, this like a little I calling this the anglerfish comp because anglerfish absorb. So the female fish will absorb the male fish, and that's how they have babies. TIL, by the way. I probably didn't need to talk about that. Anyway, Volibear now with 12 on the Rage Blade. Let's see if this Thrill is going to help out. It should, especially after this third auto attack should get down a couple people. Yes.
How do you get past this Volibear? This just feels like a barricade right now. Like, what earth? Like, this thing didn't move.
Did you do barricade on purpose?
I don't know what you're asking.
The barricade. That's awesome. Anyway.
I get it.
So Sox is at 88 HP on fire. That means Onisan has lost the last couple rounds, and that means a lot of people at 3-5 have pushed some power. We're back over to Nightling. This Lilia is still going on. One of my favorite boards in all of TFT, by the way.
This is always one of the angles I love seeing, too, is when players start spending gold on these creep rounds. Like, you invariably have free gold if you want to select it. However, Nightling is saying, I want time. These decisions are not going to be easy. There's a lot of different directions. There's a lot of things that can happen here. I need time to help me sort this out. So they're spending gold actively to effectively buy time in a spot like this. This was something that was introduced, I feel like, around set 4 by Sox. And ever since then, I've been noticing more and more players spend time on creep rounds actually rolling and panning out their composition, and it's just beautiful to see. Like, Nightling now is coming away with a board that's looking a lot more in order and a lot more in direction here. This Nico and this Corki, I feel like Corki fits very well into a composition like this, and Nico is just a massive tank. And now a Siphon gets found for this as well, so this can change up the angle yet again, because you have that that Silas, that 2-star Silas sitting there as well. This board feels like it's got so many different directions it can go, and this is one of the reasons why Nightling was taking this time.
And just like I was saying for meditation, makeshift is the same concept, right? It allows us to keep our items on the bench a little bit longer, and the tanks are what benefit from it. So Siphon does have an item, but everyone else is going to be a lot stronger because of this makeshift. Corki, though, absolute destruction on the field that time. Siphon had no chance, and Sox getting it looks like 5 or 6 unit win there, was up to level 7 on this round, hit the Olaf 2, and then leveled up.
Goodness, it's just everyone's board is looking so straightforward and sophisticated in some ways, and then you see these boards that are like just like trying to just put together some concoction of anything that's going to work until they can carry it to a unit that makes sense in this spot.
Oh,
Gold augment getting found in this spot as well, and from this angle,
Yeah, exactly.
I feel
right?
like, yeah, I think I liked the reroll there as well. Yeah. And then you had the option of the best friends there, which makes a ton of sense given that you have a Draven Zax in play right now. Try to cash this one more time and then really make something big out of this. And then also, you could just follow through on this exact same angle as well. The level to 8 here with the Namzi gives you a pairing for everybody on best friends in this spot. This feels like it's going to be pretty strong.
And we're level 8 at 32 gold at 4-2. That is a lot of gold. That's at least 2 cash outs on these Draven Axes, and now we're going to get potentially even more because we have a lot more stats now for this Senna to keep going. And we have good items for whoever this might land on a little bit later. So we have good outs, we have good ins right now, but we also are going up against Casper, who has this moderately early, fully stacked Corki here. At 4-1, Tier 1 Corki is good against some of these dragons. We already saw it against the Siphon earlier. The Rage Blade does seem to be something that's getting more and more popular on the Corki, and the Corki, again, I mean, Siphon does help, especially with Cannoneer, but the Corki is going to be pushing out a ton of damage and enabling himself with that Shiv.
Next scroll finds the Shioyu. Is this enough, though, on this Anivia? Anivia's 1 star. Giant Slayer, Morello, and the Hextech Gunblade, not enough to finish off the 2 versus 1. Mini going to pick up a win here. Scroll down to 22, Nightling at 35, Setsuko at 39. So Setsuko has had so far a pretty strong stage 4. You're loving to see that. Corki gets found. And that's a pretty stacked Corki as well. It's just, what are the rest of these items supposed to become from here?
Okay, so we have some it's unfortunate we went the AD direction with the Corki, and we have strictly pretty much AP items now. So the Dragon Treasure is going to be very important, I think, for this board. We're gonna make it no problem. We were on fire for a very long time. We might be pretty low, but we're gonna make it to that board. As we have another Jade board, another itemized Anivia, one of the best secondary carries you can ask for, along with Mr. Soy Boy there. She owe you. Let's see if she owes you a win here against Lover.
You can always count on Boop for the dad puns.
Thank you.
It's one of my favorite things to see on this one.
It's
Corki
one of-
not going to make it through on this. I'm really curious to see what these items end up becoming, because nothing here feels like a convincing slam, given the board texture. It just feels like everything's offense related, and kind of from what I just saw, the damage does feel like it's perhaps a little bit lacking. But it's not that much, and it who else is going to carry the damage stuff that's super relevant at this point? Your whole board's 1-starred. You need the gold for the Draven's Axe though, but you need the 2 stars to hold the something's missing.
We need the link, right? There's a missing link here, and that's kind of like the cherry on top of your comp, right? Right now we've got all the ingredients, but how are we going to put them together? That's really TFT in a nutshell, right? So let's see where Lover's going to go after this. This is going to be a general kind of augment type of game. These are, I think, the games that tournament players love to see during a tournament. Nothing really out of the ordinary. There was a Dragonmancer emblem out there. Super curious to see what that is. But yeah, at 4-2, we chose the Cannoneer for Tempest, and we're still over on Lover's side of the board. We have 2 bards.
A lot of pairs.
Right? A lot of bards.
A lot of pairs.
A lot of pairs.
Something coming together. Goodness gracious. I was starting to get into a panic state here. Because, okay, that's fantastic to see.
That was absolutely necessary if we wanted to stabilize. We have no gold. We're ahead in terms of, kind of ahead on leveling. Some people won't level to 8 until a little later. 4-5 can be one of those options. We're going to hit the tank in the front line super early on. Beautiful CC onto the Siphon. Doesn't actually get the full charge on that ult off, and now is getting focused down by that Corki. And when the Corki lives with full health, that means your positioning was not good enough on the very least.
Goodness, I was seriously about to panic if nothing panned out on that little bit of roll there, because that was a lot of gold that got pushed through. You got rid of the Draven's Axe angle, so you don't have to have all that gold in your pool anymore. I feel like that was a great call on that side. From Lucky's angle here, it is feeling like a very similar thing that we just saw, where it's like this board just needs to be improved. Like there's a couple of unit improvements that can take place here. Most of this is 2-star stuff, and you'll notice they just now went to 8 on this too, so a lot of gold to work with. They started doing this a bit later into the round, though, so 10 seconds here to get this changed out.
We still have a couple more units remaining. We want to move that Thief's Gloves off of that Alawi. Still looking for some Jades. Pretty slow roll down, not as intentional as I think some people would like to see, but we still ended up with an okay team comp. I think we got maybe worse without the Alawi, but we're going to put those items on the Gnar instead. Get a little bit of CC, but now the Xiaoyu with these items are really great. Once it's tier 2, it's going to be very, very hard. And honestly, it seems like tier 1 seems to be pretty difficult for these teams to get through so far. Woo, as that was a long round, but we still did lose by about 5 units.
Yeah, Sox here with a very strong board as well. The weak spot, the scale score, and heart here. That's effectively like a tactician's crown at this angle, because you're just not having to play with one of the scale score units that won't make sense to have in play. It's just a very strong spot for that damage situation there. I'm curious to see how Sox is depending on that one, because it's been looking pretty strong so far. Nightling sitting at 6. Protect Scroll has begun recovery here. I believe that's a Soraka that's on their side of the board. I thought they were at 22 just a moment ago. And for Lucky here, something is going to have to come together, because it just feels like so much potential is missing from this board. That again, it's at that kind of angle where it's like you just have all of these damage items. That's a big find, I think, given the situation. So that's going to take the place over the Sona. Just, again, it just feels like so much is missing.
I feel like Lucky was given, like, just pictures on information on what to do at the end of this game, right? And he had to figure out the instructions when it comes to getting this comp up, because unfortunately the game's not giving him the units he needs. We definitely want a Xiaoyu 2. I think if we had the Xiaoyu 2, we win that last round, but we have Yasuo instead, and Yasuo can use those items on the bench. We do have a Reforger as well if we need it.
Oh, goodness. I don't want to say I'm worried, but I'm worried.
You're a liar, is what you are. Is what you just told me. I don't want to say I'm worried, but I'm worried.
Well, I told you I didn't want to say it. Now I wasn't going to.
All right. Well, let's see if Tier 1 versus Tier 2 Xiaoyu is going to be a difference maker. Oh, actually, they're both Tier 2. Or Tier 1. Excuse me. Both have the Edge of Night. One team doing a little bit better than the other. And, you know, as you said, it might be time to worry. For iLucky, even though we're in a good spot right now in the top 4, the way this lobby is going, a lot of people eligible to that top 4, except Nightling, who did fall here in 5-1.
I mean, this is the spot where you start taking big hits, too. You know, Stage 5 is really where that damage ticks up to a ton. Setsuko, the only player besides Scroll on the highlighted win streak right now. Setsuko looked like they had a fantastic Stage 4, which I feel like is a major portion of their strength. Really highlighting that here in this game as well. Looking like going to be another strong performance there. But again, so much can change. It's just Lucky's out of gold at this point.
Yeah, too bad there's like not a coupon. You can just give give the game one Xiaoyu, please. Right? Unfortunately, that's not the case. You're going to have to do it regularly by rolling it. So, Giant Slayer now. No Edge of Night on this Xiaoyu, which is very well known as one of the best in slot items for that unit. The Thief's Gloves roll is the Rabadons and Hextech on the Gnar. That's not the best either. This one's getting a little bit better. It's going to be that Rageblade Volibear getting stacked up. No Thrill proc there, so the Jade Comp is going to stand a little bit taller on this round, but how long can we go?
That is an excellent question, and I'm curious about that one as well. Setsuko looking like they're saving up quite a bit of gold to make something happen, perhaps. Lucky finds the Xiaoyu 2. That is a major improvement.
That is a huge improvement. And now we can get that Lulu to give us that attack speed, for example. So this is feeling very good so far. 7 Jades. That does feel a tad awkward, but we're okay with it.
Nico 2 would be great. You have Haraka in play. It's, you know, it just makes sense.
It sure does. But I like making dollars, and I think it's good to make some dollars if that Nico's a Nico 2 for these particular lobbies. The only anti-heal is the weakest tank on the field right now, and it's not going to be the Morellos, so it's only going to be the units around. No more anti-heal. That was a huge kill as well. Xiaoyu, though, blocking the Corki rocket into the back line, takes the aggro of the Corki, and this fight could not have gone better for Xiaoyu, but it's all up to the Siphon now. Where is the Siphon going to charge? Should charge behind him. Yes.
That's bad.
Nope, not enough. And so now it's isolated, like you said. The Yasuo is going to take it down. But, man, MVP for that Xiaoyu, getting right into that back line and taking aggro from Corki immediately.
Just, again, kind of looking at these lobbies, you know, this is such a big contrast from the opening game that we had, where it was just a canyon between the top and the bottom spots. In this one, it feels like it's pretty tightly packed. We're looking at a 16 total health difference between 1st and 7th right now.
The Sweet 16 that you don't want to hear about. That is nerve-wracking. This is where a player can really make or break their day. You put so much effort into getting into a top 4 on this particular lobby. You don't want to put it all on the line too early. So I'm curious to see where the strategies go for these particular players. But we have our AFK player in 2nd place right now, 32 HP. I mean, some of these earlier augments are now starting to kind of fall off. Some of them will, like Weak Spot, will kind of just always be around. It's going to help with some of that anti-healing, for example, as Socks now sitting in 3rd place, 10 HP from the top. But
how does he always do it? He just always has an interesting board that, like, you look at it and you go, no, this does make sense, but you just rarely see it happen. 5 Cavaliers, 4 scale scored, and who is the carry here? It's just like this is like truly a team. It's like they're all working together to try to deliver these final points of damage.
Mm-hmm. No, and that's a very good point. Eventually there is going to be a comp that doesn't have like a true by definition carry, just everyone is kind of good, right? And so maybe we're seeing something very similar. This Lilia in the back line with the Ionic and the Edge of Night. Oh my goodness. I think I have a new favorite. I still want to see Assassin Lilia at some point, because that unit can crit for ages. But is this Lilia going to be able to deal with the Xiaoyu? Almost deals with the Xiaoyu single-handedly there.
I mean, Sox has been sitting on level 7 for quite some time now, and has been rolling the gold as well. This doesn't look like Sox was willing to go up from this spot. But taking a hit here now. Setsuko and Sox sitting at the bottom 2 spots. 5 health, 16 health.
Yeah, a little
Casper
bit of
next at 23, and Casper, it's just one of these boards where everything's so close. You're right there.
It seems like that's across the board a little bit of a softer lobby. I think that's how Sox can be where he's at with this particular comp. Even though there's like an insane amount of utility on this board, right? 2 Zephyrs for this particular round. It's going to take 2 units out. People are going to be still at level 7, moving to 8 potentially. So you're going to be taking out a good percentage of these team comps. Let's see where these Zephyrs are going to last. We're going to make sure that it's the front line that gets eliminated. So our assassins on the right side do get there, no problem. And the Assassin plus Cavalier combo is something that can't be understated either, because Cavaliers are kind of like Assassins. They just don't jump, right? They're still going to get to the unit very, very quickly, and because we have backline access so quickly, those units can't deal with, like, the Frozen Heart, for example, and this is best case scenario for Sox. The Dragon is last, and eventually, hopefully, the team's able to take the dub from this point on, which it does.
Lucky taking a hit here as well. It felt like it was such a good position there for Lucky, despite the opening. Just because the Shioyu it wasn't like super focused, but I guess just maybe wasn't focused enough. Like it was just sitting at top health the entire fight until it got isolated. So jumping over to Setsuko's board, Setsuko able to pick up the win here. Stone Plate on the open as well. Never really a bad one to see, I'd say, in this set. Stone Plate has felt pretty good.
Better front lines is always good, right? It gives your damage enough time to actually do damage. And the thing about this particular comp, too, is not everyone can utilize items since you're going to be absorbing a lot of these units. But for someone like Ornn, this might be the difference between having an ult and not at this point.
Cavalier and Nibby on the front line. It's something I never thought I'd see. Oh, there's 4 ranged unit that sits in the back and cast. Let's put it on the front.
Okay, we have
to
a
9.
pretty good pack. We are up at 9. 13 gold, though. That's nothing. But we do pick up the Yasuo. And remember, the Legends do absorb the stats of everyone that they absorb, so that's why you have... Oh, that's so cool! You're getting the Hecarim stats on the Anivia, so why not make her a Cavalier? You know? You know what I mean? Same thing with the Nunu, because they're going to function in the same way, because she has their stats.
It's such a wonderful composition that eventually got figured out. Was just, you go this angle, and you have just very, very powerful units on the front line. And Soraka, honestly, may be the difference here. If Setsuko's able to win this round and keep this Soraka going, like, this is the difference between, like, a bottom 4, top 4 kind of angle here.
All right, this might be elimination station 4 at Setsuko, but the bear is in the back line already. As you say, it is unbearable for some, but the Frozen Heart is next to that bear, and so is the Corki. I don't see that Volo Bear living that much longer, but we do have Thrill of the Hunt, and every single kill is going to make this a little bit better for this Volo Bear. It is 1v4 right now, and the CC is there. It survives the Siphon ultimate. Will this Volo Bear be able to take down the rest of this comp? The answer is almost. We were like 40 total HP from winning that round. If we were just... Oh, man. That one, I don't know if that could have gone better for Setsuko, but that is a heartbreaking loss as we have a top 4 all of a sudden. That was a triple elim. Lucky, Setsuko, and Casper all falling on that last round.
Protect Scroll going from last place to first place. Now sitting at 38 HP. Like, what a major difference that has been taking place there. Mini has been able to slow down any of the losses they've been able to take, solidified themselves in top 4, positioning here looking like a very big deal. Sox able to 3-star Diana and Olaf amidst all of this happening as well.
Oh, man. Who needs Assassin Olaf when you got Tier 3 Olaf instead? One of the better Gnar knockups I've seen all day as well. Let's see if these Assassins, though, are going to be able to break through these Jades. Oh, it's getting pretty close so far. The Pike was able to get some resets. There's a lot more red than green, but you're seeing how good Frozen Heart is just in general, keeping the Shioyu at bay, replenishing the shields every single time, but overtime is going to be the end of that. Diana and Sox survives. Everyone survives. 2 people at single-digit HP, and they will not be facing each other. So let's see if they're going to be able to see each other again by taking down Lover and Scroll, who, in my opinion, took AFK to this point, right? Battling for first place.
It's just like such a different style of lobby that we've seen from pretty much everywhere else. You know, we've been seeing the Prismatics. We saw like these crazy strong openings. It felt like this one was a little bit more cookie cutter than, of course, you look at Sox's lineup, and it feels like, again, still pretty straightforward, but a lot of different things changed just because of one small augment difference that's shaping up everything. Corki seeming like it's going to end up dominating this lobby, but we do see the Sylas getting Zephyred here, and that Shioyu is now in the back line. Is that the difference?
Why turn that way? No, you were right next to the Corki. We do end up getting there anyway, but that's the type of situation that can lose you around. But Shioyu is going up against the world. This isn't over just yet. After the Siphon ult, potentially, but we get that kill. Are we going to be able to break through the Sylas here? No, it's actually the Siphon that we're looking at right now. Beautiful knock-up, but that's going to be it. Double elimination there. Stellar Minhee is going to take the third place over Sox by, again, probably one early game unit by 4 HP.
Pretty nuts to see. Heads up here now, 27 and 25. This is like a best of 3 that's taking its footing here now on the next 2 rounds. The Tech Scroll sitting at level 9. And just, my gosh, Lover's board here is quite big.
Yep.
Up to 9 as well.
Excuse me. So we have Shioyu and Corki. Corki OU versus Siphon and Nomze here. So 2 Corki comps, the package around it a little bit different. For both, we've got Best Friends on one board, which is going to make the inherent stats for a lot of these units that they share with each other better on this board. So I assume this one should have an easier time because, again, because of Best Friends, this Corki for Onisan Lover is better than the Corki on the other side, especially since that Corki disappeared. Where'd it go? Is it magic?
Oh my gosh. The Siphon just chewing through that as it got to that point. And this middle of the board Corki here was able to free reign the damage over this. You know, you said it was a little bit of a difference between these 2 boards, but it's pretty massive.
Yeah, true. Double Rabadons was there as well. As Protect Scroll is going to survive this round. However, that really wasn't that close. So that Corki positioning needs to be a lot better. We're already, again, kind of the underdog in this 1v1 because we have, Onisan has better stats right now. But is Protect Scroll going to be able? I don't know, especially with just a Yasuo 1. Even if I'm trying to think half glass full, this is going to be pretty tough. It's going to be all Shioyu, and see if the ZZ Rot is going to be enough of a distraction to get Shioyu into this back line, into the Corki, and maybe steal around.
God, there's so many differences here. It's like little tiny things that could just make the world of difference as well. Like trying to figure out how to manipulate this Siphon positioning is clearly a necessary feature right now. So the fact that the Corki doesn't get chewed up right away, a big deal. That Zoe now on Lover's side being able to pop up that Corki, that delays that damage quite a bit. And Siphon now finding its way to this corner, but not with a charge, is a big difference as well. It means that damage can get redirected, which it definitely does. So the Corki's still alive on Protect Scroll's side.
Oh, this is going to be close. Oh, the Siphon is gone, but now it's going to be Corki versus Corki. Let's see if those inherent stats are going to be even better for us. The missile hits air, but still gets the Corki. The red side Corki, 75 stacks on this Rage Blade. It is going to be this Corki, no problem. I think that might be the most Rage Blade stacks I've ever seen on a unit. 99 as Onisan going to win the lobby.
Wow, that's just such a big ending on that one, too. Just the 2 of them going at that dynamic there. I saw Soraka just like permanently healing self as well in that 1v1 fight where I'm like, is it the giant self heals or is it this stacked Rage Blade that's going to be the difference here? Gangly, a very differently paced game I feel like that we've seen in these first 2, but a very exciting one.
Absolutely. I mean, this is one of the lobbies where we didn't really see the prismatic augment come in. I think it's fair to say that it affected the pacing. But I want to point something out. Nathan, you talked earlier on in the day about this clash of philosophy, right? Lover talked about how in the way he approaches the game is by building strong boards. He wants to be strong at every point in the game. And then you have a player like Protect Scroll who literally took AFK into 6 Mirage Pirate's Greed and said, I don't really care about my health. I'm going to slingshot back into the game. And you know what? The 2 of them, despite how differently they approached the game, Nathan, found themselves at the top 2.
Yeah, Protect Scroll has said in this survey that we send out to players for questions that they very much, their style is a first or 8th style of play. And they literally said, quote, I greed a lot for capped boards, especially in legendary metas. That is exactly what we saw them do in this game, was just greed a ton for a capped board. And it just, like, how better could you draw it up than by looking at these two endgame scenarios and seeing the differences on these boards? Like, how much of a cap can you actually generate is really always going to be my big question, Boop. How far can you go, especially when you're limiting your own time by sacrificing early on for gold?
How far can you go? Right? I mean, that's basically like the difference between the great and the good players, right? Is understanding. I use the term context a lot, but I think the better players in TFT know the most context and know how to filter all the bad context out and getting the correct information through. Basically, what I think we saw in that lobby was a little bit of a softer lobby. I think in terms of tempo and momentum, the early game was very slow compared to some of our other lobbies. I mean, when we casted Robin, for example, they were 30 HP ahead of third place by like stage 3, right? This one was almost even the entire time, was a little bit slower. People were kind of hitting at the same times, and eventually the people who kind of were able to inch ahead during the lobby as opposed to at certain spots were the ones who were able to slingshot back, like you said. I think AFK was a big part of that for Protect, but for Lover, I mean, Lover's been actually having a pretty good day, had a little bit of a lower result, I think, in the second game, but overall playing really well.
Bouncing off of something Boop was talking about, where players are playing for tempo in the beginning, or they're playing to preserve health. I would hone in on a specific play, Nathan, where...
Well, that's unfortunate timing.
I know.
The internet.
Like,
Okay, so
yeah, Boop, you want to pick that one up?
Yeah. So what I think I want to ask you, Nathan, is more of a question on players that we're not talking about. Right, so we've talked about our top players, but I want to bring our attention to someone like Stellar Minhee, for example. What is something that Stellar Minhee needs to do in order to really show up so we can say we expect you to be here? Like, going off of what Gangly said earlier, why is the expectation different for someone like Minhee, who has arguably had better results than some of our kind of old guard players in the past?
I think a lot of it is just the idea of the breakout performance for this one. You know, the difference between seeing a player who has this constant resume that's been built up in tournament performance and seeing someone who's really stepping up now with that style of breakout performance. I feel like that's really the huge difference. Gangly, welcome back. I'm sorry that your internet had a little bit of a cut there for a moment. But for Stellar Minhee, really, it's the difference of pressure that I was talking about in the pre-show spot, where if you have this reputation where you're showing up tournament after tournament and having a strong performance, people expect you to continue to do that. For Stellar Minhee, it is now you're stepping up and saying, I can play with these players as well. I can defeat them in these current angles as well. You are now developing that similar reputation where you get to these tournaments, players expect a little bit more. It's why it feels like the stakes of these tournaments continue to rise over time. It's because you see the players highlight themselves because they've had more opportunities to do so. If you can hang with these players, sometimes it literally is just about taking time to get to these spots.
Hey guys, I'm back. Here's something to talk about, though, okay, real quick. We talked a bit about tempo, right? We talk about these plays where players want to just save HP. And what I wanted to hone on before my internet cut out. Mismatch Socks, win streak, early game. Looks for Thieves' Gloves off the first carousel to preserve HP. We saw this actually way in the first game, where Robin Songs did the same exact play, was able to go on that win streak, preserve HP, and then land himself in the top 4. Mismatch Socks does the same exact play. He says, I don't really care about direction. I just want to save HP right now. And he does the same thing. So I think there's a conversation there about how preserving tempo, preserving HP can land yourself in the top 4. But for now, we're going to take a look at the scores of the other lobbies on game number 3. Lobby A.
Ramblin'!
Omblin Broccoli. Spoiler!
Sorry.
Lobby C, Ramblin' and Nico. Lobby B, now I have to go backwards. Thank you, Boop. Lobby B, Finger Licker, Rainplosion again in the top 2. And Lobby D, Malala and Pressvin. All right, Boop, I think you want to talk about Ramblin' a little bit. Take it. It's all yours now.
So, if I were to say on any patch that Ramblin' would be successful at, I would not say this one. To be completely honest with you, we talked about it in the early game. Ramblin' is a very well-known AP player. I'll never forget Ramblin' being the Vel'Koz player versus the Jax. Remember back in the day when it was Vel'Koz versus Jax at the end of every round, right? And Ramblin' was always the Vel'Koz. And the other person in this actual lobby that I want to point out is Aniko, another person just like Ramblin', just like Appies, that have started to kind of get into the bigger crowd of TFT esports. Aniko wanted to do well in Jade Cup, and they have. But yeah, the other thing also, Rainplosion, we mentioned that she might be the next of the next, right? And once again, proving that that's probably true.
This is 3 big finishes for Rainplosion to kick off the day here. First, second, second. It's really tough to ask for much more than that.
All right,
Yeah,
let's take a
exactly.
look at the other lobbies we have that have finished up. Looking at lobby E through H, K3, Soju, and Bertosaurus on top of lobby E within, and Zhao Dan Dan. Lobby F, lobby G, we have Lover for Tech Scroll, again we just watched, and lobby H, Milk Guy and Jason Java taking the top 2. Let's take a look at lobby E here, Nathan, because I feel
Yeah, Lobby E on this one, one of the big standouts for me is going to be Milk. Milk is
event-
another one of these players where we have these big expectations for, Boop. And I feel like for Milk here now getting a second place finish, kicking off the day reasonably, but you're going to need to have some big finishes in this one. It's a pretty strong cutoff into day 4 of the Jade Cup here.
Okay, and so we also have like Soju and my son. I finally got to say it. Oh, I've been holding that in the whole time. Bertosaurus, most well known for losing Krugs during Astral Cup. Sorry, I had to. Going up against Soju, who I think has been playing really, really well. Bert, though, really showing up in this particular lobby. So doing very, very well squarely in the top 8, I think, overall. So, outside of everything here, Luke Wynn, who was the breakout of Astral Cup, sitting on 8th place there. So curious to see where the overall standings are going to bring us. So here is the bottom 32 for everyone at home. These are people who are not quite in, but definitely still have a shot, even at 4 points. If you whip out 8-8-8, you're definitely going to be in that top half. Any big surprises here for you?
Well, this is always one of the things that I love about the competition is almost any way you slice this, you're going to find surprises in it. Unless it's literally like the top 32 that you would have ranked in order. So when I look at Solus sitting in next to the penultimate position, Spicy Appy's right after that, these are not the kind of performances that you typically expect to see from these players. But again, we're on a B patch right now, so things can change by quite a significant amount. It's how much of it is comfort in your developing of your strategies, how much of it is your intuition and your creativity being able to take over in a spot like this, how much of it is just really not changing much and continuing to do what you normally do. A lot of it is variable related. This is now the opening context that we have for this game. Everything could, in theory, inverse on these next 3 games. You could just literally see the opposite of these happen. So it's really what it's developing is how players need to finish, what they're looking for exactly. And as we look at the top 32 now, these are the ones where if everything went similarly, would be finding themselves the next day. And Ramblin sitting at the top with 22 points alongside Malala and Rainplosion on this one. Wow, this is a stacked looking situation that you're seeing in a spot like this. You just love to see these styles of performances from players because it's just an exciting path to follow.
Yeah, Finger Licker, not just a hobby, but also very good TFT player at 19 points there. And remember, we do have some points to give away too. So Ramblin 3-point head start going into tomorrow, for example, if we do finish in this top 4. So we do have the top 8 here. We know who's going to get those points. We know who might get eliminated, but I also don't want people to worry, right? If you were in that bottom 32, I think almost everyone's still eligible to make it into the final day tomorrow. But even someone like Sox, who is on the bubble, right, was the first one out looking in, the type of player Sox is, that's actually maybe even a better spot for someone like him because now he knows what to do, right? He knows exactly where he is. And if you're on the bubble going into the final game, you can say, all right, all I need is a 3rd place and I'm good to go. And some players like that.
Yeah, I think for Sox that is pretty much right on point that you make there, where it's like Sox very much is a creative player on that aspect, where he does feel like it's a bit more limited on this particular set, but it still shines through whenever Sox has an opportunity. So we do want to give this time to give a shout out to the Ball Street as well. Let us know what you'd like to see over at Fantasy TFT. Help us grow the scene. They've been with us for over a year now and have some big plans to build out the TFT scene together. New features, new games, a central home for news, for the TFT drama, all sorts is there. Just help us support us out over at Fantasy TFT. You can also download it on your smartphone. So a quick break is coming up, and when we come back, Mortdog and Crowan are joining us for game number 4. So don't go anywhere. We still have the second half of Jade Cup. That's coming right up.
Welcome back, everyone, to day 3 of the Jade Cup. 3 games down and 3 more to go. I'm Crowan, joined by Mort Dog to bring us into game 4. But Mort Dog, just kind of wrapping up the first half of the day, what are some standouts, especially after that last game, that you have to bring to the table here?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it the last time I think we came on the air, but I think Deja clearly continues to be the big standout here. Everyone was expecting Corki and Jade, and it has not been the Corki Jade. It has been the Deja. I was watching Soju's lobby, and it was literally came down to, 2 Dejas, one of which Soju had got the golden egg and managed to crack that, but with some really good positioning managed to take that into a first place. And so I think that's been the big story now, and so we're going to have to see if anyone can adapt to this Deja. The other thing is that both games Deja has really taken off has been Spellblade, or the Spell Sword version, and I think when it's not that, we're going to have to see how that reacts. The second game that you and I casted where we saw Dawnbringer, it wasn't nearly as dominant as it was when it was the Spell Sword version, and so we'll see which version we get and what's going to happen there, and I think that's been my big takeaway so far.
That is true. You talked about how that Dawnbringer needs to come online is really with the Nunu 3, but it didn't really happen. I think there was like 6 Nunus for a while, but it doesn't end up being the Nunu 3. So there's a lot of variance there, I guess, but a lot of people certainly leaning on Corki. But there's a bit of a trend actually in lobby A, which is the lobby that we will be seeing shortly. Was taking a look at that last game, and it was a couple of players playing Corki, but then landing in the bottom 4. But then one Corki player is able to get ahead of the rest of the pack, and that was Broccoli in the last game. Was able to achieve a second place. Did end up falling to AMD, however, who had Dragon Horde, went Siphon and Shioyu, and had like a Shioyu 3. It was a crazy capped board. Not usually what's going to happen, but we'll see if anyone's able to make at least a chance at that repeat performance as we get into game number 4 here, Mortdog.
Yeah, so this opening carousel has, I think, clearly become not a fan favorite with a lot of the gloves and the tiers. The gloves in particular are pretty hard to build into early, because a lot of the items the glove builds into are really good in the late game, things like Bramble, or excuse me, Banshees, Quicksilver, stuff like that, but it's really hard to commit to those early. And then tier, there just haven't been quite those blue buff users. Shojin's kind of fallen out of favor, so it's like really Hand of Justice and not a lot else. So maybe Archangel for stuff like that. Gets an early Nunu here, but yeah, so we'll have to see what everyone's able to do with that early item start that I don't think they're as fond of.
I actually, it's really curious. I wonder how, maybe your perspective on this, but like Thieves Gloves was buffed a little bit, so you get like better Thieves Gloves odds starting at level 6. You can get level 6 pretty early on, if you really stretch it in the end of stage 2, but usually like 3-1 or 3-2. How do you feel about an early TG slam in today's meta?
I think an early Thieves Glove slam is really good if you have the strong board to support it. Like if you know you want a win streak, then it's worth it, because in the late game, even though Thieves Gloves is still very strong, it's never quite optimal for any of your champions, and so you're kind of giving up your shot at first place. Yeah, see, now here, we see there it's Pirate's Greed this time, and I think Pirate's Greed is really good. We'll probably see a lot of Leonas and Yones get that 2 going, get that extra gold, and kind of do the fast 7, fast 8, but I really don't think we're going to see as much Deja in this one. Oh, apparently it's Warlord. Just want to correct that real quick. Apparently it's Warlord. Now, Warlord is one of the ones that's also considered a little weak. It does have the HP and the ability power, but it doesn't quite stack up nearly as much, and so sometimes it has trouble getting those kills.
Yeah, that is true. I think the Warlords is really interesting because you're not generally going to go on this win streak early if you're running the Mirage. Maybe if you high roll into a Yone 2 early or get a Nunu with some powerful items online, you can think about some sort of re-roll there. But yeah, in terms of leaning into Deja like we're seeing a lot in this meta right now, definitely not as powerful as the Spell Sword or even Dawnbringer, but this is a solid opener for MD here. Has a couple of Cannoneers. Doesn't quite have the Trainer online, which you really do like to have it at the early game when you're thinking about Corki or Cannoneer compositions. There is still, I think, the the consideration of, I guess, swapping the whole board up, saying, no, I actually don't want Cannoneers. I want to run Mirage. I want to run that Warlords. I was gonna say, if it indeed was Pirate's Greed, and yeah, you want to make Econ here, you don't really care. You're probably gonna win rounds anyway because the early Sunfire Slam, the early Cavs are good. Still gonna win, of course, against Dace being level 3 board. Is running Metabolic Accelerator as well to heal back up. I
really like this swap, specifically because of Electrocute. I think normally you wouldn't make that swap because the range damage is just that much more consistent. You get those explosions. But specifically with Electrocute and Warlord, you're going to get those extra stacks early. That extra health is going to mean more Electrocute procs early. So I like that slam for now. It will fall off a little harder and be harder to transition into, but we expect these players to sort of be at the top of their game and be able to make those transitions, and so hopefully we can see that turn into a very successful early game.
Hopefully. Wow, Pocky going really leaning into that better together. Getting the free locket, but then also building a Zeke's on top of that. Now, aura items, typically in the history of TFT, are going to be really good at allowing you to get these early win streaks. You're going to be able to benefit a lot, especially from lockets. They do have an awkward place when it comes to scaling into the mid to late game, though. If you think about specifically just the aura items of Zeke's and locket more, where do you see that in the kind of mid end game?
Yeah, I think in the end game they fall off really hard. An extra 400 health for your front line when your front line is full of 3,000 health dragons and stuff like that really isn't a lot. But early on here, 1,600 to 2,000 extra health when everyone's only got like 600 health and a bunch of 1-star units is just massive. Better Together is one of, if not one of the best early streak augments you can get. And the fact that you also have the Zeeks here is really good. Even with the Swift shots here, which are generally perceived a lot worse right now than the Cannoneers, just having these augments gives you an edge up and allows you to power through. And so I really like this start. But like you said, this is another start that feels like a top 4. And I think Pokygom, who, had that first and second and then unfortunately that 8th, really just kind of wants to get another top 4 or 2 to try to guarantee that spot to day 2. And so I like that spot here.
That's very fair, because this is the kind of spot in the tournament of day 3 where I have to think about, how do I just get forward into tomorrow, right? I don't want to need to take these big risks. Just consistent top 4s are going to be good enough to make it there. Even if you lose out on some bonus points, right? It is okay.
Yeah, this fight was exactly where that can go wrong, by the way. The Cavalier fight start allowed the Sejuani to go right onto the 2 Swift shots in the back line. And this is, again, the Electrocute version. So that Electrocute just destroyed all of the backline DPS due to that, and unfortunately ends up losing that round. That is about as bad as that could have gone.
Yeah, unfortunate they're not able to continue that streak. Broccoli, however, is, and Broccoli is in a bit of a better spot. 10th place currently on the day. Just need to get that top 32 to move forward into tomorrow. 2 players at 100. MD, which we saw a bit earlier. And now Broccoli. And Broccoli's first augment was the Cavalier crest as well. So a lot more players leading into the Cavs. They're so strong. They're really good when it comes to one that I think Deja works really well with, but even though it's not a great Mirage for it, but also the Volibear as well. I think we've yet to see really peak Volibear in its true form.
Yeah, unless I'm mistaken, the augment I wanted to call out there was Bento Bot with combat training. That's a pretty unconventional augment. It gives your team 8 AD, and then every time you get a kill, you get 1 more permanent AD. If you have something like an early Tristana that can start building those stacks, it has the potential to have some of the strongest endgame boards in the game, but you really have to hit it early and get that items going. So we'll have to look in on that. And you can see on the other side here, we have an Ezreal stacking up, which I don't think is really a good user of this. So this kind of looks like it's backfiring a bit for poor Bento Bot, and we might see this crash and burn pretty hard.
I think the days of Ezreal reroll are a little bit over, although, hey, maybe there's always some more to, keep innovating when it comes to TFT, right? The meta's not always solved. I do agree, though. It doesn't look like a great spot. It struggles even to take out the set here, fully stacked Titans and the Cavalier emblem as well. Ezreal not able to get those kills, not able to really do as much as I think they want at this point.
Yeah, again, it's one of those augments that if you can get it going, it's very powerful, but if you can't, you're basically down a whole gold augment, and so that's not really where you want to be. A single gold augment giving you 8 AD, if we compare that to something like Stand United, which, as we know, late game is giving you anywhere from 16 to 30 AD and AP, that's just such an augment to be down here. And so we get a look at Broccoli's board here, who has 4 Cavalier early, which is really strong. Also gets a Sunfire from the Thieves' Gloves roll here. That's really good. I also like this set itemization, just using set as an extra carry here. That feels pretty good. And so kind of get a bit of a mirror match here, though, with the Electrocute on the other side. I think we might see the end of Broccoli's streak here.
Yeah, it's very possible. The 2 strongest players in the lobby. However, the set is fully stacked, and the Titans time is going to start doing a bunch of damage. That Sunfire roll, like you mentioned, is big. The Anivia, though, going to be dealing a lot of damage here. What the Cavaliers keep charging. Yeah, no, it is going to be the streak of Broccoli coming to an end as soon as the next Anivia cast comes through. There we go. No one fully streaking into Krugs. We had that happen last game. Like you mentioned, it's kind of atypical that happens, but here we see it again. And I think that speaks to the level of aggression specifically in tournaments, right? Players are going to be trading these early wins, back and forth, trying to vie to be the strongest because they want to put a lot of pressure on the rest of the lobby so no one is able to fully, be rewarded for that full streak.
Yeah, for sure. The nice thing here is Broccoli does have that 4 Cavalier. Everything's 1-star except for the set, which does mean his economy is still really high here. Being about 30 gold at this position is pretty good. If he gets a couple gold drops here, that might put him in a really good spot here. So looking for some good items.
Yeah, it is fortunate when you lose a streak like right before neutrals as opposed to like during the middle of this stage. I guess like sure you get that 1 extra gold from carrying the 4 streak, but having that right before neutrals and then not gaining any gold, a little bit unfortunate. Does get some gold there, is able to make 30 as well as hold some kind of important units on the bench. I think a Shen pair is really nice to have. There's the option I guess for Swain as well there, but moving over to Bento Bot. Bentobot needs to turn this day around right now if they're going to have a chance to make it into day 4, right? They only have 4 points in the day. They need to start chaining some first places together right now, and I don't know if this is the kind of board to be able to do that with, Mort.
Yeah, certainly not looking great here. A little worried because we're also not buying the Tristana. I have to imagine we're buying that a little later. But like I said, maybe a Tristana reroll here. But the other thing is we're seeing 3 trainer, and 3 trainer is not something we've seen a lot of. A lot of people not usually finding it worth to run both the Lulu and the Heimer. I do like that they have the Lulu too, but as you see, the front line just collapses real quick here. And Tristana just hasn't been able to get any kills. That's no stacks. And ends up getting 5-0'd, and so that's just a lot of damage on Bento Bot. And yeah, like you said, with this game really needed to be kind of like a first or a second to have any shot of making it to day 2, and it's not looking great from this position.
Not looking great, but I guess the combat training, we think about like a Tristana reroll, sure, that makes sense, right? At least that's kind of there as a plan. And then a Prismatic Augment comes through and level up High Roller or Windfall. I mean, level up's awkward if you're thinking about rerolling, so at that point, it's like, what do you do?
I feel like you take it, like, again, when you're in this spot and you're in 64th place, you have to take a desperation move here. I would have taken the High Roller, and I would have used it on Lulu a bunch to try to get as many trainers as possible and try to 3-star those trainers. And unfortunately, that's not what we see. We see going with Best Friends, which is just pretty basic for a Prismatic. I think Best Friends in particular is very good at the like tier 1, tier 2 level. Not quite as good at the tier 3 level, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a decent amount of value right now. I wonder what the world would have been. Like we talked about earlier, I was kind of half jokingly saying like, oh, think fast, and we saw it in game 2. But I wonder if Bento Bugs took that kind of snap reroll on the Prismatic Augments and then taken it, how far that could have gotten them, right? Because then you can actually start thinking about, oh, I can go Tristana 3, find a bunch of Jinxes along the way, find all these units. Not going to be the case here, though. Of course, it is just the Best Friends, but still Tristana 1 with only 1 Rage Blade, right? The glove is stuck on the Vladimir for now. And sure, that Vladimir can rotate out. That's not a unit that's going to, remain on this board by any means. But Bento Bot's still level 5, didn't even go to 6, and pretty much everyone, unless you're going like a 1-cost reroll comp, is going to be level 6 at 3-2. Bento just really behind pace and still isn't even at 50 gold with that.
Yeah, I feel like taking Think Fast in this kind of tournament setting, if it backfires, you end up being down a complete Prismatic, which is why I feel like you go High Roller to at least kind of guarantee some minimum output, especially if your nerves are shot, which again, I have to imagine if you're at 64th place, your nerves are in a pretty rough spot. So
yeah, either you're like you go full swing all the way around and you're like, you know what? I can't go any worse from here. What, selling the Tristana for what's the plan here?
I don't know. I can't understand what we're doing at this position. Maybe a Varus comp, but even then, giving up all the combat training stacks on the Trist, I'm not sure what's going on here.
Rageblade Vladimir Wokch. That's about all I have to say on the matter for now. It's really just a big question mark, and we'll have to see what Bento lands into later. I'm really hard pressed to say that this will land in anything more than like a 7th place, but I would like to be proved wrong. Another pause again. Hopefully we get these issues sorted out. Make sure competitive integrity is going to be maintained as well as possible. But Bento, such a I'll say interesting spot. I want to say weird spot because it is, but I'll just I want to default on that word instead.
Yeah, I think we're being a little polite here. There might be some tilt going on here. There might be some frustration. Again, you're going in 8th place, and this is the situation you're in. That can feel pretty bad here.
Yeah.
But the nice thing is, because we're on Tournament Realm, if a player disconnects, we're able to pause, make sure they can get back in. No one loses their spot, so that's pretty nice here. I know one of the players is having a bit of issues, but thankfully we can get back in.
Yep.
And we can see here, but somehow I don't think Lulu's going to be able to win this fight.
Yeah, not quite. Lulu too, I mean, pretty early, but she is not a carry. In fact, I don't want to kind of beat a dead horse here, but Bento really has no carry right now. Might have to find something like pick up a Corki, make that tier into a Hodge. It's open. Grabs the glove on the Thresh, though.
Looking at the augments here, we have 2 Cavalier crowns, and that's clearly been one of the big favorites. We've seen Cavalier be a really strong frontline. But the big thing here is we have 3 Earth grab bags. An Earth grab bag can become a bunch of different options, including Cavalier. But Mirage is another one, although again with Warlord we probably won't see as much Mirage. So it'll be very interesting to see where everyone's spatulas go. And also if we see a spatula on the carousel in the late game, that does mean we should be on the lookout for like an early Tactician's Crown. So.
Looks like you were right, Mort. Varus is going to be the play here for Bento. It seems like going into this position from being a little bit too behind. I mean, Best Friends is good theoretically for this, and so is Combat Training. Just wasn't able to, train a lot until, 3-5 right now. We're rolling down to 0. And not hitting a Varus 2, even. A TG was slammed just to kind of stabilize, not even picking an item for the Varus. A lot of things need to go right for Bento to even dodge the 8th from here still. But I can see the world of how Bento is trying to process this, is trying to say, okay, what are my outs? I think Varus is an okay one. Again, it just might be a little bit too late.
Yeah, the thing is, one of the big things since the nerf where Varus lost a bunch of AD is that he needs some AD to make that up. And so we've seen people have success with things like Double Trouble that give him that extra AD. So theoretically, if Combat Training stacks up enough, you can kind of restore Varus to his former glory and have enough power to carry that. But like you said, little far behind, 38 health on 3-5. It's going to be pretty tough.
Yeah.
And so moving over to this board here, we can kind of see we made a mage cap, so that's Mage Sona can work here. Don't know if that's the best use of this. Mage Sona is a little bit of extra CC, gets those Revel procs, but overall, the Gargoyle Tom Kench is also going to fall off here pretty quick.
Yeah, definitely will. It's still a good stage 3 tank, maybe early stages 4, but also having the Mage Emblem Soda even on bench is a little awkward. Cristofo is not working with a ton of gold here, and it's going to be so hard to take down a 3-item Deja at this point, even without a great Mirage, right? Deja's still going to be very strong, especially with that Triforce giving a lot of great stats as well, and the Archangel stacking up for the whole entirety of that fight. Going back to the Mage Sona as well, I mean, it adds a little bit extra CC, sure. I think if Cristofo lands on some good other Sona items and lands to a Sona 2, she can still kind of be that pseudo carry. It's a little bit unconventional, but she can still, have a decent impact. I'd like to see that a bit later, especially when 3 mages is put online, when the Silas is found for those gargoyles.
Yeah, I agree. If you can get that Sona going, it's one of those unconventional carries, but a really good secondary carry, and so combine that with the Corki, you can get enough damage. Oftentimes the challenge is finding enough items for both Sona, Corki, and your front line. But if you can get lucky and get some extra items through various places, that can work here. Does manage to get a Sunfire here, which is some pretty good front line. We'll have to see here. Is buying the Siphons as well. So I'm curious to see if we're going to end up in a Siphon. I do feel like these items, other than the Archangels, are very good for Siphon. Finds the 2-star Shio-Yu here, and so I think we've got a Shio-Yu build with some really good items here, actually. Edge of Night, Bloodthirster, Triforce. That's pretty good items.
Yeah, usually I think it's hard pressed to find a Shio-Yu without a Titans, but yeah, you don't need it. You can just have these 3 items. Those are fantastic. Archangels already for the Anivia as well. Usually you see Morellas in the Anivia, but sure, a Sunfire works just great. You're going to put that onto a Nico a bit later. And all of a sudden, I think David House here is in a really, really fine spot. It was kind of just whichever dragon carry you hit first, whether it be, Deja, Siphon, or Shio-Yu, really playing around these 4 costs because they are so good. And, hit Shio-Yu, and it's going to be absolutely dominating at this point on 4-1.
Yeah, for sure. It feels like he had Shio-Yu planned, especially with the way he was getting all the Jade units. But
yeah, for sure.
Again, the way to use that and hit that, and I think showing that he was willing to, if he'd hit something like the Siphon, use the Siphon as an item holder feels pretty good here. Moving over to Broccoli, who looks like he has Cavalier Legend. This has been a comp that I think a lot of people have really started to pick up on how good it is. Having even just a Volibear 2 with 300 armor and MR because of all the extra Cavalier and the Cavalier he eats can be really good. So that can be real strong here, and we'll have to see how that board does.
Ooh. Cybernetic Shell, pretty good. Just in general, Cybernetics, especially when you have extra items to work with that portable forge, is going to be a lot of value. And yeah, that is the pickup. It only has value on 3 units right now, but sure, we can spread those out a bit later. Just get a notification. See, and there's a Tactician's Crown. I guess that's what happens when you get a lot of Earth grab bags in the lobby. Yeah, you're going to get a lot of components to work with. And get some Tactician's Crowns coming out. And speaking of the augments as well, this is going to be a relatively strong lobby, right? Not triple prismatic, not anything that crazy, but still 2 gold augments and a prismatic. There's going to be some real potential for these high capped endgame boards.
Yeah, for sure. I kind of just enjoy, by the way, that it says "See ya, nerds." Got a Tactician. That's pretty great. On the other side here, we do get a look at this Legend Cavalier Volibear. The thing to note here is, though, no Ginsus. Like, this is definitely not what you would expect as traditional items here. And I don't like the Titan's Resolves here. It makes me feel like we're not sticking with this comp, because you've already got enough armor and MR from the Cavalier that you've eaten up via Legend. Yeah. And you've also got enough AP as well. The AP is not huge here. I don't really like this itemization, and so I'm really going to wonder if we're going to stick with this or change to something else. But... and yeah, we can kind of see eventually Shioyu with that true damage. It takes a while. We might get to a draw here.
Wow,
just aren't enough true damage procs.
Oh my god.
Yeah, without those, you need those true damage procs to get through the Cavaliers, because again, the Cavaliers have so much armor and MR, but Shioyu can only throw one out every like 5 or 6 seconds or so, and so isn't able to tear through everything. And this is interesting. I don't think I've seen a game with 2 Shioyus with Triforce in the same game.
Yeah, that's crazy. This one even going kind of real vertical, Jade, going to 9 as well. I also want to speak on it. I think it's so rare to see Shioyu comps end in a draw like that. But yeah, I guess that's the situation where it can happen, where there's not enough damage to take out the Shioyu because it's sustaining, but also it's just against 5 cab board where it can't deal enough damage. Looking at this matchup, I think this is versus Bento here on the other side, because they do have a lot of Varuses. They're 1 away at this point. Not quite to get the Varus 3, but it still only has that 1 Rage Blade. Runeans would be fantastic to work with. It might be enough, however, to beat Dace's board, because it is just a Shioyu 1, and Nivea is really a huge part of that, but it's not quite strong enough to deal with all of Bento's board.
Yeah, it's interesting here, because it feels like the augments just really didn't go Bento's way. We have the training dummies, which is like a little extra frontline for sure that's going to allow that Varus to stack up. But we also know that he's down to, 0 gold. He's not going to be able to get much stronger from this position, other than some items on that Varus, and that's it. So we finally get a look at some of the augments here, and yeah, Bento bot with those training dummies. Broccoli with the Celestial Blessing, I think, is very good. C and Nerds here has managed to get Stand United. That's another one that's going to jump up. And then Pocky Gum also getting that Cavalier. And we see with the Earth Grab Bag, that probably means 2 Cavalier spats. So just a lot of Cavaliers in this lobby, which again, we've been seeing a lot of. So you're going to be looking for things that can tear through those Cavaliers, all that extra armor and MR.
Yeah, there's, I think, just taking a quick glance at the lobby, there's 2 players who are 5 Cavalier, and then 3 players running, 6 Jade or higher with the Shioyu. Definitely can see where a player's priority lies. Like, I feel like Shioyu is such a comfort comp for a lot of people. It's easy to get into, easy to slam items in the early game that get you there pretty easily, whether they be AP or ADs, because you can work with both of them, being Shioyu and Anivia, and might as well hit with a perfect amount of gold that Shioyu as well, because you don't have to sell any more pairs. See you, Nerds, in a great spot, because again, like you mentioned, the Stand United I think is a perfect augment to round this out. Running rocking with 7 stages right now, it's only going to go up, I think, as we keep leveling up, which See Nerds I think can at this point, already hitting Anivia and Shioyu too, can probably econ a lot back up, is rocking with a very healthy HP total as well.
It's interesting. Do we see any Corkies in this lobby? I haven't, I know we have 3 Shioyu players. I know we have a ton of Cavalier players. I'm not seeing any Corkies, are we?
Don't think there is any. No. There's actually 0 Corki players in this lobby.
That's fascinating.
Oh, I think Christopha was the Mage Sona rocking with that, or they have Itis frontline now, so I think they want to be a Corki player, and they just haven't found any Corkies yet. But still, even only just one Corki player in the lobby is a little unorthodox for this meta, because there's multiple games today where we've seen 3 Corki players in per lobby.
Yeah, especially since we've seen at least 2 Shiou get 2-starred. So clearly a preference in this lobby, and it's very fascinating to see everyone sort of go down these lanes. And so even when there's a lane that we know is very strong, something like the Corki, if players aren't hitting it, they just may not play it here. And so on the other side here, we see that Shiou that we saw earlier with the Triforce starting to hit that Yasuo. Yasuo is a great pairing into the Jade comp, activates 3 Dragonmancer, because usually you run the Ashe and the Karma, and then is able to benefit from those Jade idols. And so here we see Shiou versus Shiou. Good matchup here, but I feel like 3 item might beat 2, but maybe not.
If a Poly comes out and then the Anivia damage, I mean, as Morello's as well, is going to reduce the healing. If Anivia can get another cast off in time, yes, takes out the Shiou. Certainly won at this point. It was rather close, however. Both Shiou's falling is, yeah, that's the kind of signal for a really, really close fight.
Yeah, and so now we see Bento Bot, who has that Varus 3 down to 9 health. Christopho at 7. It's going to be pretty close here. So, you know, it's, again, compare this to like the last lobby we watched on the main stream, which was a lot closer and everyone was kind of in the like the 40 to 10 range. We've got 3 players over 70. So this is a much more top-heavy lobby than we saw last game.
Oh, totally. Broccoli still is utilizing Volibear in this situation, the legend, but I fully agree with your points earlier. I think that double Titans, okay, is not good enough, and Broccoli recognizes it's not good enough at the same time, so they sell all of their legends, I mean, I guess minus the Ornn, and are pivoting to a Siphon carry. The main concern right now is what else is going to carry alongside the Siphon. It could be a Yasuo, which is in the shop right now, that does go in. I think Broccoli is landing on some solid options here. Just needs to be able to tier 2 them right now, because the items are here. Cavalier Emblem on a Yasuo is fantastic. Again, just needs to find these upgrades.
Yeah, I feel like you go Titans, Bloodthirst, or Cavalier Yasuo here, and it is a Yasuo 1, which isn't great, but hopefully can get you to survive long enough. I think the big thing, is just the lack of... Oh, what are we transition? There's so much transitioning going on here.
Yeah.
And hasn't hit the Siphon 2. I think the Siphon 2 would be a big hit. God, yeah, really needs that Siphon 2 here. But I think the Whispers is nice also, though. If we know there's a bunch of Cavaliers in the lobby, Whispers is one of those comps that can tear through that with that 40% armor and MR ignore, and so that could be pretty good. Unfortunately, just isn't really having the damage here. The Yasuo is still alive. Yeah. So is the Siphon, so it might be... Okay, Christopho might just be out of damage. They just don't have any damage on their side.
Yeah, I don't believe, got the Corki like they wanted to, and now, yeah, there's no damage to deal with it. So Christopho was in a fine spot, but unfortunately goes 8th, and Bento at least, you know, dodges out the 8th, gets a 7th, but again, not the result that they were wanting from being so far behind. I don't even think a first can be able to get them into that top 32 at this point. Looking again at Broccoli, is this okay? This could be a Pike, yeah, Pike Talon angle with then Yasuo and Siphon carry. This is such an interesting board, More. I'm really fascinated by where this is going to go.
I like this board. I don't like the star level of this board.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, this is, if you 2-star the Yasuo or 2-star the Siphon, this board can do great things, but at this state, it feels like there's just not going to be enough health against anyone who's got a stronger board, and so... On the other side, though, Pokygom not really looking that strong either.
No, Pocky's actually going for the salty run back here with Scale Scorns, it looks like, and is, again, not in a great spot to do so. Even with Broccoli being stuck on a bunch of tier 1 carries, it's enough to deal with Pocky's Scale Scorns. Pocky does not have any tier 3s yet, is, I think at this point, 2 Olafs away and 2 Dianas away. Yeah, continuing to roll. I guess little spoilers. Yeah, now he's 2 away.
Yeah, and so being in this position, okay, we're 1 Olaf away, but I don't like these Olaf items either.
No.
Like, these are not Olaf items that get you the win. You're going to be stuck on frontline a lot. The Last Whisper doesn't synergize well here by putting it on the Talon, because the Last Whisper is going to jump into the backline. And so, like, for example, this Talon's going to walk up to this Nico or these Nars and just not be able to output the damage necessary. And unfortunately, I feel like this is not how you win with the Scale Scoring comp.
Unfortunately not, especially being stuck on 8 Olafs. You hate to see it. Pocky is at 19 HP though, so this should not be elimination yet. It's going to be on 3 HP, so any loss, of course, from here on out is going to be lethal.
Pocky's got to not be happy with this because, again, started off with a 2nd and a 1st. Started off really well into an 8th and a 6th, which now is going to kind of put him in middle of the pack, and so really is going to need to come back and do really well. Otherwise, again, after that really good start, just going to be really disappointing into your day if you can't turn that around.
Definitely. It's not doomed yet, though. Of course, Pocky started off really strong, so they're able to get kind of that, leverage room. So even if you have a couple of bad games where, I don't know if, like, Pocky, like, forced skill score in here, it almost feels like he did. This doesn't seem like a great spot. I'd love to kind of go back and, like, see that early game specifically from Pocky, but it is just not working out. At least able to dodge out 8th and 7th, right? Every single placement in tournament does matter that much more, but now it's all about the roll down from here. Does Pocky consider Sling Diana's just to try to find the Olaf 3? The answer is yes, but will he be rewarded? The answer is no.
Oof.
Sells the Shen and replaces it with the Shen 1 to hit. I mean, that's big TFT, but can it work? Can it be enough?
The funny thing is, I still think it's not enough. I still think you end up losing this fight. The crazy thing is, you look at, they took Earth Grab Bag, and they had the spatula sitting on the bench, which means their prismatic didn't even give them the emblem they were looking for. That's a situation where you cannot be happy with what happened here.
No, it's basically a gold augment tier, right? With like component grab bag with 3 components. That spat is very dead. The team composition is alive for now, though. It's able to win the fight against Davidas, who drops to 7 HP. Pocky could scrape another placement here, which again would be huge. Every placement matters. Olaf 3, even though the items, I agree with you, Mort, are not fantastic, is there a world where Pocky could even top 4 from here? I think with good positioning, potentially.
It's going to take some really good positioning, which if he does, we have to give really big credit here, right? Selling 100%. The Shen to get the other Shen, to get the hit, to stay alive, definitely will be one of those moves that we talk about, edging out a point or two. Yeah. So if we ever look back and like Pocky makes it to day 2 or by day 4 by 1 or 2 points, this is going to be that moment where he played that really correctly here. I do also like the 2 Zekes here, so at least this Olaf is as big as it can be. Again, it's just going to really come down to positioning here. Cavalier, one of the harder matchups here. The other Broccoli hasn't hit that Siphon 2, though, so this Olaf could do it here.
Yeah, this is actually probably one of the way better matchups you could run into here. Fight Broccoli before he's strong, and also Broccoli is going to drop really low here as well, so might be able to win on a bit of a tiebreaker a bit later. Has to get through this round first. However, Olaf is still alive against the Siphon, takes that down. Yasuo alive as well, but there's still a couple units, so it won't just insta kill anything unless the Braum goes down. But no, the Braum surviving.
Yasuo execute.
So close to not get to that 3rd slash in time. Nobody falls, however, and it's still a top 6 situation. One thing that I did want to call back on, you mentioned the Zekes here are fantastic, which also leans all the way back to Pocky's first augment choice of that better together. Both these lockets, both these Zekes are having even more value than they traditionally would right now. That's keeping Pokygom alive and in the game and trying to claw his way back into a top 4.
Yeah, unfortunately for Pocky, I think we're out of like easier matchups here. I feel like Sia Nerds is probably one of the possible matchups here that we might get this time. So this is really going to come down to positioning here. The Hand of Justice is okay for the Diana. We'll keep the Diana alive a little bit longer. Can't really get any stronger, though. Can't level up from this position. No. On the side, we see Broccoli hit that Siphon 2. We see a Gnar 2. Sia Nerds hits level 9, so we've got a level 9 at 6-1. But yeah, level 7 versus level 9 is not the kind of matchup you want to see here. And you can even look, and I know Spectator, it's hard to trust it, but if you look at these swords, it's like the 3 players that all have a ton of health are the matchups here. So this is for Pokygum. Can we turn them into a top 4? Let's see what happens.
These are all hard matchups. I think all of their boards are really strong. This is going up against Dace, who I think was probably the one that is the easiest, being on a Shioyu 1. Olaf's in a great position, taking out the Shioyu early on enough, but no, he's actually he does survive. The Hodge healing, the Locket's value, and it's going to be enough. Olaf falls, but it is okay. Talon's still alive, and same with Lilia. These fights are so close. Pokegom is hanging on by just a thread. Broccoli falls in 6th. Is David going to hang on as well? No.
Boom.
David falls in 6th. Broccoli gets 5th, and Pocky somehow manages to top 4 from that doomed looking spot. That's off for Pocky right now. No matter where, even if Pocky dies next round, this is well played.
Yep, that's exactly what he needed. Scores 2 more points, going from 6th to 4th. That's huge. And so again, we go back to that moment where he sold that Shen. That is amazing. Looking at this board here, we have 9 Jade, still a Xiaoyu 1 though, which again goes back to that Xiaoyu being so contested. And so unfortunately is kind of banking on this Anivia. Now the 9 Jade is a lot of healing, but on the other side, there we look. There's our Deja. Warlord Deja looking real strong here. He's got some guild.
Yeah.
Also has that cybernetic, giving him the extra mana regen, being able to cast. These Deja items are really good. You've got that Archangels that's going to stack up, and so by the 3rd or 4th cast, you're going to see some really big damage here. And sure enough, this Deja's looking real strong. Almost one-shots the Anivia from that position.
Jeez, yeah. These Deja casts, as the round goes on with the Archangels, get so threatening. Giant Slayer as well to deal with any, strong threats if there were any, I mean, there are some Xiaoyus in the lobby, right? Even though Dace is only still in a tier 1, and if there was any, like, Shyvanas with big HP bars, that Deja can kind of deal with everything. Pocky does kind of, like you mentioned, does fall directly after, but still a hard-fought and well-deserved 4th place. I think Dace is the next on the chopping block here, especially because that Xiaoyu never got tier 2'd.
Gotta say though, from this position, you have to be happy with the 3rd place.
Oh yeah.
And Metabolic Accelerator coming in big here. You're at 5 health, you know you'd be dead without that Metabolic Accelerator. And so turning that into a 3rd is exactly what you want from that augment, so that's gotta feel real good.
Yeah, 3rd, it still puts Dace in not the best spot on the day. They're coming into this game being in 40th place, 13 points, but they're gonna be around middle of the pack. Next 2 games to kind of secure wherever their fate is going to be. And yeah, Dace does fall, and Amda does take a bit of damage as well. Nerds all the way at 80 HP.
Yeah, clearly
9
running
Jade.
a Soraka, clearly
Yeah.
getting back up here. Nerds looking like the clear favorite here from this position. Been on a long win streak, lots of items, gets another Thieves Gloves, likely to end up on something strong like a Yasuo. Well, that gives them the Yasuo too, so that's got to feel pretty good. Can put that Thieves Gloves on the Bard. So definitely a good position to be in here. And so we have our Jade versus Jade matchup. Or no, excuse me, this is Jade versus Mirage here.
Yeah.
So definitely with the Mystic, it's going to help a little bit. But this is going to come down to, can you get to that Deja before the Archangel stacks and reaches its full potential?
That is the question. There is Archangel stacking on both sides, or Deja obviously a bit better than the Anivia.
14 game win streak, yeah.
We saw that at the exact same time. That's so hard. It's so daunting. It feels like on ladder, this kind of game where you're just like, yeah, whatever. I might as well just FF save time almost. Some players be thinking that, but no, this tournament, you got to try to claw your way back. Can Amdi do it? Is going to actually lose this round, it looks like, because the Xiaoyu and Yasuo are both in the back line, taking out the Deja, but they're saving up gold to go level 9. This is a calculated loss right here, not the augment. It's going to be dropping down to 10 HP, leveling to 9, trying to make the board as strong as it can be.
The bad joke here is that's not calculated loss, that's Stand United, the different augment, you know.
True.
15 game win streak though. This feels like a little bit of a victory lap, and yeah, it should be in a good spot.
Yeah, there's a Yasuo 1 now for MD. It's the Soraka in there. I don't know if that's gonna quite be enough. Good items in the Yasuo, but unfortunately it's not a Yasuo 2. If it was, then maybe we could really consider this as a potential comeback story.
Yeah, I think the big thing here is we just have to watch the Xiaoyu. If the Xiaoyu drops early, this is going to go the way of the Mirage. And if it doesn't, it's pretty clear it'll end up on the back line. And we can see the true damage gets through to the Yasuo. Xiaoyu still alive. Big cast coming here, though.
Oh,
that's going to knock out the Xiaoyu. And so now there isn't much damage on the Jade side. This is going to come down to the Anivia and the Yasuo. Yasuo's still alive, though, and that's going to do it, I think.
Yeah, just too many units left alive. Victory lap indeed. More Nerds takes Lobby A Game 4 in such a dominant fashion, literally saying see you nerds to the rest of the competition there in that game.
Man, a dominating performance coming out of Sea of Nerds there. You guys said it yourselves. It definitely was a bit of a victory lap going through those last few rounds. I want to talk about something that we brought up at the beginning of the show more, where we said last weekend we saw a lot of these very high-end cap, right? The 10 cost units dominate last weekend. And this time you made the prediction. We're going to see more of these 8 cost dragons really dominate. And I think a part of that is the supplementary damage of things like the 3 costs, the rise of the 3 costs, and Nivea being a really strong supplementary carry. Can you talk a little bit about maybe how Sea of Nerds was able to utilize, the other additions of their team comp apart from just the dragons itself?
Yeah, I mean, like you talked about, the dragon is one thing, but using Anivia in the background, you also get that MR shred. That Anivia is benefiting from 2 Evoker, and so when you reach that late game state, you're generating a lot of mana from that Evoker. It ends up being a really good secondary carry. And as we saw, the Anivia has the MR shred, which is really good against all those Cavaliers we saw. Able to shred all that MR. And then combine that with the Yasuo, who gives you that 3 Dragon Mancer because you're running the Karma and the Ash. And that can put you in a really good spot, providing a ton of CC, ton of power. And that's why the Jade comp is such a scary comp to face. It's so multi-threat. And even in that last fight, we're like, oh, Xiaoyu's down, but you still got 7 units to go. And, whereas like the Mirage comp is it's Deja. If Deja's alive, you win. If you don't, you lose. And so that's, I think, been the power of that composition. And so hitting that Anivia early, banking the items on that, allowed him to win streak pretty hard.
Now, as much as we have to give credit to Sea of Nerds, Crow, and I think I gotta point out maybe one of the craziest plays of that game, which was the Hail Mary that came from Pokygop. Listen, I'm not going to fault you two, but you both were a little bit down on Pocky playing the scale scorings. We're not believers. And Pocky says, you know what? I got one last chance. He sells a Shen 2, hits the Olaf 3, and turns his bot 4 into a top 4.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the situation where you really have to be skeptical because it's probably not going to go well. But being in the mind of a competitor, you always have to ask yourself, what is my win condition? Even if it's like a 1% chance, even if it's like a 0.5% chance, you have to say, what am I going to do to win? It has to be to sell my shot on board, literal last roll, hit the Olaf, and somehow, even then, we were both like, oh, okay, even though he hit it, that's great. It might not be enough because it really isn't guaranteed at that point. But a little bit of luck running into good matchups, a little bit of good scouting and great positioning on top of that, every single thing came together. The percentage of that happening is so low, but that is what separates a good from a great TFT player, the recognition of having to follow all those steps, lining up, getting a little bit lucky. It's just fantastic to really see. I'll say, I was proven wrong. My skepticism was, shouldn't have been there. Pocky really showed up in that game.
All right, on a day where every placement really does matter, Pocky showing up. Now we got the scores ready for the rest of the lobbies. Let's go ahead and take a look at those. In Lobby A, Sea of Nerds and Amda, like we saw. Lobby B, Taco Bell Wi-Fi and King Cracks. Lobby C, Solus and Aniko. Lobby D, Malala and Clear. Now there's a couple things that really do stand out here, but more I want to point out Solus. Solus is towards the bottom of the standings right now. You gotta feel like maybe these players towards the bottom of the standings are feeling a bit hopeless. But I mean, I guess at the end of the day, you can feel like, well, if I was at the bottom of the standings in the first half, maybe I can score at the very top in the back half. What's the goal of these players at the bottom?
Yeah, I mean, I think as long as you're on the upward trend, there's still a shot, right? Like first half is literally only half, right? 888-111 is still probably enough to get to the next day. And so Solus getting this first here is really big. It's players like Emily that I'm actually much more concerned about, where it's like you started strong and then are on the downward trend with a few 8s. Or even Ramblin', who I'm pretty sure is still in a good spot considering 3 strong games. But you don't want to be on the downward trend on the second half. And that's the thing that's scary here. And then you have like Clear, for example, who went like first, 8th, and then now back to first, second. And so like those are the players that'll be kind of the wild cards here. But as long as you're in that sort of like top 40, you still have a pretty good shot here. And so playing for those top 4s, top 3s is going to be your way to make it to day 2, because that's really all that matters here is can you make it to the next day.
Let's move on to the rest of our lobbies where we can see how the rest of these players are faring. In Lobby E, we got Cottontail and Goobums rounding up the top two. Lobby F, Within and Bosso Skills. Lobby G, Setsuko with another win, and Casper. And Lobby H, Darth Noob and Jason Java. Crow, and I think you already know where I'm going with this, but Setsuko taking another win, earning his spot really near the top of the standings right now.
Yeah, I think Setsuko is currently sitting in at least the top 8, if not a bit more, overall through the day. Setsuko in a very comfortable spot. Again, more evidence to suggest that Setsuko is still here to play and to win tournaments. But looking overall just at the broader picture of these standings, there is a lot of inconsistency. Players, again, going first and then 8th, like Marcel P, has to come to that. I think Socks as well. You don't expect a player like Robin to go 8th in a tournament lobby, right? Unless it's, 1-1-1, lag 1-1-1 or whatever. But even then, he got a 5th in that game. It wasn't even really that bad, but a little bit unexpected from him. But overall, still, we got 2 more games left after this, and a lot of players are going to be on the bubble. They got to really shore up their weaknesses looking into the final couple of games.
Yeah, this is a great time to zoom out and kind of see where all of the players stand right now. So let's pull up the overall player standings. We're going to look at the bottom half right now. Some of the players on the bubble: Taco Bell, Wi-Fi, Clear, Dish Soap, Asa, Kivix, Davidas. There's a lot of names I think people were already expecting to be at the top 32 more. And I think in particular, I'm looking at players like Dish Soap and Asa who've been rated quite highly.
Yeah, that's totally true, but the more interesting thing here that I'm looking at is if you look at Spencer, who is in 56th here, that's 14. If you go all the way up to 32nd, 33rd, that's only 18. This is a very close group. This is not like a big runaway. And when we get to the next page, you'll see basically the 9th through the 53rd band is pretty close. And so unless you're the bottom 8 right now, you've got to feel like you've got a shot here. And so that's kind of hype going into the last 2 games, knowing that most of the pack still has a shot and anything can happen. And that's kind of what I'm looking at here is it's a tight lobby today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, mathematically, right, the point is typically around 27, 28 points. So even these players with 13, 12 points are still mathematically able to get to that 28 points and maybe force a tiebreaker or get their way in that way. Let's take a look at the top half of the standings where we can see who is past the bubble right now. I'm going to look to retain that spot. We can see, like Mort said, there's a lot of players near that bubble, and really, it's only going to take a little bit for that to tip over into their favor. But let's give some credit to the people on top right now: Malala, Amda, Jason Java, and Rainplosion in our top 4. And Crowan, I gotta say, I don't think these are the top 4 that a lot of people would expect.
Definitely not. But I think that's a really fantastic sign. I think you opened up the day starting this is the time for these, these Jade players to really make their name. And I think they're doing just that. I believe Boop came in today as well with Malala on his list of players to watch. And this is not just a 1 or 2 point gap. This is a 4 point gap already that Malala has created. They're pretty much a lock going into tomorrow. I think the only thing that they're thinking about right now is, okay, how can I just be consistent, make sure I get at least a 2 point head start if they're not able to, maintain the 3. But all of these players are props right now. They've played super well. And it's within that kind of 4th to 12th where you see a lot of, these old guard names, the Ramblin', Setsuko, Nico, Soju, Milk, all these players, but there's no lack of talent here, right? And it's just gonna be so exciting looking at the next 2 games, and can they keep it up, right? Can they be on an upwards trend, like Moore was saying, and not be on that downwards, going on that loss streak, which I think is gonna be real, frustrating and just unfortunate if you're able to find yourself in that trend.
I think if there's anything that we've really learned in the last 4 games, that nothing is certain. The players who are on top, I mean, one of you pointed out before, there's a lot of players who are going 1-8, 1-8, and what seems to work one game may not work if you're not willing to pivot, be flexible, and figure out what's going to work for the next game. Now, we're going to be back after just a quick break for game number 5, but first, we're going to introduce you to a little video about Fantasy TFT where you can learn more about our partners over at Ball Street. What's up, everybody? Welcome back. Game number 5 of the Jade Cup coming up in just a little bit. But for right now, I got some time to talk to Admirable and Boop. We can talk a little bit about what we've seen before. I know, Nathan, I know you were very impressed by some of the plays we saw from Pocky and Broccoli in that last game. I think it goes to show that even the players who bought 4 in a tournament setting like this have to play really well and be capable of these highly skill-expressive plays.
Yeah, it's not something that you can toy around with in a tournament setting, especially not when the lobbies are quite as stacked as the ones that we've really been having around Jade Cup this weekend. I feel like I've continued to highlight this overall, but it's not just about the top 10 players anymore. It feels like that list is, we're struggling to put it in order in the top 25 now even. And that's going to continue to expand as this time goes on. It's something I love to see. But just watching it, Pokemon have to go for the Hail Mary. Watching Broccoli make this just completely wild board transition that they feel like they just absolutely had to make given their item economy in that spot. Every one of it was so impressive to watch and so great to watch. It's it's a little bit of a thing that is a slight downturn for me, is that a lot of this creativity is lost in the fact that these final compositions are so strong, but the players that oftentimes have to be creative in some other way, and it always finds its way to express itself in TFT. It's just one of the things that's beautiful about the game.
I want to actually piggyback off of that because I think that some of the most creative things that you're going to see are actually in the 3rd to 6th place spots in a TFT lobby, right? So a lot of creativity is fun, will work in the early game, for example, but tends to fall off. And so what I'm really looking for is when to add this creativity, right? Sometimes your meal doesn't need that extra urban spice, right? But sometimes you add it in because you feel like you have to. And this is exactly when you start making those kinds of mistakes. The end of a kind of day when you're like, I have to do something. So you just do something different as opposed to something that is good. And I'm definitely seeing to see what kinds of unforced errors some of these players are going to start making as we go into lobby 5 and 6.
Yeah, I think there's something to be said about when a player has to kind of opt into that weighted risk, knowing like this is not the game plan I prepared, but if I stuck to the game plan I already prepared, it's not going to work from this line. And at some point, that creativity is going to have to come through. The lobby we're going to be looking at right now, though, has some major implications. All of these players still mathematically in it. So Nathan, when you are one of these players, we got Ramblin at the top end, and then we have some players like Morris at the bottom end, and all capable. How important is this game to you?
Well, this is where the context being drawn up for a tournament setting really starts to shape up now. For a player like Morris, you're going to have to get 2 top performances back to back in order to find yourself in that strong day 2 spot. And so that is really going to shape up a lot of how the strategy works. If you are not used to playing a first or 8th style of strategy, this is very much a weak spot for you. If it's something that you are comfortable with doing, this is a major difference. Now, Morris has been playing for quite a while, hit Challenger like in set 2, I think it was. So this shouldn't be something that you're really unfamiliar with in a setting this way. It's really just trying to find where that breakthrough spot is. You look at a player like Ramblin, for instance, and Ramblin has demonstrated that so many times, like getting into these desperate spots where you have to have a first place finish, getting that spot, and then losing the tiebreakers. It felt like it happened like 3 times during set 6. And so Ramblin coming into this spot now, sitting at 23 points coming into this lobby. This is a fantastic spot for Ramblin. It's just don't blunder out at the bottom, and you're looking pretty good.
I think the key word right now is discipline. And that works in both directions. For the people on top, it's the discipline that says, I need to preserve as many points as possible. And for the people on the bottom, there's a level of discipline that says, I can't afford to play for top 4. I can't afford to make a safe decision. I have to just jump and pray that I land on something soft, Boop.
Oh, the Mort God must be nice to me today. I mean, he's here casting. He's off this time, so you might be able to ask for those gun buddies now. I know he loves that. So now is a great time to ask more at Mortdog on Twitter. You can ask for these gun buddies now. Apparently, I never want to work again. But the overarching thing here is actually something that I want to kind of piggyback off of too when it comes to Admirable. We have Morris, we've got Christopher, we've got Valet, right? And what Valet has actually spoken about, I think, might actually be a advantageous kind of position here is he didn't come in here with a ton of knowledge of the other players. We've talked about a lot of players scouting, saying Asa is going to win, this, and that. But Valet straight up said, I was just focused on myself going into this. And when you kind of put those blinders on, that can be a good thing. There are some players that value scouting a lot more than others. We're not really seeing as much Zephyr play and, kind of Zephyr bouncing as we've seen in the past. But really curious to see how Valet's kind of prep going into today matters, because I know from casting Fight Night, the amount of times I heard, I actually took a break before today and I played really well, was way too high. So I wonder if that's going to be the case here for Valet, if they feel a little less pressure based on how they got ready, versus someone like Ramblin, who has the opposite kind of pressure to succeed. The expectation is to be successful, and anything other than that's a little bit of a disappointment. Not in reality, but I'm sure for Ramblin.
I think the analogy of the blinders is really potent there. There is something to be said, especially on such a pivotal game like this one is right now. You literally cannot afford to think about anybody else's position apart from yours. And the second that you get caught up in that, Nathan, it's very easy to falter because tilt starts to set in, pressure starts to set in, all these outside factors that deter you from your original game plan start to affect you mentally.
And that's really, I think, one of the biggest contrasts that you're trying to draw up when someone references, or they say tournament meta, is that it's these kinds of spots where your play gets directed mostly for you, and it's like sometimes you are just in a spot where it's like, this isn't going to work. And so you just let it rip. And it looks like that their play sometimes is just terrible. But honestly, it's those kinds of spots where it really highlights to me the most is these players having to take these giant risks because they frankly don't have another option. If you're going to get to the next day, you have to have something big happen.
All right, well, we'll have to see how it all plays out. I'll leave this to you. Game number 5 of the Jade Cup.
And what's really great about Game 5 and 6 is we get to see these plays play out right in front of our eyes that might not be traditional for the player or for the lobby. This is where you get to see some, like I say, shenaniganery when it comes to these lobbies. You can get some really top-level comps in these kinds of situations, but you're also going to be looking at players who are potentially playing comps they don't usually play, affecting the rest of the lobby in a much softer kind of way. As we are moving on with Ramblin', that's with probably one of the best AP players in the world, maybe probably the best player in North America at times. One thing also I want to mention about Ramblin', dude has nothing wrong about him. Have you noticed this about like he's nice, he teaches people, like honestly just like a great representation of esports, honestly. So Ramblin', hopefully you can kind of pick it up on this round and not end up in a tiebreak.
Still going within Rod We Trust as well. Kicking off the carousel with a Rod there. I want to go back to Shenaniganery. I'm glad you brought that up. That was one of my favorite restaurants when I was a kid.
I really like Olive Garden. Anyway, we're going to go to this augment. It's going to be a quick portable forge.
Okay.
Okay.
Three
you got this.
Very different directions to take here, and I do feel like the rocket-propelled arm has just time and again proven itself to be like one of the items. It's just a ton of health. It throws your opponents out of position. It's like you're creating a unit that doesn't exist inside the game right now. Like Thresh is it's sort of like it's pulling from the corner, but it's really more like a corner stun. The rocket propel is more of like a corner pick. Like if you go on lost streak angles here, it feels like the rocket propelled arm buys you a lot of time because it's just almost always going to kill a unit. And in the early game, this can very easily establish a win streak if you have a strong enough board for it. So for Ramblin' here, I think that a kickoff here with the rocket-propelled arm is something that you are absolutely happy to see. It may not be the best thing that's in the game, but it's definitely not bad.
Very strong in the early game, can be strong in the late game. We did mention that Zephyr, I think Sox was the person using Zephyr the most that we saw a little earlier today. But because we're not seeing that, something like rocket-propelled fist is going to be even stronger, right? So now the entire lobby has to position for this pool for the rest of the game. Right,
Dust your hands, you're done.
That is definitely something that can be frustrating for some other people. As we move over to Valet now, playing some Pirates, we've got Mirages on the board, and we got a lot on the bench right now.
Yeah, this is kind of an interesting looking bench here as well because they all kind of play the same style of direction, which is get something in the back line that deals some damage, and then have a front line that lasts long enough. And I think that you're not going to always have like a win streak with this style of angle, but something you do have is that you have a cybernetic augment, which can kind of just piece together your items across the board, and you just play some strong compositions that are there just to try to pick some things off and really make the most of it. So Vila here going to take the stance of I want the gold right now. That's going to play into the Pirates Greed angle, which means that you are now going to be tanking some losses because you didn't find something strong enough to spike right away. And I think that this is probably the right call, even though it looks so starkly different than what they started out with here. You still have an opportunity to spike some 2-star stuff here, but for Vila, it's like get a position on carousel, build up a strong economy, make that big spike happen in the mid lane.
We saw this successfully from Clear all the way back in Game 1, right? Did exactly the same thing, but we have to be very careful how much HP we sack in the early game so we have the time to actually come back. And I think that's where a lot of people falter, is they lose too much HP too early, and by the time they do stabilize, they're still losing to some comps, right? So that is something that we want to avoid for Valet, but we're also going to be developing economy, so we should be able to access 4-cost and potentially, your 10 and 8-cost dragons a little bit earlier. Other thing I want to mention too, Admirable, because this is something we don't see that much, calculated loss for Christopher.
Yeah, calculated loss is just it only appears in gold, and it only appears early on, I believe. So it's just kind of a rare thing to come up even.
Yeah, seriously, and so we're actually going to get it this time. So you're going to see Christopher for losing probably for the next couple rounds. We're splitting our items apart, and that's a Three's a Company as well on the board. Cybernetics for our friend too. So Augment's kind of split, but we got a couple portable forges. Maybe one day that won't be an auto pick for a lot of people. I think some people actually try to experiment not picking that sometimes, but it just gives you so many opportunities, right? Like we have a gold collector on one bench, we have the rocket propelled fist on another, right? Those are going to give those units options for the rest of the game that other people just don't have. And again, that's something that's really good for TFT. You want to develop a board of things where you're going to win by inches near the end, and this is part of developing a winning capped board.
Yeah, it's also just fun. I mean, Orin's like the greatest character, period. He crafts crazy items. What more could you want?
$2,000 in the first place.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah,
A lot of times it's Orin that's kind of putting you in that position, though.
That's true.
Just
That's
saying,
true.
like a little FYI thing.
Even on the Rift, ARAMs too, all versions of TFT love themselves some Ornn. The Ornn Horn is definitely something that I think is from League of Legends.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Like, you hear that, and you're like, I know where that's
Yeah.
from. But we're going to get the Zeeks here. Zeeks is always a little complicated early on in Jade because someone is going to lose Zeeks, or you're only going to get 2. But something I always have had a little bit of a pet peeve on is I think sometimes TFT players try to min-max too much. Right, and they'll force 3 people into the Zeeks. Love that we're not seeing that here, but that's definitely something to look out for in your own games.
I feel attacked.
Hashtag that's something to look out for in your own games.
I mean, that is something I always do. Is I always try to over and max everything, and honestly, it can definitely be a weakness here. Morris here, a pretty decent board to start with. This definitely is more of like a mid-late style of board, I would say, though. But Jade Heart doesn't mean that you have to have a unit carrying the Jade emblem, which is such a big deal with Jade, because that means you can actually hit 9 Jade. You don't have to have 9 units in play in order for that to happen, given the fact that Chiyoyu is giving you the 3 Jade on itself. The point is nobody has to hold the Jade thing in order for it to happen, and so it's such a big difference to have that Jade Heart actually just presenting a Jade to your board. It's such a bigger difference in the spike that can happen with it. So that's something I'm really keeping my eye on Morris's board, is to see how that Jade Heart actually plays out in this one. And as we take a look at Ramblin's side again, it's just the Jade's in play, the Bruisers are in play. He's looking for the 5 win streak now. He's sitting on 18 gold, so he's not going to be able to hit that cap gold spot unless he wants to dump off this Anivia.
How annoying is this Fisk, man?
It's very annoying for everybody except for Ramblin right now. Here's the thing. Ramblin tends to lean into the lost streak angle. It's preserving gold and building this up for this giant stack. When Ramblin hits a 5 win streak in the early game, you got to be afraid as the rest of the lobby, I would say.
What's actually really interesting about the Ionic to go with the Fist too is that once you get pulled, the first thing you're going to do, if you're able to survive the initial pull, is probably ult. Right? And so you're going to be taking even more damage just from one item because of the secondary kind of partnership that it has as well. So that is definitely something that you have to think about, especially when the carries start getting pulled in the later game. A game of inches, a couple extra damage from that Ionic might be enough to get 1 or 2 spots higher, as we are now moving over to Chris. Same name as me. We've got a couple... Oh, we actually have some good items on the bench right now. But we're seeing the Varus, and someone that I know earlier who might make this game did talk about Varus and how successful it was in some other lobbies.
Yeah, this has kind of been a surprise, honestly. If you take a look at the players who have been using Varus so far in Day 3 of Jade Cup, they've been having some pretty strong performances with it. So I'm actually excited to see if Cristofo is going to go through on this exact angle and continue the Varus line. Very few players are competing for Astral, it feels like, because of the hits it took on this B patch. But the Varus still feels like it's been performing well. So I'm curious to see how this actually ends up panning out, because now we're getting like a very close look at it as well, with Cristofo kind of having this mid-early presence of it. Like, how strong is this actually going to be at the end of the day?
And remember, we are on calculated loss, and we have 5 losses. So this is all going good and well. We're fine for Cristofo for 62 HP. However, Tempest got scorched, so we didn't get an augment that required us to lose, but we're still struggling for HP. Curious to see where that's going to end up, as Valet already has a Siphon with Titans and Bloodthirster and Cybernetics. So with everything involved here, this comp will not lose. Unless it's to another kind of similar capped board, right? Another dragon is the only thing that should be able to take this down. And even then, it might not be able to do it.
So the idea of a capped board on 3-1.
I know, right? Can you believe this is probably as capped as you can get? Everyone
pretty
minus
strong,
like
honestly.
tier 2 units. But having the Siphon any dragon at 3-1 is wonderful. Speaking of dragons, all three of these are possibilities. Dragon Alliance, something we haven't seen on stream, I believe, just yet. Thrill of the Hunt has been game defining for a couple lobbies so far. And Earth's Grab Bag actually gives you that spat, and it kind of gives the Dragon Treasure Round a little bit more weight to put your spat on something and maybe even get that Tactician's Crown.
Yeah, I was about to say
went with
Thrill
Thrill.
of the Hunt. It's your first augment you took is pure economy in this spot. You know, that's the economy does affect the way that your team is going to pan out overall. But at the end of the day, you took an econ economy. So, you know, having something that affects combat here is going to be very powerful in a general sense. And so for Christovo here, the Varus, I think, is very clearly the angle they're going to be going after in this spot, given what we've seen so far. But that's going to be the case. I definitely feel like Thrill of the Hunt is very strong here because the Varus is ultimately going to be picking up just about every single kill. He's got the Rage Blade, he's got the Runons, and when you're taking splash damage from things like Deja, from Revel hitting the back line, and Anivia splash damage, all sorts of stuff can happen. Having that extra life tick up, it'll give you some frontline occasionally, and it'll make sure that this Varus stabilizes once that Rage Blade gets really stacked.
All right, we're kind of at the big point with this Varus where we're going to have to start pushing damage. Calculated loss is cool until we have no more HP, right? So 40 HP here is low, right? You want to be around 40 HP after this carousel round is normal. So if we lose any more, we are going to be on the very low end as we're moving over to Tempest Life right now, who is having a little bit of a hard time.
Yeah, they feel like they've pretty hard committed to some sort of angle here. And I definitely don't blame them for this. I'm just curious how this ends up panning out. You know, a gold collector I feel like is a pretty heavy influence for something like this even working. But it's like it feels like you're right there on the precipice of this breaking through and making something happen. The Rage Wing spot I think is very powerful in this. It's just like you have so much damage that gets cranked out, you can afford to take this style of play and have something break through here. So I'm curious to see how long it's going to take for this to put together, because ultimately I feel like this is a timing window that, you know, it kind of shuts itself after a certain amount of time. If you don't end up hitting units, things end up not working out for this. Right now, Tempest has not hit these units, and so this life is going to be a bit tougher than projected.
We've all been here before too, I think, in our games. Like the temperature in your face starts getting higher, you start getting like disappointed, you start making mistakes, right? So Tempest needs to avoid that. This is a very interesting lobby when it comes to how these HP totals are. 30 HP for Christofo, Tempest Life at 29. One of those players, Christofo, does have a lose or loss based augment. The Mirage is Pirates as well. As we get into this carousel round, at 3-5 is where you're going to really see people start putting the, ribbon on their comps, right? You're going to start seeing what they might look like at the end. And if we're going to see a ton of dragons or we're going to see a ton of Corkis, for example, it's going to be very, very soon.
I mean, it's just kind of crazy, the life differences, too. Like, I'm looking at these augments to try to draw something together here. We do see a Dragon Alliance on Morris's board. But it's
we do get a Dragon Alliance.
I'm really curious to see how this all ends up panning out. So we're going over to Bosso's board, and things are looking pretty up to shape here. Like, this just looks like a strong board that has been developed here. You have Phony Frontline, you have Bruisers, you have some Mirage in play for that extra gold right now, and you have a Corki that you're kind of working your way towards this spot. So a very clear direction with just a very powerful situation that's really cropped up here. I feel like that Bosso's going to have a tough time really finding a bad game outcome here.
Yeah, I mean, that Deja is scary. And I want to bring up Deja again. We have two of them here, 3 different items, right? Something that Crowan and I used to talk about are units that are item agnostic, right? Meaning that a couple different versions can actually get close to best in slot. And I think we're still discovering what the best in slot for Deja is right now. They actually ult at the exact same time, but there's going to be Collector and a little bit self-enabling from the Hodge versus just the crit here for Stellar. So we're also going to be getting money from these rounds because of Gold Collector. So this Deja should be a little bit faster than other Dejas. We have to get the other Dejas. We're going to have a lot more to do with our money, but, you know, sometimes more God doesn't answer your prayer, and you only have the one to deal with until someone else gets eliminated. But is this going to be where we see people holding hands maybe into the bottom side of the leaderboard? It doesn't seem like it yet. The Deja's definitely kind of like the star of day 3 so far.
Yeah, Deja has certainly been having a very strong performance almost any angle you break it. I do feel like the strong performance for Deja in this particular lobby, when it's Pirate's Greed, is going to be a timing window. It's about finding that gold and having that spike so you can jump forward to a spot where the other players just can't get to realistically. So that's the timing window for here right now. If you find it this early on, I feel like something get made here. You look over at Cristofo's side of the board, that is 8 Varuses sitting on the bench. So pretty close, I think, to this really taking its spot and getting its footing and taking off as a real composition here. For Cristofo, I feel like that this sacrifice was worth it. I feel like overall it is going to end up working out. It's just such a big difference, I feel like, from the Varus 2, Varus 3 angle. And for Basso here, you're starting to see the end of the line, I think, for this Deja here. Taking a loss to this board at this point is looking like something where like, all right, I've saved up a ton of gold. How can I make this better? And I'm looking at Tempest Life now, down to 3 in this spot. Like, 3 at 3-6.
I mean, are we even sure they can beat wolves? I'm just kidding. That was mean. All right, Tempest Life, like you said, 3 HP. We're getting gold for a Stellar up to 50. We have the Bard as well. So this comp looking pretty good. Deja Bard together. There we go. As a match made in heaven, if I say so myself. The Bard ult along with the Deja ult can absolutely rip through the HP. It takes items to actually break through that. If you don't have items, if you don't have good augments, it's going to be tough to work through that combo. But let's see what we get here. Ooh, a bow. That's going to be nice for the Deja. We can also do IEJG.
Yeah,
see what that's like.
The double crit for the cast it's almost never a bad thing. It's really tough for it to be bad. I'll put it that way. But I'm kind of curious to see where this board ends up going for Minhee. Is this a level 8 target here, or do you feel like you can explore this a bit further and try to get more powerful right now? You're sitting at 72 health. You're in the middle of the pack right now. Vile's on a win streak. Your board is decent, but I'm not going to say it's like super exciting. It just feels like if you lose that maybe you're going to be clearing out quite a bit here. And so I'm looking at this sidebar here. Not really a ton of action felt like it took place on this round.
Yeah, I would agree. I think people still kind of developing a little bit of a slower lobby. We do have some dragons now. There is a dragon horde for that side of the board, but right now I believe it's just Xiaoyu, and the Jade is going to be Bloodthirster. Oh, and look at that, some extra attack range. That's actually really nice for the Xiaoyu. Has that extra hex to be safe and get some of that true damage on, like you're seeing right now against the Leona. And now we get into the back line, and the RFC going to be really good to get into the back line for that Deja as well. So this could be kind of one of those lobby-dependent changes. Maybe we put it on as we see that, oh, range is actually pretty good right now. Corki and Deja are doing a little bit better than maybe some of us, well, Corki we knew was going to do well, but maybe we do some extra work with some range on that Xiaoyu.
I have been seeing a lot of interesting things come up across the board here as we enter a 3rd gold augment here. So pretty strong
and
overall
only
lobby.
7 players.
And it's just Tempest Life getting knocked out at 4-1 right before the 3rd augment. You hate to see it. Cristovo finally hitting the Varus 3 now. Kivix had a legend emblem on a Nunu holding a Bloodthirster. So that is a very big opening on the angle that they're going to be going for. Ramblin going to level 8. Basso hitting a Corki 2. And Vile still on a big win streak here. This is just... It felt like the action really kicked up after this 3rd augment.
Admiral, do you feel it coming on? You got the itis coming.
You got to have the Corki with it as well.
The Corki-itis needs to come here. You got to get my Corki-itis going. But we're gonna leave the itis off. It looks like, and we're just gonna get that. Oh my goodness, that is already a 10-cost dragon there, my friends. It is going to be. Oh, the Ao Shen.
Yeah, this is not really the matchup you're looking for in this one. You know, this is a pretty tough one, I would say. But Ramblin does have a direction. And it's, largely just centered around the mage emblem, just in general.
Mm-hmm. And that makes a lot of sense that Ramblin is going to be running those mages, particularly this kind of mage. This would have done really well in the last patch. And this is very early, but the...
Oh boy.
Just the single version without it tier 2ing is going to be kind of tough to sustain with. As we continue to roll, we're 2 Volibears away.
3 Nunas away. Yeah, the roll kind of died off here at the end. Oh, the champion duplicator makes it so hard not to spend here, I feel like, on this spot.
Okay.
Yeah, nice
All right, we
positioning.
have the legends.
Very unusual. Wait, they're on level. Kivik's on level 6. I just realized that.
With the legend, so this is only going to be 3 units, and with the rocket, I think something brought the Anivia into. Yeah, it was the rocket propelled fist. We have 2 of them
Oh my
on the
gosh,
board.
that's a
Christopho
Whisper
has
emblem
one as well.
on.
Yep.
Oh my gosh, the Whisper emblem is huge on this Varus.
Yeah, this is actually the counter to Kivik's comp, is that emblem pretty much. So the other thing about Varus that we all need to remember, right, it is one of the few carries in the game that has an AoE stun, right? So in a 1v1 situation, there's going to be a situation where the Deja or the Corki potentially gets stunned by that ultimate and gets locked out of auto attacks. And that's what you really need that Varus to do, is to push those pieces of damage in while the other team can't, if you're able to get to those ultimates into that back line, which it does spread. So Varus can be kind of the answer to some of these long-range carries right now. Maybe it's the 3 cost. We'll figure it out here very soon, because Christopho has tier 3 Varus, has tier 3 Nami, for example, and the Alawi looked like pretty hard to get through as we... I was like, why doesn't Tempest have... Oh... Yeah, the third augment, poor thing. But yeah, and to go with the Whispers, anything that's going to be ultra tanky, right, is going to fall victim to that Whisper spat. Varus is going to make them, smaller and take a little bit more damage, and that might be, again, that extra little push that Varus needs to get that top 4, top 3, potentially even top 2.
Big find here. Vile going up to 8 with over 40 gold to roll with as well. Gonna pass on the at least 2-star and say, you know what? I really, really, really want to find this Silas, and then also really want to find this Pike. Both get found. Frozen Heart immediately gets snapped into play here. And so we're going to see how strong this is. That is a 3-star Nunu with a legend emblem and 2 healing items.
Right, and so even if you think you've got the chance, the shield will come up, and then the ultimate will get him healed. But
oh my
gosh, this is going to be a real look into how strong Legend Nunu is, because right now not a lot of HP is going down. Should be able to one-shot things like that Frozen Heart, and we're going to be able to develop a little bit more HP. Is it going to be enough?
Oh my gosh!
Oh, that timing on the ult was huge though, and we get another one. Is overtime going to be the death sentence for this Nunu? Wow, it did a lot better than I thought it would there in that last 1v5, 1v6, but such a good counter to things like that Frozen Heart, is you can just eat it up like some ice cream.
I think such a big deal behind that one too is just, seeing the weakness of that spot, and why Siphon's such a powerful unit is when you get into those kinds of situations, what does your opponent actually have the option to do? Like, they took this stance on having one unit that's supposed to completely overwhelm the entire board. Siphon's entire benefit is this giant spike that gets provided by the damage aspect. I feel like that Vile here is in an incredible spot given the lobby context. It felt like there was a lot of desperate plays that are getting made here for some of the players. And again, this is like the tournament meta stuff. When you get in these situations, sometimes you have to make desperate plays, because without top finishes, your tournament run is out.
Okay, and so we do have a Shyvana on the board right now. Those do come through a little bit later, as that is a legendary unit. But I'm looking at the Siphon right now. Together with the Pike, it's such a great combo, right? Like, the rest of the team is able to bother him up, and then we're going to see the Siphon strike him down, right? As easy as that. Siphoning that HP away.
Kivik's the last player in a fight with Morus, is going to win the round. So 7 players living to stage 5 here, but not by very much. Looking at Morris's board here, and just, wow, still so much to be found here as well. Like, it felt like the item expenditure here is very low from Morris's perspective.
Good. I like the itemization with the Zeeks here. A little fun with the Jade statues as well. The positioning with Jade statues can be very interesting. You're like, they can't be touching everyone, and they are.
Wrong dragon.
Here. The wrong dragon, indeed, the one on the bench.
Wait a second.
But we do have Dragon Alliance.
Yeah, this is...
the game is telling you to play Siphon at this point. I think there is, yeah.
I feel like we're just missing the items for it. Oh, goodness.
I mean, we can... Not really? I mean, we could have sold the Shioyu, put the naked Shioyu up
goodness.
instead. Put the Bloodthirster on the Siphon, but we get Shyvana instead. We get 2 of them, so that's something.
It's definitely not bad here. Like, you have blue buff on a Yasuo. You do have a Shyvana, which now has an Edge of Night. and you have a Xiaoyu that's holding a Bloodthirster and some sort of item related to attack, the 2-stars are really what the missing piece of this board. It's whether or not you can 2-star this Yasuo, the Shyvana, the Xiaoyu. That's where Morris has taken their stance, and that's where everything sits right now. Without 2-stars here, this is going to be looking, I think, a little bit grim. With 2-stars, though, it just suddenly has such a massive spike and picks up a bit. I will say the Shyvana in this backline, though, is doing work.
Ooh, not enough. Called out a little early there, Admirable. As
I didn't say it was winning. I said it was doing work. All right, if you're gonna live long enough to find these 2-stars, you're gonna have to cut some units off the board.
You can do work and just do it poorly as well.
Yeah, I mean that example.
Me.
Us.
So Kivik still alive with 1 HP. The legendary Nunu is looking for a buffet, and is our next opponent gonna be that buffet? 2 wins in a row, so we know we can make it happen, right? We know where the stats are going, but we only have 3 units plus Zoe on the board right now. So 4 Cavs, that's a good amount of defense. Honestly, we're all just looking at the Nunu, right? Every single time this Nunu eats, it's going to be able to develop a little bit more health and take down a unit completely. And it might be this Corgi here, as that's actually pretty good positioning for this Nunu.
Well, is it going to get locked?
Now. It's going to do true damage.
That's not good to see. When the unit when Nunu doesn't consume the unit, that is bad news.
Mm-hmm. Especially now that the Guardian Shield is there. Nunu is down, and Kivix should be as well. So
we got him.
Yeah, Sona just taking a little gander at everything there. That was a pretty cool comp. Unfortunately, cool only gets you 6th place, as we have our top 5.
Stoffel getting knocked out in 2 rounds ago. Kivix minus 17. It was a valiant effort on this one, but now still a pretty strong running here for the top 4 places. 39-21 between Bosso Kills, Morris, and Minhee, respectively. So which one of these boards is going to make it out? Vila's board just, honestly, it doesn't look like anything super special. It just looks strong.
But that's good, right? Sometimes vanilla is the best flavor. Right, and I think people forget about that. Kivix might have forgotten about that. That's actually a really good thing to kind of go back into our previous point of a little bit too much creativity, potentially. Right, and so here, you just saying, hey, we have a vanilla comp, and look where we are in the leaderboard in 1st place, right? There is a reason why vanilla is vanilla. Creativity can help you find new things, but you're going to be entering into a little bit more of the unknown. As this Ao Shin trying to take the shins out of that siphon. No shins for you.
What a monstrous ability from a 2-star Ao Shin there. A lot of that, too, is the positioning on Ramblin's side. If that Siphon is in the right position there, it can charge right into that Ao Shin and just snare it down. In that spot, the positioning, I feel like, is so important for Ramblin to be predicting where the opposition is going to be. Because if that Ao Shin gets jumped on, it is really helpless when it comes to that style of angle. Its defense is low. It doesn't have a way to escape that. It's all about whether or not you have the time for that Ao Shin to perform.
Mm-hmm. And right now, that front line is giving so much time. I mean, there might as well be like 4 opening acts before the Ao Shin actually starts to perform on stage, and then leaves like 10 minutes later, one of those things. Right.
Second locket for this front line as well, with the better together.
Ooh, very, very nice. This comp is tanky. So let's see if that's going to be enough, right? Because all of the damage is going to be by paper cuts, right? Death by 1,000 paper cuts here, except for the Shyvana. So how much enabling in time is the Shyvana going to have with 2 lockets and a chalice? We're going to have a little bit of extra power, but what is a shield going to provide? That time. Eyes should be on the Shyvana, but as well as the Nico, to see how long we can get the Sunfire and Redemption to start working, because there is a lot of AoE damage in the late game, and Redemption is a really great way to take some of it out.
You got 4 shapeshifters as well with like the double crit. The Shyvana is just cranking, and the 4 shapeshifter gives you so much time to work with in this spot. Morris gonna fall in that one. That's a huge hit.
Morris is going to fall. The Shyvana's performing very well so far. We have a top 4 folks, as it's going to be Stellar, Basso, Valet, and Ramblin. Ramblin having quite the tournament, doesn't want to fall to a tiebreaker, right? So what's the best way to avoid a tiebreaker?
Beat
By
everyone.
being in the top 4. Yeah, exactly. So if you just beat everyone, you get to avoid kind of what's been your kryptonite.
Basso here was just another strong board in general. You know, you're not necessarily ecstatic about the Shimmer scale item here, but your board is, you know, this is dust your hands off sort of thing. Like this is a very big board to be having in play right now. Not only do you have the Guardians aspect for that ton of extra HP, but you pretty much have items all the way across the board for this cybernetic uplink. So you're having extra mana and health pretty much at every single spot that's in the lobby, plus the phony frontlines being in there. You're giving this Corki so much time to act, but the Whispers just cut down on this so much. Is this enough?
Oh, Siphon. Oh, Lulu. Oh, my goodness.
It is not enough.
So it is not enough, and unfortunately for Basso, like, almost all of that actually went right. Like, you wanted all of that to happen on his side. The Siphon got Lulu'd, for example, got poly'd. The Corki, you know, got taken out really early, but at the end of the day, that was actually a moderately good round for Basso. It's just too much on the other side. 13 and 8 now, as Ramblin really picking it up here in the late game. And there's something about a capped Ao Shin that is just so hard to deal with, especially when you're able to get it as early as Ramblin did, pushing the HP totals lower and just eliminating the time for everyone else to get just as strong of a dragon.
It's kind of an interesting thing to really bring up here, because I feel like Ao Shin is such a powerful unit. It just needs so much around it in order to make it happen. And so if that gets found early on, it's pretty much bad news for everybody else. But it's just the requirements to really make that unit take its shine is just so much. Ramblin sitting at 53, having that happen. It's just, again, Ramblin was on that 5 win streak early on, and this is a pretty rare element, I'd say, for Ramblin. He tends to lean towards the lost streak economy side. When he has that big win streak, like I said, I was worried for the rest of the lobby, and just I'm kind of happy to see it pan out, honestly, because it's like, this is the one. I want to see Ramblin just crush everybody super hard. I'm super biased on this one. I'm not going to hide it. I am a little bit worried when I see this this board with the Shyvana 2 double crit, though. This is a massive amount of damage that this unit is dealing.
But, actually no buts, as the Corki is going to fall. Oh no, the Corkiitis getting to me, Admiral. Oh, the Corkiitis is too much, as the Shyvana. Yeah,
just
this
so
is going to
many
be a
units.
huge win. Yes. Basso falls. Minhee will win. Valet loses. So Ramblin, you know, is this a coronation, or is this going to be the tumble? And I also want to just say something about Ramblin. We talked about, like, ladder warriors before. Ramblin has gotten enough points to make it into the final day. Just hasn't won the tiebreaker to go along with it. So, like, it's not like the yips, as I think, like, someone like Setsuko might have, or New Bowel, for example. Do you know that term, the yips?
No, please.
It's very popular in baseball, where you're a professional and things that you do normally really well when you're in front of people, all of a sudden you can't do anymore.
Oh.
Yeah, so that's what I like. Ladder warrior, I think, like, what I would describe Setsuko in the past, I don't think that's the case anymore because he's doing really well today, is, you know, having the yips for someone who, like, drops a fly ball, or, you know, doesn't bat very well in baseball, for example. Yeah, it actually goes really well with a lot of TFT.
Yeah, no, it really does fit in. I'll tell you what else goes really well with a lot of TFT. It's this double crit item Shyvana. Oh my gosh, it's just such a powerful unit. Valet gonna fall in third place to that as well. Ramblin takes a hit. Also, Ramblin honestly just has a stacked bench. Unfortunately, that does not mean a stacked in play necessarily. The Ao Shin 2 has really been the big carry here alongside this phony front line. It's starting to show why it's phony at this point. When you have this many legendary units that are simply paired up, it's not necessarily going to work every single time. So this is a big positioning map again for Ramblin. How do you divert the attention away from this Ao Shin and give it the time necessary to deliver the damage that clears out the opposing board?
Okay. Plus you got percent damage, right? The percent damage from the Giant Slayer is going to crit, and there's so much HP on this Ao Shin.
No.
I mean, it's over.
Oh, no!
Right? It is over. It might be time. I might be a little crazy here, Admirable. It might be time to frontline that Ao Shin.
I'm trying to figure out how you get the Shyvana to jump away from this. It just feels like the AI on this unit it's just unmappable. It just feels like it just does whatever it wants most of the time. And in this situation, it's kind of doing exactly what Minhy wants to do, which is just get onto the Aoshin there and then breathe it down with this, critical fiery breath. This is 2 big stars that Ramblin's hitting here, though, and then a third one is offered. Is this worth it in this spot? Because Ramblin knows he's going to need more to map this up. He says, yes, it is. This extra time plus the extra damage magnification, this is going to be it. And so for Ramblin, if this fight is not won, it is a major problem because this was a huge upgrade to the board.
Bar 2 should be able to stop the Shyvana if we're in that ultimate, but we also have to worry about things like the Pike and even the rocket-propelled fist, which takes one... Oh, we are going to frontline it!
Oh, boy. Not
We're
only that, but
frontlining
it's getting
all
a mana
right.
battery from the Soraka, potentially? No. Does not draw the attention. And the Shyvana, once again...
Oh, no! Why is she over there?
Where is she breathing, though? This is a big deal. If it does not breathe onto the Aoshin, that gives Ramblin a chance.
Okay, but oh no, but the Bard is going to keep the Aoshin locked out. Here are going to be the 2 ultimates. It needs to get rid of the Shyvana. It does get rid of a lot of the units. A little bit better of around that time against Stellar, but still wasn't enough. Frontlining the Aoshin, though, does seem like it did make a little bit more progress, but we're not going to see any more than that made as Ramblin takes a second to probably the strongest Shyvana we might see today. Percent health along with double crit. Nothing is going to survive that once that Shyvana suffers from those allergies.
Listen, there's a lot to say about the play that we just saw. I want to talk about Stellar Minhy's board there, though, and specifically how they got there. I think we've seen a lot of Deja today, right? And we saw both Bosso skills and Stellar Minhy play that mid-game Deja into building a strong economy using Pirate's Greed, and then build these strong level 8 boards using Shyvana or Corki, whatever it may be, to finally cap out their board, both of them placing in the top 4. So, Boop, I want to talk a little bit about that, about the skill expression in building these mid-game boards to help build economy, build board strength that allow you to build these strong late-game comps like we saw the Shyvana completely taking over.
And let's always remember to build bridges as well with each other. But I think what a lot of people, sorry everyone, what a lot of people do in the mid game is they kind of, I think a lot like lower ranked players will say things like, oh, I just got to make it through the mid game because they would just want to get to the peak, right? But part of understanding like a hierarchy of information or a pyramid of knowledge is if you start at the top, it's just going to fall over, right? We know where the destination is. How we get to the destination is what makes these players great, and I just don't think some people value the mid game as important as some other players do, but that's where a lot of the skill expression is. It's going to be more on certain individual type of movements versus big changes, right? We all know a big pivot in the mid game might happen, but this is where like, oh, this spat might go good here, or oh, if I do this I might unlock this in round 5-2. That's where I think the expression really comes through.
Nathan, I want to call back to this idea of discipline in the game real quick before we go to our lobbies. We talked about it before, that players need to have a blinder on when they're going into these pivotal games.
Yeah, I think that a lot of it, again, is just, it's demonstrated by the fact that this is the tournament meta. So in a lot of times when you get to these situations, you're just seeing players hands locked when they're in these spots. If you have to find yourself in top performances, you really have your options limited at that point. It's going to be take high risks and hope for high rewards. In this last game, I do feel like that we saw a lot of unusual things take place in this one, but at the end of the day, it ended up just being the same kinds of powerful boards you see at the end. Ramblin having a 2-star Aoshin dominating the board for a long time until the Shyvana was able to take over with, arguably, I think one of the best in slot things you can have, the double crit item. What's the third one there? I don't really know, but it didn't really need it at that point. That Shyvana was just murdering the board, and it wasn't even close. That was even, I think, with the great positioning call at the end that Ramblin made. It just wasn't enough to get it done. It just demonstrates the performance of how strong that damage can be when you're able to assemble it, and that really goes back to that building out the board position. Your mid game determines so much of how much of that end game you can find because you need the time, you need the gold, and you need the health total.
The conversation about the creative things that we saw in that game could probably just go on forever. So I'm going to stop us now. Let's take a look at the lobbies, how the rest of the games played out for game number 5. We'll take a look at Lobby A, Cyber and Taco Bell Wi-Fi in the top 2. Lobby B, King Cracks and Pokygom in the top 2. Lobby C, Birdosaurus and Dish Soap.
My son.
And Lobby D, Asa and Rimplosion. Boop, let's talk about your son, Birdosaurus, Lobby C. How you feeling about it?
Oh, I'm so proud of him. I'm going to let him not do chores next week. because of how good this performance has been so far. And maybe we can actually go out to a nice restaurant as well with his winnings. After this is all done, he can take his whole family out. No, in all seriousness, I'm actually really proud of Bert because something I've known about Bert, even from just like even side content, is he can really get in his head, and that just hasn't happened today. And this goes to prove why he's #1. And when Bert's playing, he is, arguably the best player on the Convergence when he's playing, when he's clear-headed, and when he's able to play his kind of game. Let's see if it's going to continue happening, because anything can change. But right now, Bert is doing exactly what Bert needs to do to set himself up for a Jade Cup qualification to mid-set.
All right, let's take a look at the rest of the games that played out during Game 5. Take a look at the rest of the lobbies here. Lobby E, BC, Sox, and Milkai taking the top 2 in Lobby E. Very important. We'll come back to that in a second. But Lobby F, Stellar Minhee, Ramblin', like we saw. Lobby G, Z Hydration, and Setsuko with another top 2. And Lobby H, Protect Scroll, and Robin at the top 2. There's a lot to talk about, but Nathan, I think it's probably worth it to talk about Sox. He actually was one of these bubble players, a player that needed to perform well in one of these pivotal games. I think there's a conversation that could be had there where when you have one game left, giving yourself a little bit of extra space by taking a first in Game 5 is probably a bit of a relief for Sox.
Yeah, you need that breathing room. Sox was right on the outside of it, kind of looking inwards in this one. We're having a pretty big cutoff going for day 4 of this here, and we have one game left. All of it is going to be summed up now in this final game that we see. So when you have a first place performance, when you need 2 strong performances in a row, that is a huge sigh in relief. But my big highlight for this is on Setsuko right now, where Setsuko is the second place finish here and is up to 30 points now coming into this one. This is an incredible day 1 performance. This is the kind of stuff you're looking for from a player with Setsuko. You see them crush the ladder time after time after time after time. When's that big tournament going to come through and really create that road to the actual top, not just the ladder top? Right now, Setsuko is paving that road.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at where all these players sit in the overall standings right now. This is the bottom half. These are the people on the outside looking in, like you've been saying this whole time, Nathan. These are the player with one more game. They've got one more chance to make it happen, Boop. So tell me, who's standing out here? Who do you really want to focus on looking into Game 6?
So something just in general that I want to bring kind of everyone's attention to is a lot of people who we called the new guard, or some of these up-and-coming players, performed really well in the first 2 or 3 lobbies. And just like in any other, flesh sport or esport, right, the underdog will start kind of struggling as the day goes on, and we're seeing that right in front of our eyes here. Some bigger names that we're seeing on here, like Luke Win, who's already qualified, 21 points, DQA, another very popular name, Zhao Dian, someone who a lot of the players respect, St. Vicious, we know who St. Vicious is, but I mean, even still, there's a lot of people, even in the second column, that might be able to make it, as 23 seems to be where the bubble is. So if St. Vicious gets like 8 points on this next one, we might see a huge jump.
Absolutely. Everything can change in the last game. Let's take a look at our top half of the overall standings right now to see who is still near that bubble, but on the other half, let's take a look here. We see Onodera, iCopy, Keen, Fingerlooker, Saber. Oh, how many people is that? We got, like, including the next page, 7, 8 people tied at 23? This is too many.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's
my
so
goodness.
many at 23 points right now. And that really is kind of where that bubble spot is. You have to break through on this final game here. So if you're sitting in the middle of the pack, you might still need a very strong performance. You are not out of the breathing room just yet, unless you're one of these players that's sitting at the top and you mathematically cannot fall out of that spot. So if you're looking at this top 4 right now, I believe they are actually locked in, I dare say. I can't confirm that 100% because of tiebreaker stuff. I haven't been over that math. But if Ramblin' and Stellar Minhee both got 8th place, they'd still be sitting at 31 points, which means that you're going to be locking out some of these 23-point players unless they're sharing lobbies together. So, again, I haven't been over the exact math for this one. If you're at 30 points, though, I personally believe that you're going to lock in. I'm going to say it. If I'm wrong about this one, someone please call me out on it. However, it's just, you look across the board, and it's just so many strong players at every step of this. Any way you slice this up, you're were going to have players in the bottom 32. You're like, oh, they're in the bottom 32 right now. But the problem is that it's tough to get to Jade Cup in general. Soju sitting at 24 points still needs a strong performance. Cyber sitting at 23 points. Broccoli, you name it, there's a story somewhere, and I can't wait to see how this final game is going to shape everything up.
And speaking of stories, right? Malala, Rainplosion, and Stellar, right? A lot of people who did very well in Astral doing very well in Jade as well. And I think now we can start drawing those conclusions on how they've interacted together. Super interested to see how those three I just talked about prepared in between Astral and Jade, and how that might be different than some of these bigger names, because obviously they're doing something right. Malala's still a couple points ahead, even with a rough lobby on that one there. So mad props to, again, quote, our new guard, Rainplosion, Stellar Minhee as well. Rainplosion, again, second tournament ever, major tournament ever here. Gonna get potentially 3 extra points going into tomorrow.
Yeah, this has been a big day for Rainplosion. This is absolutely hats off for this one. I mean, it's just been such a strong day on Rainplosion's resume here. You look at these performances. There's been one bottom 4, I think.
Yeah.
One?
Yeah, I saw second, first, something like that. It feels like she can do no wrong. I want to piggyback off of something that you mentioned, Boop, where people are still playing for these extra bonus points, right? And Nathan, you're talking about before how players like Robin or Ramblin, Stellar Minhee, even if they go 8th, they can have a breath of fresh air that they probably make it the next day. But when you're playing for a spot for straight to the mid-set finale by placing top 4 in the final day, having those extra 3 or 2 or even 1 bonus point can go a long way in getting you there. So even the players at the top, nobody can truly breathe. And we're going to take a quick break before we go into our final game of the day. But before we do, if you haven't already, make sure you go to fantasytft.com. You can play along with us at home. Not only can you find all of the best news, podcast rankings about TFT, you can also win yourself a Little Legends egg by trading stocks. And if you predict right, or maybe if you just high roll a little bit, you can walk away on the night with a Little Legends egg for yourself. But Boop, Admirable, I think we're going to say goodbye to you for the rest of the night. Thank you both for joining us. And for all of you watching at home, don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a little bit for our final game of the Jade Cup. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Game number 6, day 3 of the Jade Cup. This is the end of the road for so many of our players. It's one last chance to make it into the bubble, or you're packing your bags, you're going home, your run is over. Crowan, I know we're going to be taking a look at Lobby A here, where basically everyone in this lobby still has a chance to make it to day 4.
Yeah, this lobby is gonna be crazy. There's like 6 players in that lobby who is super competitive. I think Malala is in there, who is I think a safe lock at this point. Unfortunately, BentoBot hasn't had the best of days, but still, even just getting here, right, you're still amongst the best TFT players, so got to give props where they're due. But really, I mean, even Kuramex, which I think who is currently sitting at 19 points, with the first place, could win, could get in some tiebreakers. I mean, we've seen tiebreakers be a really hype story sometimes for players who are not named Ramblin'. But it could happen. It could happen.
More at the top of the day, you talked about how you were expecting the meta to shift away from some of those 10 costs like Shyvana and Aurelion Soul, and a bit more power going into the Deja, the Siphon, the Jade compositions. How has what you've seen today met or not met your expectations?
I think certainly, there's a little bit of like called it, nailed it. But I think the thing that we have to call out is, like, I think a lot of people, we've talked about it a couple times in the day, right? It's like a lot of people are expecting Corki and Jade to kind of be the top. And the reality has been Deja has definitely been the S tier. We have seen a lot more Deja. We've seen a lot of lobbies come down to Deja versus Deja. And I think the people that were on top of that in the meta, I think someone like Soju, for example, has really been leaning into that Deja, are being rewarded for it today. And the people that are still stuck in the Jade and the Corki are falling a little bit behind, and they don't know how to play that angle nearly as well, and we've just seen that be rewarded. And so yeah, definitely a bit of called it there, and yeah, we'll have to see who gets the Deja this time and who can play that well, or again, if there's some last minute counter here. What's interesting, by the way, I want to touch on with the scores here is because of the way the format works, it's almost like they're not playing each other in this lobby. They're playing for, like, I need this position, right? If we look at like Taco Bell Wi-Fi with 25 points, all he's thinking is like, I need a 6th or better, and so it's like less about do I need to beat the people in this lobby and more about just 6th or better. And so that's going to be the really interesting thing this year is like, do they get in their own heads? Because we've seen before some people who are newer to tournaments will just like, oh, I just need to not get 8th, and then they get in their head and then they go 8th. And so that lack of tournament experience can really screw you up here. So I'll be interested to see how that goes.
Now, Crowan, I want to bounce off of that because that's a really interesting point. I've heard countless times someone saying, "Yeah, I just need a 6th. I'm playing for 6th place," and then they change their game plan. They change the way that they approach the game because they've spent all this prep learning to play a specific way, and when they're saying, "I need to play for X specific placement," suddenly they just go 8th. Well, like, what does that? Why does that happen? And talk about how nerves can affect these players in the last game.
It's really a balancing act. I think you can get in your own head about, oh, I theoretically should play this in this way, right? I just need a couple of points, so I should play super safe. But really, what's going to be best for you is where you're comfortable, right? If you don't change it up, I think players, especially if they're newer to tournaments, like a lot of the players in this event, it's going to be hard to kind of juggle and, again, find that balance, right? It comes in repetition, right? It's just as many tournaments as you play, you get more used to that.
All right, well, with that said, Game 6 is ready and on its way. Mort Dog Crowan, enjoy Game 6 of the Jade Cup.
Thank you very much, Gangly. The final game of the day, Mort Dog, and this is an important lobby to look at. Like we were saying, there is 6 players in this lobby who could be feeling real good after this one, or bottom out, you packing your bags. Unfortunately, not making it to the mid-season tournament, or maybe even miss out on some qualifier points and not make it that way either.
Yeah, for sure. And definitely one of the people in the lobby here who's feeling really good right now is Malala. 35 points in 5 games.
Yeah,
that's basically an average of 2nd place. That is an insane performance in today. And so we talk about a lot of like dominant performances, but 35 in 5 games. If they could come out of this with a first, this might be one of the more dominant performances we've seen in tournaments in a while.
Yeah, we might be talking to Malala for an interview a bit later on if they, want to be interviewed. I'd really be curious to see the perspective of that. Like, going into tournament, and having, average of second place or better, that's going to be so crazy. And so, what else is crazy? Spell Sword for the Mirage. You were talking about Deja being the standout amongst that kind of Shioyu, Deja, quirky kind of trifecta there, but it really has been Deja a lot, and there's going to be multiple Deja players this game, I'm sure, with that Mirage variant in mind.
Yeah, for sure. And we've seen with the Spell Sword variation, even just 4 Mirage is enough to stack up that ability power really big, so those Deja ults hit really hard here. Looking at these items for Malala, though, you basically have an RFC, and then looking at these augments, these are not the augments you want to see. Now, thankfully, already sitting in first place, doesn't matter. Could go Trade Sector here, can go Cybernetic Shell, those are pretty safe. Press the attack, probably a little harder to play, goes with the Cybernetic Shell. That's something a bit more what you would expect here. At least has the 10 gold because we only have the 2 items, so a pretty good economy here. And I'm sure Malala is pretty comfortable with that. But yeah, the RFC here in particular, there's almost an argument to reforge this. Probably not, though. Maybe you end up with something like a Ginsu's, put that on the Deja. You can use the second one as like a Giant Slayer, perhaps. For now, going to get that Cybernetic value, play the strongest board here, and hopefully can pair up that Taric and maybe end up in like a 3 Jade starter later.
Yeah, I like this route a lot. You're still making 10 gold. The board's not going to be strong enough leveling up to guarantee a victory, even with Cybernetic Shell. But playing Aatrox just as the bow carrier to get a little bit more of that value, I think is really smart. I think this is a route that Malala would play, even if they were, not in first place, 35 points, right? If they were just middle of the pack, I think this is still solid. Karma's going to be able to probably get a kill or 2 here. Oh, the ult fizzled there. It looks like... minus 2 HP. Unfortunate, but still, Malala is very, very comfortable here. Everybody else is going to be in a very interesting spot, though. Cyber, pair of Nunus, has a Declaw and went for the Sunfire board. First augment choice. Declaw Slam is not something you see every day, though, Mort.
Yeah, but when you have 2 cloaks and you have, a tier, it's pretty hard to slam the Chalice early. The Declaw here at least gives you the 2 Mirage, and you get that extra health regen. This set, Dragonclaw, has definitely gone up, at least as a kind of acceptable item. Certainly not the best, but, you got to play what you have here. Cyber in particular, by the way, talking at 23 points, if we assume the cutoff is, 28, it's going to be somewhere between the 27-28 range, definitely needs a top 4 here. And so Cyber, kind of playing a normal game here, right? As long as I top 4... maybe I can make it to day 2. And again, just making it to day 2, you get that points reset. That's really all you got to hope for here. And so hopefully, going that Mirage, has that Sunfire, which is a pretty good augment early, does fall off in the late game, and unfortunately isn't able to win this fight against, the True 2's augment and the power of that 2-star Shen already.
Yeah, this is a little bit of an awkward spot if you think about how willing is Cyber to hold on to this new pair, because oftentimes you can just grief your econ early by holding on to a pair, going win loss, not going on a streak, and just never hitting your pairs until too late. And I think Cyber, they've committed holding on to the pairs, right? That's why the pre-level already came through. Maybe they'll get rewarded in the next round, but Cyber I don't think is strong enough to carry this on a for sure win streak. It might still be stronger than players on the bottom half of the lobby here, and could run into that Sea Nerds matchup as well, and just really flip-flop the streak back and forth, which again is not the spot you want to be at.
Yeah, I was gonna call it Taco Bell Wi-Fi leveled to 5, which is a little surprising being at 92 health. We also saw Cottontail and Sully level to 5. That's less surprising, right? They're the 100 health people trying to keep that streak. That's gonna do a bunch of damage to Cyber. There's a slim chance this works in his benefit though. Going into the carousel with first choice, if there's a Nunu on the carousel, getting that early Nunu 2 means holding that pair was very worth it. You can turn that around and have a lot of early board power. Doesn't quite say, and so we're gonna have to see if there's a Nunu on the carousel. Looking around, nope, doesn't get that. Yeah. And so we get a look at the augments here. Sea and Nerds with Trade Sector, Kurimex with the Ascension, Sully we saw with that True 2s. Otherwise, Bento Bot also with that Ascension. Otherwise, nothing too crazy going on here. A lot of pretty standard stuff here. A lot of stuff that keeps your angle open here. Cottontail with that Best Friends. And so, yeah, we'll have to see here.
Yeah, don't see players, I don't think, go with the True 2s that often. But, Sully, I guess it's still a good enough early game. That's kind of one of the reasons why they are a still 100 HP right now. It's really good at win streaking in the early game, but if they don't keep the streak up, then I'm very worried, right? Because the augment loses, I think, a ton of early game value. And it's scary going up against a board like Cottontail, who is level 5, has a Jinx 2 right now. The Shiv isn't going to be like the best item, but it's still really solid in the early game for, shredding that MR and getting a lot of good damage through, because you have, that Bruiser frontline, and then Namzi as well is going to add a little bit more tankiness.
Yeah, I look at Cottontail's board and I see Static Shiv with a lot of early power here. But looking at Sully's side, we see the True 2s got that Taric and the Shen, or the Leona. We don't know exactly which one here, but there's a lot of power on both sides here. I feel like Sully, with the lack of damage, though, might... No, he'll be able to get through here. The extra Locket is just so much health.
Yeah.
This is going to be really close, but either way...
It's close.
Oh,
the Jinx.
We're not at the Jinx. I think the Jinx takes this.
Yeah, it's going to take the Shen out here. That's a big takedown. She gets another cast. The Revel as well. Yeah, there's still Tristana alive in the background as well. This is very close, but it does go over to Cottontail. So rewarded for that early, Jinx 2 value. And it really is going to set Sully back.
Yeah, that's a big one, like we said there, because Cottontail, or excuse me, earlier they had the True 2s, and that's going to, like you said, now it's basically going to fall off. Eventually they're going to sell the units. Whereas Cottontail has Best Friends. Best Friends is going to be good all game. And so this puts Cottontail in a really good spot here. Now, Cottontail is at 22. And so, again, if we talk about that 28, we're looking for a top 3 here. And so being in this position is definitely going to put you on that track. But you've got to make sure to transition and get that into a strong board. Clearly going to be able to go in, though, level 5, 20 gold, going into Krugs. Hopefully with a win streak here, as long as he can beat Bento Bot, which I'm pretty sure Deathblade on Skarner is probably not going to win this. And so this should be exactly what Cottontail's looking for going in for that top 3.
Exactly. And Cottontail, like you were mentioning earlier, if you're at 25 points, you just need to, avoid that, 6th place, maybe get, a 5th or higher is good. But Cottontail really needs like a 3rd or higher to be really comfortable in this game, and this is a great start to do it with, as long as you can keep this momentum forward, being the only player to be win streaking here. Oh, Seanerds is wow, rolling level 4 on Krugs.
Yeah, I think, he has the trade sector, so hopefully he's just trying to hit some pairs here. Hits the Tristana, but kind of has a weird mishmash of stuff going on here. It's pretty clear the Tristana is the item holder, since we know this is the Spell Sword variation. Ginsu's goes up in value a lot on the Deja. And so we're pretty clearly looking at some Deja items here. I could even imagine that becoming like an Archangel's, which is less ideal, but still something.
Ooh.
Pretty much the exact 4 costs he didn't want. Just going to look at that as Econ. Yep, sells both of them. And like I said, Sea of Nerds, I think, pretty clearly is heading towards that Deja angle. Sea of Nerds sitting at 24, so really just needs a top 5. Powers to 6 right away.
Wow. That's aggressive, especially when you're on a loss streak. Usually players do that when trying to protect a win streak, but I guess there's a lot of power on this board, so if you can snap the loss streak right now and continue to make that econ threshold, right, go from 20 here to 30 next round by selling, I don't know, the Vladimir or the Sedge, as long as you can keep making those breakpoints, I think it's a fine play. And again, it provides pressure on the rest of the lobby. Maybe it breaks Cottontail's streak as well, right, which unfortunately the matchup is not Cottontail, but I can see the reasoning there, I think.
Yeah, it can work out. The other big thing to call out here is with Trade Sector, now you've got those level 6 shops. True. And so if you can find maybe a lucky Deja now that you're level 6, that becomes a lot more possible now that it's up to at least 5%. It's still not probable, but it just gives you an out here. And again, if you're really trying to guarantee that, top 5, top 4, that can be a play. And so we'll have to see what shops we get here. Going into the second augment, which is a big deal. Are we going to get a prismatic? Are we going to get a silver? What's it going to be?
We'll see here in just a couple of seconds. Move over to Kermit. Oh, it is going to be a prismatic. We've been blessed by these prismatic augments all day. They make the game so spicy. But Future Sight, Ancient Archiver, Guardian crowd here for Kurum. Kurum already has 3 Guardians. I wonder, I don't think we've seen a player try to go really vertical Guardian. But it can actually work out, I think, right? If you're able to get to that 6 threshold.
I think it can be okay. The trick is you need a really good damage dealer. When the Mirage variant is electric, that gives you a much better out. But in this situation, it's pretty hard. I do think it went up in value with the Sunfire. but instead goes with a pretty safe choice here with the new recruit, getting an extra unit here. Looking at this board, I think we pretty clearly see we want to go in a Jade direction, try to find that Xiaoyu, try to find the Nico, put that Warmogs on it, use Anivia as the backup carry like we've talked about before. The thing I'll note with Kermex, though, is Kermex is at 19 points. The only way, literally the only way he makes it in is a first place, and even then it's debatable. So I feel like Kermex needs to take a big risk here, and I'm not sure new recruit was that big risk.
Exactly. You're saying, oh yeah, it's a safe option. I'm like, I don't know if Kurum wants to be taking the safe options here, but I guess it's just comfort, right? It goes into how much of a risk you should take versus what you're going to be able to actually, know how to work with, right? It's that balance that you have to find, and it's so tricky, especially in this spot, in this high pressure situation where it's the final game of the day. You have to perform here or you're going home. I mean, I think Kerm is one of these players, especially in recent tournaments, who like sometimes he'll do well, but oftentimes like he has poor days, and it seems like it really gets to him. So we'd want to be able to know at this point, Kerm can hang in there while the pressure is high. And I mean, he's doing well in this game so far, is staying in his comfort zone, so I'm not worried in that regard. It just kind of all depends on what these level 7, level 8 rolldowns are going to be. Can he hit in this Jade direction, or if he pivots heavily, like, is it going to be a good pivot, say like the Stasia that I think a lot of people are looking at?
Yeah, the nice thing here is level 6 50 gold, and so that economy is going to be pretty good. Sea of Nerds on the other side, by the way, has that Celestial Blessing 3. That is another very good augment for this Deja. So Sea of Nerds very clearly has a plan here, right? It's go Deja, put that Ginsu's on, get that Hand of Justice. You're going to have a lot of healing. You're going to build up a lot of damage. And so it's very clear, but one of these situations where you're trying to force this, if you don't hit, you might be closing off your vision to some of the other comps you should be playing to be a little bit stronger here. And so Sea of Nerds already down to 44 health here. I hope he can turn this around.
Yeah, Cedars not only was 44 health, but also I don't think was at 50 gold there either. So while the board looked decent, not having the econ to be able to, push these levels and be able to roll down and almost, not guarantee your Deja, but being much more likely to roll the Deja, it's just a bit worrying, right? So Cottontail still, is not 100 HP still, has lost a couple of rounds. There's a bit of a gap when it comes to, the top 3 players and the bot 3 players, though, and that's going to even out as we get towards stage 4 and players start rolling down. Ooh, taking a look there, Bento trying to make this Varus reroll work again. I know this is a comp that you noted earlier had a great finish, and then a couple other players had like 7th places both in a row, so it's definitely not an easy composition to make work with this Varus.
Yeah, unfortunately the challenge here is that Bento Box just really, can't really qualify at this point. Maybe just going for a victory lap, having fun here, and, there's always somebody that ends up in the last place, unfortunately. It is what it is, but, and so maybe we can get that Varus 3 and play spoiler for a bit. On the other side, we see Malala playing the Jade comp. Again, Malala could go 8th here and still might end up being first place on the day. So Malala really just in that situation you love to be in. Feels like polar opposites here, actually, to be frank.
Yeah. No, it really is. Ascension kicking in for Bento Bot. I think that's solid for the Varus comp as well. You're going to be rolling some heavy frontline. It's going to buy time for your Varus. Not quite enough here. Does only lose by 1 unit, which is, perfect loss for Bento Bot.
Perfect loss with 7 gold and, and 4 Varuses, but...
Not a great spot, but, you can... It's fine. Talk about Wi-Fi on a fairly heavy win streak. So is Kerm, actually. Taco Bell on a 4 streak. Kerm on a 6 streak at this point.
Nice. Yeah, I think, again, the thing we have to look at here is like Sea of Nerds and Cyber right now. Again, people on the cusp that really need sort of those top 4s looking pretty scary here. 31 health. Taco Bell Wi-Fi, 86. Kerm with that win streak. That's got to feel good. Sully, we talked about earlier with that True 2s, is now sort of down an augment at this point. And being in the middle of the lobby with a True 2 start is kind of not where you want to be. Oh, interesting. Taco Bell Wi-Fi gets the Whispers emblem. This is a version that players have sort of rediscovered recently that can be very powerful. Whisper Deja in particular gets a lot of stacks per auto. But trying to go Whispers Deja in a lobby where it's very heavily contested is going to be a little tricky. Yeah. But even now you're seeing the power. You've got that, 4 Whispers going. can build up a lot of extra power.
I think Whisper Emblem is one of the more interesting emblems just in the set in general, and what kind of carry it can really power up and turn online. And like you're mentioning, Deja is one of those super fascinating ones, but hard to make it work.
Oh,
Specific
Sully
lobby.
though, Radiant Thieves Gloves. I think
Yeah.
this is one of those, when we made the Radiant items, this is definitely one that's the most fun, because every turn you get to play with 2 new Radiant items. And so it can be a lot of fun, and it ends up being a very powerful item on, say, like Corki, Yasuo, players, enemy or champions that can use basically any item. So this is a really good pickup to get for your Radiant relics.
Yeah, Boop was bringing up the concept earlier, I think, about these units that are kind of item agnostic. They can use whatever. Radiant TG is fantastic for it. It's like double the value, right? Why not? Why only 1 Radiant when you can get 2? I wonder though, if say Sully gets like a Dragon Horde here and is able to TG, even I think it would work well with the Siphon, right? That Radiant TG, I think it would have a lot of value.
Yeah,
Sully rolling it down.
The one thing players often forget, though, if you look at the tables for Radiant Thieves Gloves, the two Radiant items you get will usually never synergize. They're usually not complementary items, and so while it is powerful, it's maybe not as powerful as people like to make it out to be. So, for example, here you see you get Giant Slayer and Gargoyle Stoneplate. Not really synergistic. So this is something to keep in mind, that if you put a Radiant Thieves Gloves on somebody, you get 2 non-synergistic Radiant items, and you don't get a 3rd slot. But again, if it's still one of those item agnostic champions, that power can still be a great secondary carry, which is why, like you said, if you can get like Dragon Horde and put on another dragon, I think that can work really, really well.
Yeah, Sea Nerds with a early Shyvana level 7 to stabilize there, and they need to stabilize, right? 23 HP, and they're a player that you need to be watching because they could bottom out here, and it would be so doomed, and it might be doomed for some people because this is a double prismatic lobby. Again, shifting the whole power. Stay United looks good usually, but not really quite in this case because you're only rolling with 3 synergies right now. For Sully.
The one thing that gives you hope is you do have the Bard on the bench, which gives you that free trait. Does end up going with Cybernetic here. But unfortunately, we're seeing a situation where we're not really hitting the carry we're looking for here. Already down to, no gold here. On a Corki 1, Shioyu 1, Anivia 1, playing the Bard. This is definitely not where you want to be. Hits that Shioyu and is rolling down all the way. This is rough.
It is a bit rough, and I think one of the combinations of carries that wasn't quite what I expected coming today was a Shioyu plus a Corki. Usually Corki is paired with the Siphon or the Itis, but I think Shioyu can work pretty well. Especially, you mentioned it, Corki being a nice Radiant Thieves Gloves carrier. Just not strong, though. It's Shioyu 1 versus Shioyu 2 on the other side of the board, and it makes its way to the Corki, and Sully takes another pretty big hit. They're dropping pretty quickly, and they have almost no gold to work with. Stuck on level 7. Not looking good. Same with Sea Nerds. Sea Nerds, said Sea Nerds to the rest of the lobby earlier by going first, but they might be saying C on the other end of it going 8th this time.
Yeah, we were just talking about how Sea Nerds really needs to hit that Deja, and we look at this board, there's no Deja, There's an Ao Shen, but no Deja, and so we kind of over-fixated on one particular path, and when we didn't hit it, and this is what we talk about sometimes when we talk about tournament players maybe not looking at all their options and being able to play different angles. It was very clear, Sea Nerds had the option of Deja, right? You look at these augments, you look at these items, that is what was supposed to be played here. And instead ends up taking just too much damage, leaning into that here, and this could be dead at 4-3.
Yeah, this board looks so sad. Even a Nomsy 1 here, not even tiered up. The front line is basically just a Nico 1. Shyvana can do all that she could try to. It might be it. Bento did hit the Varus 3. Bard stalls a little bit of time. Corki's trying to deal a bit of damage. It might be enough. Shyvana can get this nice frame breath off, and she does. Sea Nerds does hang on. For now.
But that is definitely the easiest matchup in the lobby. The others are not going to be quite as strong. On the top, by the way, Kurimex did hit that Shioyu 2 really early. And that Shioyu 2 is giving him exactly what he needs to power through. And again, we talked about how Kurum really needs literally a first place or nothing else.
Yeah.
And so that's definitely going the way he wants. But yeah, Sea Nerds, we talked about needs 4 points here. If they get knocked out this early, that's probably the end of their day, unfortunately. Looking at these augments finally, Kurimex got the Jade, which is really good for his comp. Bento Box with makeshift armor, that is definitely not what you want. Cyber gets binary airdrop, which can be really good, along with Cavalier Unity. That can give your team a lot of armor and MR, which is pretty cool. And then Taco Bell Wi-Fi ending up with Exiles 3. I really like Exiles this set, but not Exiles 3. The shield value often ends up a little wasted, so we'll have to see if that works.
Yeah, that's fair, especially comparatively to the other prismatics that you can get. If you're wasting a little bit of your prismatic value, it feels pretty bad, and feels pretty bad, especially if you're rolling down at level 8 and don't even have a pair of your main kind of dragon carry right now. No Corgis either. The Whisper emblem, sure, this is nice. You want to be able to make it work out. Has a decent amount of HP, but you can see there's already a 3 loss streak, and I mean, this is the matchup where C-Nerds hopefully can hang on, though.
Am I crazy, or does nobody have Deja?
I don't think anybody has Deja. We were talking about Spell Sword. Everyone's going to be playing Deja. Where are all the Dejas?
I must say, it feels like we've seen some Shyvanas, some Ao Shens, but no Dejas. This is fascinating.
I imagine where you're like, oh, I really don't want to see Deja again this game. Another Spell Sword lobby? Nah, let's just take Deja out. No, obviously not, but it's kind of weird. Bento Bot takes another loss, drops to 6 HP.
Oh, there's one.
Finally. it's with the binary Cavalier board as well.
Yeah, which is definitely a good board to have it on here. And so, yeah, Taco Bell Wi-Fi has this Whispers Tryst. Again, very clearly doesn't want Whispers Tryst as his endgame carry, but is kind of in that situation. And so we'll have to see if it works out.
Jeez, almost no one can find the carries that they want, but I think this is actually a really good sign if we take a look at the top end of these of the HP totals here in Kurimex, because I would harbor to say that generally Shioyu compositions are not going to be the lobby winning ones. That's like the really, you look at like the capped legendary dragons, like the capped like Ao Shins or the capped Shyvanas and things like that to win the lobbies, maybe Dejas as well. But it's generally not Shioyus that to have like a very high win rate in this patch specifically. But because everyone else is so weak and just not finding any Dejas, not finding what they want, it could open up the world where Kurimex can actually go for a victory here. And on the opposite end, Bento unfortunately does take the 8th. C-Nerds drops as well though in 7th, and that is not what C-Nerds wanted in this lobby.
Yeah, I feel like Kurimex's path to victory here is reach level 9 before everybody else, find that Yasuo 2, and we've seen the combination of the Yasuo 2, the Anivia, and the Shioyu can be that path to victory that can get you there. And being at 84 health on a win streak through this entire stage is definitely a way to get there.
C-Nerds was at 24 points more. They get 2 points for this. They're gonna be at 26, which is probably out, almost guaranteed out, which is so unfortunate, right? Even just one spot higher could have won on tiebreakers, could have had a chance there. It's so unfortunate, right? Just playing for one placement, but it's such a bad spot.
Yeah, again, we kind of are predicting 28 to be the cutoff, and so everyone really needs those points here. Next up is Sully. Sully needed, about a top 5 or top 3, and so Sully being the next one on isn't really boding well for them either. It's crazy, but we might see an entire lobby of people that just don't quite make it, and Kurimex kind of playing spoiler here. I think the one person who's looking like in a pretty good spot here is Taco Bell Wi-Fi. So
there's gonna be some heartbreaking tiebreakers at the end of the day, like for sure. It's gonna come down to that. It's gonna be so crazy. We still have this game to focus on. A Cottontail with a very strong board did hit the Idas 2. Not great items for it, and it gets Zephyred as well. So this Shioyu is gonna have kind of a free path to the back line. Now the Zephyr comes down a bit early though, and Corki is relatively safe. Does get barded for now, and that's a Radiant TG Pike, and with actually really good items there. Was not able to take down the Corki though, and that Corki shred, Last Whisper, i.e. Giant Slayer, fantastic items. Even though he didn't have any healing, doesn't need it for this matchup. Sully takes a big hit and is still on level 7 with a Shioyu 1. So many players are stuck on level 7, it feels like, trying to roll for their dragons, just not hitting.
Yeah, it just feels like Kurimex, especially at the top, but very top-heavy lobby, and the double prismatics really threw everybody off, and so we're just seeing a lot of damage here.
There's Deja.
There's Deja 2. Interestingly enough, though, Deja 2 versus Deja 1, especially with the Spellblade, doesn't make that big a difference here. It'll help a bit. See, I don't... 7 out of 7 here. Like, you need the front line here. Has the Cavalier Unity, which helps. But right now, we're only running 2 Cav, which is only 35 armor and MR, doubled during the charge state. I don't like the situation. We're going to have to hope for a really good binary airdrop item. Gets a Zeke's, which is okay. It's not bad.
Yeah, not the worst. Pyke is immediately into the back line, but going to be ulting away. How much can this Deja do in terms of work? Is Deja 2 right now at this point? It looks like it's going to be enough because it is still just up against a Xiaoyu 1 who, yeah, runs away from the Deja. That's not where the Xiaoyu wanted to run.
Come back.
No, not going to do so. And yeah, like you mentioned as well, the 2 Cavaliers sold a Hecarim to just be able to buy the Deja 2, so has to re-find them and save up enough gold to go level 8. Like, that's just so far away, considering they're level 7, literal 0 gold on 5-2.
Yeah, for sure. And so now we're looking at Sully's board here. Still no Xiaoyu 2, running that Pyke 1 carry. And Pyke 1 just never really cutting it. You usually need that Pyke 2. He just ends up being a little too fragile, not quite able to execute things. And so I think we might see the end of Sully. And again, really needed 5 points, might only get 3. This might unfortunately be the end for Sully TFT as well today.
Again, another player that's probably going to be 26 points, right below that threshold. It's so unfortunate to see. And it feels like, going back to Gangley's point, it seems like these players are playing a little bit kind of like scared, changing their game plan. Like, it's really tough to be when you're at level 7 rolling down to try to like stabilize it. I mean, I guess it goes back to the aggressiveness of how people are playing in tournaments, right? How aggressively people leveled up in stage 2, like 3 people leveled to 5 before that stage 2 carousel. It's rough, especially if you're the one who feels like, oh, I'm the one that's not hitting, right? I'm trying to sit here and roll and just not hitting anything. It's tough.
Yep, and sure enough, it turns out Xiaoyu 2 is better than Xiaoyu 1, and that is going to be the end of Sully, unfortunately. Cyber next on the chopping block, another person who needed 5 points, right now can get 4, so kind of needs to beat Malala here, and so again, we might just see another person, like, this might be the lobby of disappointment and caster curse is what this lobby's turning into.
It really might be. It's okay. I mean, if Cyber gets 5th, right, that's 4 points.
Yep.
That's the 27. But again, like you said, it might be the 28. That's that cutoff.
Yeah, it feels like if you're gonna get it in 27, you're gonna have to do it off a tie break, which, if I recall, is usually about first places. And so not having a first place is gonna make that pretty rough. Double Yasuo here with the Rage Wing stat. The worst thing here is, even if he finds a Yasuo 2, you now have a Yasuo with a Rage Wing spat, which is exactly what you don't want, considering he's then monolocked for 4 seconds, which is exactly what Yasuo needs to not be. This might be one of the worst Rage Wing users. So,
but it does give good binary value for now, I guess, when it comes to both of them. But
like, watch this Yasuo. He's gonna cast, and now
autoing.
Yep, can't do anything for 4 seconds. So I don't know that binary value was really worth that there.
Not quite. It's not about the Yasuos, it's about the Deja, but Deja versus the world gets a huge cast there. Is able to survive because of it. 1 HP and a dream of rolling into 2 Yasuos, maybe, so you could sell the Rage Wing and then tier 2 it as well. I mean, hey, you gotta play for win condition, right?
I guess.
Hit 2 Yasuos on 7. Crazier things we've seen before in tournaments, even, so.
Yeah,
Cyber.
I got nothing.
No, I mean, it's a stretch. I feel like you get that Yasuo out of there. No.
I actually feel like you were supposed to buy the Hecarim there just to get the extra Cavalier armor and MR on your Deja.
Yeah.
But I think we're also seeing nerves and pressure. You know, it's that final game, you need that point, and it's probably not going to make that big a difference anyway. And so, this just again 1 point off.
Painful.
Feels pretty bad.
Very, very painful going up against. Well, Taco Bell still has that Tristana with the Whisper carry. This could theoretically be a Deja win if this fight goes like perfectly and the Siphon doesn't get into the back line. It does have a declaw though, so it's going to be a while before the Deja gets through it. It's just not enough. The front line is not there, only having 2 calves. Big hit from the Siphon. Cyber goes out in 5th. We have our top 4. Malala has done it again, top 4 on the day. Even if they fall right now, it's still such an impressive day 3 run. We're looking at Taco Bell Wi-Fi and Cottontail. Taco Bell Wi-Fi 25 points. They're pretty safe right now, it seems like.
I don't know.
Cottontail, though?
This
Yeah, go
lowers
ahead.
Malala's average from 2 to like 2.3. I don't know. It's only a 2.3.
Kind of washed up, really.
Yeah,
honestly.
yeah. I mean, all just on the downturn. No, I mean Malala's got to be super happy with today. Honestly, even with a 4th here, might still be number 1 on the day with 39
probably.
points. So
Yeah.
it's got to be real happy with this performance. Literally top forward every game. Bravo to Malala, making a name for themselves.
100%. 6 points for Cottontail, even if they go out in 3rd here, is at probably the safety number. So we might be seeing really the race for who can beat Kurum, because Kurum still needs that first. I think that's the most important kind of person to look at right now. He's still on a win streak. At this point, it is a 17 win streak that Kurum X is on.
Jeez.
Absolutely wild.
Okay. Still level 8 though. That's kind of surprising.
Yeah.
With that much of a win streak, still being level 8 is a little disappointing here. We might see some fall off, but very good items here. Has the Anivia on the backup. Like I said, if you want to turn this into a first, you're really going to need that Yasuo.
Yep.
So we'll have to see if he can find that. Siphon gets just... There we go. Siphon's dead. And this should be able to wrap this up with enough healing. The Trist has wrapped up with the Whispers, but it's just not enough. And I guess that'll be 18 games.
18 win streak. Malala hangs on as well. That fight was kind of close. Kurum did have 50 gold though, so even if Kurum takes a loss or 2 right now, it's gonna be fine. Kurum's gonna go 9, and I think be a pretty favorite right now to win the lobby, and that'll be absolutely insane if he can win off of tiebreakers because of that. Kurum has played this game really well, but I think also kind of landed just in a good spot because everyone else was in a really doomed spot in this lobby. But it's a little bit of everything coming together at once.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting because on the one hand, if he makes it, great with the tiebreaker. On the other hand, getting a first and then not making it via tiebreaker Ramblin' style will be pretty heartbreaking also. So.
I don't even want to think about that. Man, I mean, I mentioned it as a meme earlier that kind of, you're probably gonna be finding tiebreakers. Your name's not Ramblin', but it still hurts, right?
See, you caster cursed. You
Yeah,
caster
really.
cursed.
I think I rarely caster curse, honestly. Maybe like once or twice. I've definitely done it before. I'm sorry if I did, Kurum. I really don't want to be responsible for that. It's the pain. I can't.
All right, is this the end of Malala? I think overtime can't quite get through the Nomsy. Gonna be close.
Wait a minute.
Not
Wow,
quite.
no. Malala. Average of
Either way.
2.3 now. Like you said,
Nope,
Mark.
nope,
Disappointing.
Amazing. Cottontail hitting the Talon 2 here. So yeah, like you said, Taco Bell Wi-Fi only needed 3 points. So Taco Bell Wi-Fi probably making it to day 2 here. Got to be happy with that. Cottontail needed 6 points at least. If Cottontail can get a second here, that's going to be really good. That'll put him at 29.
Yeah.
So Cottontail really looking for that second place here. 29 is probably safe.
Oh, yeah.
Unless something goes catastrophically wrong. So really looking at that. Whereas like if Cottontail gets third, they're in that same 28 bracket, which is going to be tough. And then Kurum is kind of looking for that miracle first place here.
Yeah. Wait, is Kurum still rolling? I don't think he used that gold to start leveling. I'm pretty sure he's still rolling at this point, which is interesting. Wrong?
Why?
Yeah. And he's losing rounds. You would think you're sacking HP at this point to level up. Maybe he's trying to pivot into a Shyvana 2, which theoretically has a higher cap than the Shioyu, but could have done that at 9, maybe.
Yeah, with these items, that's going to be rough. So we'll have to see. Could just be holding on to him also, trying to level up.
Yeah.
But again, starting to run out of time here, right? Because every loss you're taking at this point is like anywhere from 15 to 25 damage.
Yep.
So you really need to turn it on here because, again, Kurum must get first to even have a chance.
Waiting to see what does he do? Does he keep rolling? Does he save up gold at this point?
I think at this point you have to sack 2 more rounds. You've got the
Yeah.
health. Worst case, you lose them both. You're down to 14 if it goes catastrophically wrong. And then you can go to 9. You'll have plenty of gold to roll it down. But again, it's like even if you hit something, I'm not sure how you get that much stronger here. But the hope is that maybe Cottontail and Wi-Fi, one of them takes the other out. But again, even that doesn't help you. You got to get first place here.
Yeah, you really do. I mean, and it's against a couple of quirky players. One with the Siphon, one with the Idis, and the Siphon doesn't really have great items. It's double Titan's Resolve Declaw, which is like okay, it's passable, it's workable, but not best in slot. Kurum still is in a fine spot in this lobby, but right now I guess it is the battle for second place. It is seeing if Cottontail can secure that second, in a much more comfortable position. Looks like Cottontail is taking a big loss there. Kind of concerning.
One of the things to note here, by the way, is that Hurricane and Whispers here, you're stacking up that Whispers a lot. And so that Corki, by the end of the fight, if you can stay alive, will be doing a ton with all that stack of AD and AP. So that's a pretty cool build that they've got going on there. But it's only at the start of the fight.
Yeah.
Or by the end of the fight. You've got to stack it up. It takes time. At the start of the fight, that's a pretty weak Corki you've got there.
Word hands though, shooting 3 targets, getting that Whisper value. Definitely cool. Haven't quite seen that before. Kurum is going to be able to take out Taco Bell Wi-Fi here. Shioyu in a good position to get to the backline, however, is because actually the Siphon kind of pathing got a little bit messed up there, but still Shioyu gets to the backline, is going to start taking out the Sona. Both carries and both enemy backlines. The Anivia gets one more cast off, but the Declaw from the Siphon is still really good against it. Kurum, I think, taking another loss here. If the Shioyu can cast one more time, maybe can kill the Siphon. Gets to the Corki now. Wait a minute, Kurum. Shioyu and the power of this
won't
unit.
Kill though.
Taco Bell also goes to 5 HP, and Kurum fortunately won the last 2 rounds, so is still at 54 HP while being on pace to level up to 9, have a lot of gold with. We were kind of questioning, what's this line of play looking like for Kurum, but good positioning, I think, has saved Kurum a lot of HP here. And yes, he is going for that swap already, taking out both of his carries and going to shift the items over to Shyvana and Yasuo. This is a big commitment here for Kurum.
Hope he doesn't lose to the Herald.
Wait a minute. Is he gonna pull a DQA right now?
I hope he doesn't lose to the Herald. I think he's okay.
No way, right?
I think he's okay. I think the tank will carry it, but this was a little closer than I would have liked. It was a little closer than I would have liked.
I was even thinking of that. I was like, no, there's no way he loses that, right?
The Nico carried it, but that was a little close.
Right. Level 9, 70 plus gold to roll with. Needs to hit Yasuo 2, Shyvana 2. I guess plus, hit a Bard or a Pike 2 or something. He's rolling and not a lot of things are being hit. There's a Raka, sure, great. Where are the Yasuos? Where are the Shyvanas? I think this is a good Kurum line, but he's not getting rewarded for it. In fact, it's going horribly wrong in this roll down.
Yeah, this is one of those moments that I think some of our more skilled players will actually roll some of it down in the PvE round. Yeah. Trying to save it all for this round. You're about to take 25 damage. This is stage 7. Unless the Shyvana one gets really
stuck
lucky.
in the corner as well. Oh no.
Shyvana Breath is on the Corki though. Did get lucky with the Shyvana targeting here. And that will be enough probably because the Nico is going to be too tanky for anything else to take down now that the Corki's down. So does manage to get the payoff here.
Great. Wins against Cottontail. Shyvana gets another breath off just to secure it, even if the Yasuo wasn't going to, but of course he is. Taco Bell Wi-Fi did win the round, though, against the Ghost, so still one more challenger remains.
So Cottontail ended up getting the 6 points, not the 7.
Yeah,
puts him at 28, which is still higher than Kurumex's 27, but 28 is like right on the line here. Yeah. Kurumex finally manages to hit the Shyvana 2, though. That's going to be very strong here. And so now by hitting the Shyvana 2, should be in a good spot here. Didn't hit the Yasuo 2, so not quite as capped as maybe you'd hope. Positioning wise, by the way, the Nico is tethered not to the Shyvana. There you go.
There we go.
Get that on that Shyvana, get that big HP shield. This should be a pretty sizable victory as long as that Shyvana can get on that Corki.
Yeah, which it looks like she's having a great angle to do it right now with. Lands on top of the whole back line there. The breath landing on the Corki. It's not going to take it out with just the one breath, but a couple autos perhaps after the fact. There it goes down. Yasuo is still alive. Yeah, heals up as well with that Soraka healing. This is going to be Kurum X getting the much needed victory here in game 6, but is it going to be enough? More dog. 27 points is still in the danger zone.
Yeah, it's gonna be real close. Whew.
See ya, nerds. Falls at 26 points. Cyber falls at 26 points. And Soli falls at 26 points, all the while Kurum finds his way to 27 points and a first place finish. Holy
It isn't enough.
moly.
Is it enough? That's the thing.
We don't know,
if
and
it's
that's
enough.
You're right, we don't know. But here's the thing, I want to point something out. At the top of the show, we talked about Robin being this consistent tournament threat, being in the top 8 of every single regional final since the dawn of TFT. You want to know who's right behind him? Kurum X is right there. Time and time again, Kurum, when his back is up against the wall, he's able to perform. He's able to make these miracle runs out of nowhere, and the results tend to follow. Now, I want to hone in on a specific moment there, Mort, where going into level 9, rather than sticking with this 9 Jade board, Kurum says, I'm going to sell my board. If I'm going to win, I have to hit a higher cap there. Sells a Shio-Yu, drops the 9 Jade, and instead looks to make a higher cap with a Shyvana. Can you kind of break down the thought process there and how he landed on that decision?
Yeah, I mean, I think the fact that he had one Shyvana and the items were very good for that Shyvana, right? You had the Bloodthirster, the Hand of Justice, and this is what we keep talking about throughout the day, right? Is like the 10-cost dragons are still the highest cap in the game, right? Whether it be Ao Shen, Shyvana, or even Aurelion Sol in some cases. The problem is it's just hard to get there, right? You've got to get through these really rough level 7s and 8s. If you can do that, which Kurum did to a T with like a 17 or 18 game win streak, then it's definitely the play. And so honestly, the fact that he only hit the Shyvana was kind of a low roll. He didn't hit the Yasuo, he didn't hit much else. And so like, honestly, like that was just shows how safe a play that was. It was really smart. Also knowing that Jade versus Corki matchup can sometimes go in the Corki favor. That's a really good way to go, okay, but you don't really do that well against Shyvana. Knew that matchup. And so that feels really good also. And so yeah, just really good play there to get that first place. You could meme a bit and say like, well, you have an 18-game win streak, you better get a first place. But still, to get there, you got to play well, and he did. He did.
We've seen it happen before. People go on these giant win streaks. They have 100 health, but you know what? Sometimes you just can't close it out. And there's something to be said about being able to clutch it out. And Kurum X was able to do that. We'll have to see if it's enough. The scores are ready from the last lobby that we just watched, or the last game that we watched. Let's check out how the other lobbies panned out. We saw Lobby A, but Lobby B, King Krax and Amda coming in the top 2. Solus, it's too late for him, buddy. What's the point of going first now? But he does it. Bertosaurus in second there. Prestivan and Rainplosion again on top of the standings. Crowan, Rainplosion, second tournament ever, and she is topping the charts.
Rainplosion is going to be a player to watch tomorrow. Certainly has made it to tomorrow. Has multiple top 2 finishes today. I think Rainplosion is probably my standout. Like, I mean, obviously Malala played fantastically today, but Rainplosion, in terms of a newer tournament player, that is something that should be talked about and explored further. Huge day number 3 for her.
All right, let's take a look at the rest of the lobbies that played out game number 6 already. Emily Wang and Chalky coming top 2 in Lobby E.
Wow.
Lobby F, Vile and Stellar Minhee. Lobby G, Morden Nix and iLucky. Lobby H, Protect Scroll and Liquid Robin. Mort, you're upset about something. What are you thinking?
It's just like Solus with the first that he couldn't use. Emily with the first I don't think she could use. It's like, oh, where was this earlier? You know, it's like, these players you're rooting for, they just couldn't quite pull it out when it matters. I think Socks with the 7th here. Ramblin' I think is safe, but still with the 6th you're not really happy about. Setsuko's another one that could have had a really strong day. Darth Nub, and so it's just like, I'm really going to be interested to see who made it, because it feels like a lot of these people are going to be like a few points shy, and it's going to hurt. It's going to hurt.
Yeah, I think we are all desperately waiting to see where these final standings are gonna turn out, and it sounds like the standings are ready. Let's take a look at the bottom half. Who didn't make it? Emily Wang and Cyber Soli. All these players that we saw in our last lobby. Emily Wang with the first place. But you know what?
Yeah.
You know who I don't see on this list?
Yeah.
You know who I don't see on this list is Kuromex.
Kuromex
the first
with the
place
point.
finisher from the last game. It seems like it might be enough. I don't know. Listen, we can talk about who's not on the bubble, and I think at this point, I think we're just very excited to see who may be in the top 32. So I'd love to see, despite the fact that we have some people on the outside looking in, obviously Broccoli, Bosso Skills, a lot of players who had some strong performances earlier on in this tournament. Obviously Sox being another example of those. I think we're very, very excited and itching to see who's sitting at the top 32 and moving on to the final day of competition.
Yeah.
is.
Definitely
Oh.
some. Look at that, by 1 point. That's so good. Oh, that's so good.
That's the first place tiebreaker too. I want to say, right? Is that I don't know how many players were sitting at 27.
There was only one other 27, but it probably was a first place tiebreaker. So yeah, that's exactly what he needed to make it.
Between
but
Cyber and Kurum.
Yeah, it was pretty good. Dish Soap makes it. Z Hydration, Cottontail makes it, as we talked about. Soju, Casper, Asa made it. Asa able to turn around that rough start that he started with at the beginning of the day, so that was cool to see. And then at the top, you got to give credit to all the people who are getting the extra points, right? Malala, Raimplosion. Again, you look at those top four. I don't think anyone would have shot called that as their top four. Robin, who you've been talking about all day, Nico, Milk, Ramblin, Pokygum. So like the 5th through 12th, those are names you kind of recognize. But those top four came out of nowhere and are here to make a name for themselves.
No, it's true. Yeah, Crow, and I think there's something to be said about these more open style tournaments, right? Where players who have proven themselves on ladder, but maybe haven't proven themselves in these small invitationals like Challenger Series or regionals, so to speak, that they can actually just come out of the woodwork like Malala, Raimplosion, Stellar Min, he Protect Scroll, 4 names people aren't really expecting to top 4 in the charts, and just make a name for themselves and show that they're here to compete.
Definitely. I think one of the only people was, Boop to call out Malala, I think, at the start of the day to be on his radar. It was extremely accurate with that. Raimplosion as well, we're talking about that. She came out in the day swinging with the first and the second, able to keep that consistency throughout the rest of the day as well. That is hard to do over a high pressure 6 games of an important tournament, right? This is crazy, right? These solo queue kind of players are getting their tournament shot and doing so well with it, outplacing literally every single one of the old guard players. And it's not even like you fall into the first place curse anymore, right? You get bonus points to kind of, offset that kind of that curse there. So they're gonna be feeling real good taking 3 points into tomorrow, gonna be able to get them into that final lobby a lot easier, and from there their fate is going to be in their hands. Really excited to see how this new guard can perform, but also we can't dismiss these old guard players, right? They still made it to tomorrow. There's a lot of great names there. Talking about how people improved from the start to the finish as well. Dish Soap is a standout. Dish Soap really clutched up from a really wobbly first couple of games to make it to tomorrow. So hopefully that confidence will be renewed there for Dish Soap, because another player, again, kind of that ladder warrior who now needs to find their identity in tournaments.
Crow, and I just gotta call out. I gotta call it real quick. You were just like, oh, they get those bonus points. There's no first place curse. Please don't caster curse them.
He's done it. He's done it already. Oh no!
I'm just going for as many caster curses as I can have today to see which come true, which don't. I already avoided the Kurum one, right? We already got
true.
past that.
That's
so
true.
That's true. Which means you're due for a caster curse. So good luck, everybody. Tomorrow, you're already done. Listen, for everyone watching at home, we still have a little bit more to the show. We're going to have an interview with our winner on the day. But before we do, I want to encourage you all, fantasytft.com. Listen, there are no more games being played tomorrow, but get your phone out, download the Fantasy TFT app right now so that when games start tomorrow, you are ready. You can buy stocks, sell stocks, get a good read on who's going to be performing where, and you'll walk away with a little Legends egg by the end of it. We're going to be back in just a little bit with our interview, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you after the break. Hey, we are back. And we are here with Malala, the first place finisher on the day, top scorer, topping the charts, pretty much only having top twos the entire day, I think until the fourth place finish or top four, top three, whatever it was in the final day. Malala, let's keep it simple first. What went right for you today?
Honestly, like, I think they're like going into this tournament, there are probably like a few top comps that everyone knew about, like Deja and Jade and Corki. And low key, like, every time I was leaning towards a certain comp, I just hit the dragon I needed to hit on stage 3. so a lot of the games play themselves, but yeah, that's pretty much what happened.
That's fair. I mean, sometimes, yeah, you get in good scenarios because, you know, you're a good player, you set yourself up for them and you just hit. But I want to take a step back even before this tournament, right? What was your preparation like? Did the B patch like throw off your game plan at all? Obviously, you hit the things that you wanted to, but how did your preparation kind of result into landing yourself in those spots for today?
Yeah, so in terms of like prep, obviously I watch a lot of like Chinese streams and like a lot of the top TFT streamers like Soju, Asa, and Setsuko. Like I usually watch those guys in terms of like improving my own gameplay. Yeah, in terms of the B patch, not too much changed. I played in the high roller tournament, where like Asol was super strong and Shyvana was really strong. But on this patch, it feels like the 8 cost dragons are a lot stronger than the 10 cost, unless you hit them 2-star, which is like unlikely on 8, I guess.
Yeah.
For today's games, I always like to look back on sort of like, you know, what went right and things like that. Do you have like a moment today that was sort of like a favorite moment for you, that of things that just went perfectly and you're like, yes, nailed it?
I guess like I think like in the third or fourth game, I took March of Progress. Like my prismatic options weren't that good. I took March of Progress, and on my 2-3 shop, I was like, so on stage 1, I think I got dropped Anivia Nar, and then on my 2-3 pre-level shop, I hit Shio. So it was just I just had 6 shade on 2-3, and it was yeah, that game was like an insane high roll.
Nice.
Malala, we've talked a lot today about the idea of discipline in tournaments, that a lot of people, when they're faced with this pressure of like, oh, I need to perform right now, sometimes they change their game plan, whether it's nerves or whatever it may be. Do you feel like nerves affect the way you play in a tournament setting?
Honestly, like going into this tournament, I was pretty nervous because I've honestly been like overperforming in tournaments, like the past couple tournaments, like Astro Cup, I top 8, like Innovation Cup, I top 8, and like I top 4 in the high roller tournament. It's just like I feel like it's kind of like unexpected because like a lot of people don't know who I am, and like I think there was like a lot of controversy when like Frodan put me on his power rankings. Like yeah, I don't know if I'm like that good, but yeah. In terms of nerves, I feel like I play like a lot of ladder, so I can like figure out like what I like to do and like what actually works. So even if like it doesn't work on ladder or something, it's like I know what I'm comfortable with for tournament play.
I kind of want to break that down a little bit. I mean, saying you overperforming, is that your own view or is that just other people's view on you? Like, you're able to have top finishes in so many tournaments, right? It must be something to it, obviously.
Yeah, well, okay. I think like honestly, like the top 10, there's a really big gap between like the top 10 players and like everyone else after that. I personally like honestly like consider myself probably like a top 15 to like, yeah, probably like a top 15 player. But like I think there's like a really big gap between like the top 10 and everyone else. So yeah, I think like every time I like top 8, it's like pretty unexpected.
Nice. Last question for me. So obviously you've been doing well in these tournaments. So like, what's your next goal? Like, are you gonna keep going? I mean, obviously I'm sure you want to try to get to Worlds, but like, are you doing this more often? Is this just a hobby for you, or like, what's your story?
Yeah, honestly, like I don't have like too much time to play ladder because like after I come back from work, I'm like really tired. But like I'm pretty sure now that I made day 4, I'm like guaranteed mid set, and obviously the goal is always to make regionals and make it to Worlds. So yeah, I guess like after now that I've made mid set, I might start streaming a little more. But like streaming is honestly like a lot of work, so I don't know if I'm gonna do it.
All right, Malala, congratulations again for your incredible performance today. The job's not done yet, though. You still have one more day to go. So before you go right now, anything you want to shout out?
Yeah, sure. Shout out to the boys, NG. Shout out to Tay, Injung, Popinjung, Basu Skills, and Kevi Joe, and Paper Cheese. Even though they didn't make it, I'll carry on the torch for sure for tomorrow.
All right, well said. NG lives on in Malala's name on day 4 of the Jade Cup. All right, Malala, thank you again for joining us for this interview. Congratulations on the day. We'll have to see how you do tomorrow. So that's going to wrap it up for Malala. And now it's just me, Crowan, and Mortdog as we just have a final few words on the night. Well, I want to get the thoughts from the two of you. I mean, Crowan, initial thoughts, or I guess last thoughts really on the third day before we go into finals tomorrow.
Yeah, I really enjoy the perspective of player interviews because it really shows that where their mind is at as a competitor, as a TFT player, kind of all the above. And one thing that stuck out for me the most with Lala is definitely very humble, right? They're saying they're overperforming in all these tournaments. You know, they don't play, you know, TFT like as much as say, you know, some of the top streamers, right? Because, you know, they have work, they come back, but they're still able to perform consistently. And I would agree with Malala. I think there is a big gap between like say the top 10 tournament player and people, you know, in that top 15 range. But I do think Malala is really putting themselves in conversation to be, you know, on that top 10 list, on these power rankings, be able to consistently do it, right? What else do you need to be a consistent tournament performer and one of the best TFT players, right? Malala is doing great. I expect to see that carry forward into tomorrow. I know they said, you know, or they were saying a little bit in the break, you know, a little sneak preview that they were saying, oh, they're just high rolling a little bit, but like, no, you don't just high roll every single tournament, right? That's just not what happens. But
it's true.
Listen,
as the resident soulless defender, I think it's fair to say there's nobody can high roll that much. At some point, you got to take ownership and say other people are high rolling in this tournament too, but I'm piloting my high roll well enough to perform, you know, to perform amongst the greats. So, Crowan, Mortdog, that is going to do it for us. Mortdog, do you have any last thoughts or shout outs before we go?
No, I mean, obviously, shout out to all the players who are enjoying TFT and enjoying the game and having fun and watching this tournament. I always am honored to be able to come on here and talk about the game. It's just a lot of fun. I'm excited for day 4. I think there's a lot of pressure. See who gets that mid-set invite. That's going to be really fun. And so see what goes on there. And so kind of just looking forward to tomorrow.
All right, any shout outs from you, Crowan?
I mean, it was a fantastic day. I think it was hype from start to finish. I love seeing, you know, Kerm get that first place and me not caster curse him and actually make it forward into tomorrow. We'll see what kind of curses I can, you know, cook up. I'll be thinking about him for tomorrow. But no, it was a fantastic day. A pleasure to have you on, Gangly, as well. It was a blast. You were really good at just TFT stuff in general. So great to have you here.
Pleasure to be here. Glad we got all the little technical stuff working out by the end of it. But to everyone watching at home, seriously, thank you so much for watching the Jade Cup. Day 3 has been amazing, but it's not the end of it. Tomorrow we have our finals, 32 players competing for top 4 spots, making their way directly into the mid-set finale, and the rest of those players competing for qualifier points that will have huge implications on the rest of their season. So seriously, please join us tomorrow, 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern, for the final day of the Jade Cup. For all of you watching right now, thank you for joining us. Be good and have a good night. We'll catch you later.